Chapter 1, Maddox. The weather never changed in Seattle, Washington. It was always cool enough for a jacket, but never too cold that a simple cashmere scarf couldn't help. I think that's what I liked about it the most, not having to worry about the weather, what to wear, or if it was going to rain, because it was always raining. The weather was a constant in my life, as was the partying and investments and beautiful women and good champagne. I liked routine, stability, never worrying about money because there was plenty of it and there would always be plenty of it. It might sound simple, but a friend once told me I was like a stubborn oak tree, rooted in the ground while I helped others flourish off my branches. I didn't understand it at the time, but it was starting to make sense. My house wasn't the biggest on the street. That title belonged to some multi-billionaire yacht club owner who lived across from me. I'd catch him staring out of his window as his newest young fling swayed around him like a minx during breakfast. Our eyes would meet, and he'd nod his head as if to say, "Don't let this happen to you." So, that became my number one rule. Never bring one-night stands over to your place. But it seemed my next-door neighbor and best friend since college, Nick, didn't take that rule very seriously. I waved at the young brunette rushing out from his front door and into a cab, forcing a pleasant smile on my face as she flipped everyone in the world the finger. Nick leaned against his porch and shot me an innocent look. His clothes were stained with a fresh coat of paint, signaling a new project. "Listen, Maddox, don't get mad." He loved making puns out of my name. "I invited her over for bacon and orange juice. How was I supposed to know she wanted a side of monogamy?" "Kick her to the curb," I said. "No one deserves such hell." He rubbed my shoulder and invited me inside, where the house that I'd purchased several years prior was beginning to resemble the inside of a painter's studio. And it had only been a month since I'd last hired him a cleaning crew. Damn right. He left me alone in the giant living room covered in splotches of yellow and purple, a few blank canvases hung on the wall, where I supposed he was waiting for the right inspiration to hit him. His latest piece, an intricate rainbow of dark colors blending to form the outline of a woman, sat in the corner of the room in front of a dusty flat-screen television. Nick was talented, the best at the university, but, as expected, a degree in art wasn't getting him much work. I once had a maid that told me that a tidy house indicated a tidy mind, and looking around, I wondered what she'd say about Nick. His mind was cluttered, indeed, but his creativity is what made him tick. It was his lifeblood, his spark. "Thanks for taking the night off," he said as he hurried down the tall staircase in a new outfit that wasn't covered in paint. "I don't remember the last time we went out to the clubs, and spying on your restaurants doesn't count. Not with your rule against picking up chicks at your place of business." I'd only made that rule to keep him from getting me hit with a harassment suit. Over the years, he'd tried to make his way through the females of my staff. "It wasn't easy," I said. "Jackie's probably banging her head on her desk as we speak, and it's only lunchtime." My assistant, a dedicated woman who woke me up every 2 hours through the night wanting to discuss meeting points and numbers, was not happy with me. I agreed to give her the next Monday off, and she reluctantly agreed. We both knew she wasn't going to take the day off. The woman had trouble taking an hour off, and I imagined her home was as untidy as Nick's. "Well, your new place is opening up soon, right?" he asked as he carelessly trashed his kitchen looking for his sunglasses. I spotted them on the top of the fridge, thick white frames that were painted with splotches of color. "On Alaskan way," I confirmed. "Just 2 weeks left, and then my life is going to be nothing but ocean breeze, hot ovens, and pissed-off millionaires who asked for their seasoned garlic herb au gratin unseasoned and gluten-free." I couldn't wait. "Don't waste those fancy terms on me," Nick said. "The only thing I understood was garlic and free." He found his sunglasses and slipped them on, checking the time on his cracked phone. "I have to be back in an hour and a half before checking out for the night," I said, checking my Rolex. "Means your painting class starts in 2. "So do we have time for any of the spots on First?" he asked. "A Wednesday at lunchtime on the busiest street in the whole city?" I smiled. "Of course we have time. Come on, I'm feeling sushi." Nick explained the latest motivation for his painting, seeing a woman naked in the early twilight of morning, as I drove us downtown. I picked our neighborhood, a gated community which was an average of 20 minutes away from my closest restaurant, on purpose. It gave us open air, green land, and had the perfect view of distant mountains, sprawling hills, and cliffs. Nick had been living in an apartment on the very outskirts of downtown, where I had to resort to using taxis and now passenger pickups to get dropped off and picked up, or else risk my car being stolen, or worse, me being mugged. I wasn't going to let him live in that hellhole for long, for both of our sakes. The wait for our favorite sushi restaurant was an hour and a half, but the hostess immediately ignored the current patrons in line and gave us the table closest to the kitchen. Nick hated being forced to watch as the doors swung open and closed and the heat of the marble stoves bathed us in warmth, but I loved it. Famous sushi chefs straight from Japan greeted us and brought over a freshly cut salmon to inspect, and soon our table was covered in nigiri and sashimi and deep-fried sushi rolls that Nick devoured himself. A sautéed octopus covered in a generous pool of barbecue sauce with a slight citrus taste finished our lunch. And as the restaurant was beginning to turn people away with wait times of over 2 hours, Nick and I leaned back and nursed our sake. "Jackie still seeing that guy?" Nick asked. "If one date a month is considered dating, then yes," I said. "I offered to be her wingman tonight, but she said they have something special." I shrugged. You start questioning stuff like that and all of a sudden you're the asshole boss. I'd learned to stay out of her business a long time ago. Too bad. Nick ordered another sake, claiming inebriation was good for the creative mind. It's funny, but most things he wanted to do were good for the same reason. I grinned, knowing Nick had had a crush on Jackie for 5 years, ever since she'd started working for me. "Guess I'll have to pick another curly-haired beauty to give me inspiration," he slurred, his gestures becoming more animated. I placed my cup on the table and gestured for our drinks to be taken away. Our waitress, a new woman in her early 20s, returned with the check. It's probably my last chance to bring anyone home for at least a while. I slipped a card inside without bothering to glance at the total, something Nick scolded me for often, and left a tip that was more than most people make in a month. I'm lucky to get out once a month with my business having grown over 100 restaurants. The next time you see me, I'll be a ghost of myself. You could cut back, or maybe hire someone to help you out, he suggested, and we paused a moment before laughing. I know, they're your children. Every single one is worth it, I said, thinking about all of my employees and chefs and the amazing dishes of art that we created. Because while Nick literally dealt in physical and emotional art, my recipes were edible works of art. My chain, All You Can Eat, named after a funny joke my late grandfather always told about coming back until the pans were licked clean, was my blood and sweat. And preparing for another new location was the closest thing I'll have to a new baby. The best part, the restaurant sounded like a diner, and yet it was a 4-star restaurant chain, catering to the upper middle class in every major city and most of the smaller ones as well. Make tonight count, then, Nick said as we waited for the valet to bring my car. It's your last night of freedom. I dropped him at his house after lunch, where he pointed toward my front porch with a confused look on his face. Were you expecting company? He asked. He motioned toward the house. A woman stood on my porch, her face scrunched in concentration as she glanced between her phone and my front door. Her hair was long and blonde, reaching her lower back and falling like satin. And even from where we waited in the car, I could see that she was beautiful. I had no idea who she was, but my interest was piqued. It wasn't every day I had a beautiful stranger show up at my doorstep. I'll see you tonight, I muttered and nearly pushed Nick out of my car. The driveway circled a giant fountain, but I didn't like strangers seeing my personal items, so I used the second driveway, a curling path that went behind my house and into the 10-car garage full of sports and designer cars. I parked, fixed my dark suit, and straightened my watch, then walked around toward the front where the woman continued to knock on my door. Can I help you? I asked, Any sense of humor or inappropriateness in my tone left with Nick. The woman jumped as I hopped up the marble steps leading to my door. Her eyes were stunning, a bright blue that matched the sky on a rare, sunny day. "Maddox Moore?" she asked with a smile. Oh no, I thought for a moment. She's here to sell something. Yes, I offered a sideways smile. What can I do for you? Born December 2, 1983? She looked at her phone. Owner of the chain restaurant All You Can Eat, which has over 100 locations across the country. 103 to be exact. 104 in 2 weeks. I added with as much sarcasm as I could muster. The very top button of her blouse was unbuttoned, and I eyed it as she spewed off more facts about me that she most likely Googled. If we're sharing information, why don't you tell me a little bit about you? A smile revealed a dimple in her left cheek. It seems she liked what she heard. I'm Chelsea Gabbard, she said. I'm sorry, do we know each other somehow? I would have remembered such a beautiful face. I stepped back as she slipped a hand into her purse and grabbed something. I wasn't sure what she'd pull out of there, but before I could guess, she paused. Her face scrunched up a moment before shaking her head and retreating her hand. No, I guess you can say I'm a fan of yours. I want to open my own restaurant one day, too. You're a bit of an inspiration to me. She looked at my house. I would do anything to live like this. The adoration was tinged with a hint of bitterness that reflected in her tone, but I was intrigued. Well, would you like to come in? I ignored my first rule, but this woman, despite her attractiveness, just wanted some advice, it seemed. I also had 20 minutes to spare before returning to work. I would love that, thank you. She straightened her purse strap on her shoulder and followed me. That was my first mistake. The front door opened to my family room, where vaulted ceilings ended in a glass dome and giant portraits commissioned by Nick hung on the walls. Furniture chosen by a French designer decorated the room, and the rich red and gold carpet finished it. I had 2 giant televisions on each end and a saltwater aquarium that ran down the length of the room toward the kitchen. It was one of my favorite things about the place, and the peaceful glow illuminated the entire stretch as the rippling reflections from the water cast across the floor and walls. Chelsea stared at all of it in awe, her jaw dropping as she followed me into the kitchen. I slid my gaze across her body from head to toe. Are you hungry? I asked. I could whip up something special for you. She grinned at my innuendo, but after one look at my kitchen, a chef's dream and nightmare at the same time, it seemed as if she made up her mind. You already have, she said, and pulled something out of her purse. Pictures of a baby, a tiny baby, with a bald head and bright blue eyes in one photograph. And it slowly grew until it had a head full of hair in the rest of the pictures. Bile hit the back of my throat as I snatched the small stack from her hands. This was a cruel prank indeed. What the hell is this? Some kind of sick joke? I thumbed through the photos and then pushed them at her. Get out of my house! I'd never used force with a woman, but part of me wanted to drag her out kicking and screaming. You don't remember me? Well, I'm not surprised someone like you would have a shitty memory for such things. I mean, I didn't think you would, even if you do, but you're not getting off so easily. She looked at me as if I were a bug she wanted to squish. 2 years ago, you were drunk as shit at Trinity's. You met me in the bathroom, said you had plans to open your 100th restaurant, remember? She practically spat her words. They flew from her mouth so fast. I paused, searching my mind for a specific memory. It was 2 years ago. Who the hell would remember small details like that? But the timing made sense. 2 years ago, I was planning my 100th restaurant. We had a blowout celebration because of it. It was one of the things on my bucket list, and I'd reached it so damn fast it made my head spin. I glanced at the woman. Shit. But then again, this wouldn't be the first time some crazy lady tried scamming me out of money. It happened all too often. Unfortunately, hell, I was probably the supposed father at least 100 kids. I wouldn't deny I spread it around, but I wouldn't consider myself a careless man either. It didn't pay to be reckless. Not with my wealth. I won a paternity test. She belted a laugh like I had all the audacity in the world. I expected you might, and I have no issue with that. She seemed so certain, and I wasn't going to stand around arguing. Then you can leave me the details and I'll show you out. I pushed the photos into her hand and she stuffed them into her purse as if they weren't more than used napkins for the waste bin. Then, after telling me what time and place, she left without saying much else. I called Nick, needing to tell someone what had happened, if only to assure myself it was real. The phone rang 3 times until he picked it up. His breath was labored, and he admitted running across his house to his phone. I imagined the thing was now covered in paint, as was everything in the artist's home. I took a deep breath and prepared to drop the bomb. A woman showed up here tonight. He gave a half-hearted cheer. Good for you, man. I hope you got laid. Was she hot? Seems I did. Maybe. Hell, I hope not. I raked my fingers through my hair and paced the room. What? Slow down and explain. You sound a bit shaken, and that's not like you at all. The phone went silent as he waited for my response. I took a deep breath and let the words spill. She says she's the mother of my child. Nervous laughter sounded and was quickly stifled, as if he couldn't believe it. I hope you're getting proof of that before taking her word for it. Don't worry about that. I've ordered a test. The bad thing about ordering the test was that it could come back positive, and then there'd be no denying it. There was a certainty about the woman, a desperation that seemed genuine enough to make me nervous. Nick let out a long breath through the phone. Don't worry, Maddox. You know it's not yours. She's some gold digger looking for a quick score, and I think she's right. Something in my gut is screaming at me that she is. The longer I thought about it, the more nervous I became. I'll come with you for moral support if you want. You know, to make sure they don't attack anyone like they do on Maury or Springer. His half-hearted attempt at making me laugh was falling short, but I appreciated it all the same. He was a true friend, and it felt better knowing that I had someone on my side. I'll do this myself. I'll let you know what happens, I said and hung up. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a drink. After throwing it back like a shot, I left the glass and took the entire bottle, sipping it like a wino on payday. The rest of the night was spent in a drunken stupor in my kitchen. A baby. It was impossible. My restaurants were my babies. I met Chelsea in the early morning 2 days later in front of a family planning clinic to take the test. I didn't say more than good morning as she led me inside. I couldn't help but wonder how familiar she was with the place as she signed us in and took a seat in the dingy lobby. We both stared ahead in silence for the first few minutes until she took a magazine from the table and thumbed through it. I wasn't sure how she could focus. My mind was racing a mile a minute. Finally, they came in and took me to the back of a small triage-type area, and I gave them a sample. Then it was back to the drab lobby with the fake plants and tattered chairs that were a leftover from decades past to await the results. I sat next to Chelsea to be polite, but still didn't speak. I had nothing to say. Instead, I thought of every sacrifice I'd ever made to make my mark on society, to make a name for myself. I thought of all the hard work it took to even make my first restaurant, all the years of slaving away in a shitty kitchen in the middle of the ghetto. I thought of my future, branching out to 200, 300, maybe even 500 all-you-can-eat locations across the country. It was a pipe dream, but if I could pull it off, I'd go down in history with the greats of restaurant creation. Mr. Moore? The nurse called and I looked up. We're ready for you. I stood and followed her into the room. And then I thought about how a baby would ruin it all. Chapter 2, Everly. There was nothing I couldn't do. I held my head up and walked proudly across the stadium, smiling like a crazy person as the president of Northwest Culinary Institute handed me my certificate. The paper was thinner than I expected, considering how much it cost, but my heart soared to new heights. I was officially a chef. Or at least I would be as soon as I got a job as a chef. The sky was as dreary as ever as I left graduation, but that wasn't going to ruin my incredibly happy mood. I deserved some happiness. I considered all the restaurants I was going to apply at, making a list in my head as I walked through the crowd of families who had attended the graduation. I had a mental list of 5 restaurants, possibly even that new one opening in 2 weeks, when I found my own family. More so, my niece found me as she attacked my legs. "Everly!" She slammed into me so hard that I wobbled a bit and then lost my balance. Before I could right myself, my knees caved and I found the ground. Belle stared at me with wide eyes and a curled-up bottom lip. I dragged her down with me, and the both of us were struggling to get up. "Belle!" My sister, Lacey, scolded her 3-year-old daughter as Belle leaned against me to get to her feet. Lacey grabbed her by the shoulders and heaved her up. "I'm sorry, Everly. She only gets this excited when she sees you." Wishing I could say the same. It wasn't as if I hated her, but she had a way of annoying me. And for some reason, she took to me like a bee to a flower. But instead of bringing me honey, she more times than not stung the crap out of me. "It's okay," I said and smiled as my mom and Lacey helped me up. "Say you're sorry, Belle," Lacey said, and the little girl apologized. Her hair was the same as the rest of the women in our family, dark red and silky, and she had a dusting of freckles that only I shared. Lacey's red, curly hair was clearly in need of a deep shampoo and cut, and stood out in stiff waves in a ponytail. My mom had her red hair cut short, and all 4 of us shared green eyes, though I'd been told mine were always the brightest and biggest. Lacey had once told me how she'd always envied them and thought hers were the color of moss. "Congrats," Lacey said as she hugged me. "I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it. Now you get to be the family's personal chef." Our mother scoffed and pulled me into a tight hug. "You're going to need a better job than that. If an MBA in finance wasn't enough, you just had to get a useless culinary degree. Now you have to pay them both off." Lacey rolled her eyes and mouthed an apology. I winced, though I was not surprised at how quickly our mom spoiled the afternoon. For some reason, me pushing myself to take more credits in school than anyone else annoyed her. Having completed my bachelor's degree in 3 years and my master's in a year wasn't celebrated, but rather had become a point of contention. It was almost as if she didn't want me to push myself. Tough shit. I was who I was. And being a chef was something that came up after I'd gotten my master's. "I'll treat all of us to lunch. Come on, Lacey. You need to save your money for Belle's gymnastics. And don't get me started on how much money you have to save, Everly." She clutched her handbag tight against her breasts and shook her head as if to shake that very thought from her brain. Lacey and I followed our mother to her car, where Belle was showing me how she could strap herself into her own car seat. I faked a smile and pretended to listen, but all I could think about was my mother's disappointment in me. Nothing I'd ever do would be good enough. Not many people were good enough in my mother's eyes. She'd always been hard on us and tough as nails. She took that strong, single mother role to a new level, but only when she was single. When she had a man, she ignored us. And oh, how I wished she had a man. "Everly, couldn't you at least try a little harder, and would you please answer, Belle?" Lacey gestured toward her daughter, who still hadn't gotten her car seat buckled properly. "She said she could do it herself," I muttered under my breath as I reached over and clicked her in properly. Lacey rolled her eyes and squeezed Belle's hand. It wasn't my fault if I just didn't feel the same level of attachment to Belle, and I wished Lacey would understand that. I didn't want my own children, so what made her think I would want to deal with hers? Don't get me wrong, I loved the little fiend, but I didn't quite have the instincts or the interest to pick up Lacey's slack all the time. Are you in the mood for sushi? Mom asked. Lacey and I didn't bother responding. It didn't matter what we were in the mood for because our mother would have her way, as usual. Good. Let's get some sushi. After finding out that the wait for Mom's favorite sushi place was 2 hours long, we settled for a burger joint. We took our seats, me grimacing as Belle demanded to sit next to me, but refused a booster seat. I picked up the menu and scanned it. They have a wonderful lettuce burger here, Mom said. I glanced at her. I eat my burgers with buns, I said. Belle and I exchanged a glance, wrinkling our noses at the thought of bunless burgers. I'm just saying you could use a little moderation, she said, and Lacey groaned. My mother had always been on the two of us about our figures, even though we were not unhealthy. The waitress took our order, and I ordered a burger with a double order of fries just to see the grimace on Mom's face. She pursed her lips as our food arrived. So, what about that new guy you've been seeing? Mom asked Lacey. She wrinkled her nose. Oh, Fred? No. Our third date was a disaster. I haven't called him since, she said. Plus, he kind of freaked out when he found out about Belle anyways. I don't need that kind of man in my life. You can't blame him, I said. You didn't tell him you had a kid until the third date. Mom glared at me and gestured toward Belle. Oh, come off it. She doesn't know what I'm saying. Belle and I dipped our fries into her milkshake and munched on them as Lacey and Mom discussed their future plans for Belle. I can't believe I have to start considering where to take her to preschool next year, Lacey said. I glanced at the younger version of all of us. She was growing up fast, and soon enough she'd be a young woman. I remembered being her age. Back when I had a better outlook on children and families, I'd wanted to grow up and marry a rich prince and live in his huge castle and have lots of children so I could have a big playground on the castle grounds. I'd even dreamt of a moat, only I wanted to make it into a giant ball pit. Looking back, I was an unusual child. I watched as Belle tried to sit taller so her elbows reached the table, and she could almost do it. She gave up and took to her knees, leaning over her milkshake where she dipped a fry to the bottom. She's getting so big, I said. Forget about Belle's future. What about yours? Mom asked me. What are your plans now? Lacey sat her burger on her tray and looked at me. I wondered if she was losing her appetite. Mom had a way with that, too. I don't know. I shrugged. Does it matter? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, regardless of whether it's planned or not. You know I like to experience life without fussing over unnecessary things. There's no point in thinking about the future. Mom scoffed. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Really? Que sera, sera. I don't know what kind of fantasy world you're living in, sweetheart, but take it from me, that Doris Day was full of crap. Mother sipped her drink, and Belle giggled. Everly, why don't you live with us for a bit? Lacey offered as she finished a bite. I stole a fry from Belle's plate, who frowned. I have a friend who could get you a job at one of the restaurants near the pier. Oh, the one with the fish tacos? I asked. I love their fish tacos. They're some of the best around. Yeah, Pierre's Fishes. It's a beginner's job, but at least it's something. And Belle and I would love the extra company, Lacey added, and I felt a stab of pity. Lacey's bastard ex-husband Frank left both her and Belle completely alone 2.5 years ago. I considered the offer for a moment longer than I'd like to admit. It wasn't that I didn't love them both, but I wasn't sure I wanted to impose on them. Lacey had already done so much to help me over the years. Thanks, but I can probably find a cheap apartment. I'm not the greatest roommate, and it's been 12 years since we've shared a house together. I don't want to depend on you for more than I already have, I said. Mom paid the check and regarded me with a scowl. "You're going to rent an apartment?" She shook her head. "No. You're moving in with me until you find a job that can pay off both your degrees, and we'll figure out where to go from there. You need to start planning and preparing for the real world, Everly. This sort of attitude is exactly why there are homeless people living across the street from this very diner. Do you want to be homeless?" My mother's rant made up my mind, as it usually did. Having lived in the dorms for the last few years, I was used to roommates, and my sister and her kiddo would be a welcome distraction from life. I looked back at Lacey and Belle. "Do you still need a third roommate?" Belle clapped her hands and cheered, then knocked over her milkshake. The lost fry floated through the creamy mess and found its way to my blouse. What the hell had I signed up for? Chapter 3, Maddox. Nick met me in between our houses, in a garden pathway that connected our spacious backyards. His tan skin was covered in fresh paint, and as he slipped on his sunglasses, he transferred some of that paint onto the lenses. Shit. He cursed and wiped them off on the only white part of his shirt. I have to stop doing that. "Why? You're turning $500 glasses into a work of art," I said. Nick looked at his glasses in consideration. "I could probably sell this for another $200 or $300 on top of that," he mentioned. "Good business idea." I nodded. 7 days left, I said with a sigh. Alaskan Way is opening in 7 days, and I still don't have my entire team assembled. "Screw that," Nick said. "Probably doesn't help that Chelsea might try and force you into that kid's life." Can you imagine? You, a dad? I didn't tell him that I'd been doing my best not imagining that. I gave her $2 million in alimony just to keep both her and that baby away from me. I haven't heard from her since, but damn, it's still worrying me. I can't sleep. I'm barely eating. Jackie knows something's wrong, but I haven't told her. Damn it, Nick. How'd this happen? I never even wanted kids. I was always careful. "Let's just get some lunch, get your mind off it," Nick offered. "You're buying." We took my newest car, a blue Ferrari with a gray stripe and soft leather seats, and the wind in our faces and power beneath my hand as I switched gears made me feel better. Lunch was Italian, and the chef personally catered to our table, a big guy, Romano, who taught me when I was younger how to make pasta from scratch. I savored the meaty sauce of the spaghetti and popped meatball after meatball into my mouth as Nick took giant bites of strangosi al Nero. His dish looked so good that I ordered a plate of it and ate that as well. We emptied a bottle of wine throughout lunch, and Nick looked appreciative as another bottle was brought to us. "One day you're going to own the restaurant world, you know that?" Nick said. "With the way things have been going, I have to admit that you just might be right." I smiled. "I just need the right people in the right places, and boom. Things will grow almost like a compounding interest scenario. Just have to grind." "Are you ever going to branch to overseas?" he asked, and I considered it. "In a few years, yeah. Nothing's tying me down here, so I might as well reach for global domination," I said, and Nick cheered to that. Dessert was brought to us, 2 cannolis with a generous amount of chocolate shavings sprinkled on top of oozing cream. They were crunchy and light and fresh, and I personally thanked Romano as he checked in on us. "I think this new painting is really starting to get the right attention," he said with a light in his eye. "It's already creating some buzz around the community. There's a rumor of an offer, and it's only a rumor. But if it's true, it might be enough to start paying you back for everything you've done. Not a year too soon." I waved him off. "Don't worry about it, Nick. Just focus on your art." "I'm serious." He held up a hand as our server poured our wine into 2 half-empty glasses. "You bought me my house, helped me more than anyone ever has in my life. I'm going to pay you back one day." I held the wine up to my mouth. "I just need to know that you're okay," I said. "Just be happy working on your passion, and that's enough." I knew it was difficult for Nick to take anything freely given to him. In his house growing up, a shitty 1-story loft with 4 siblings, an absent father and an abusive mother, gifts and presents were always with strings attached. and even those were rare. Nick's never had anyone in his life, except me. Thanks, man, Nick said and finished his drink. Still, I'll make it up to you. The check never arrived. Instead, Romano came personally to say it was taken care of, from one chef to another, and I left a ridiculous tip that would have covered the check plus double. Nick thanked me for lunch, and I kindly reminded him that it was his idea in the first place. What can I say? I have great ideas. I dropped Nick off at his house and pulled into my front driveway in front of the fountain, as I only had maybe 10 minutes to change clothes and head back to work. My phone chimed like crazy as I parked, and I unlocked it to find a million texts from Jackie, confirming and reconfirming and then changing and then reconfirming the change and asking for a confirmation on the opening night's menu. I sent her a quick reply saying I'm on my way back and that I didn't bother reading a single thing she sent. I stayed focused on my phone as I walked up the steps to my front door and almost tripped over a young girl, probably no more than 12, holding a good-sized baby wrapped in a pink blanket. Can I help you? I gave her an odd look and stepped back, slipping my phone into my pocket. This is private property. Here, mister. She lifted a note that I took from her before she stood up. Some lady paid me $20 to wait on you. Took you long enough. What? I glanced down at the note. I can't do this. She's your problem now. I just can't do this. I never wanted a baby. I don't want her. Chelsea. My stomach turned to stone and plummeted to my feet as bile hit the back of my throat. I wasn't sure what to say, but it didn't matter. I couldn't get my tongue to work anyway. Well, here, this is yours. She handed me the baby and jogged down the street as I turned to watch her go. What the fuck just happened? I moved the baby back as she wiggled in my arms. The smile on her little face should have filled me with joy, but terror was all I experienced at the moment. She was beautiful, though, breathtaking. She had a head full of blonde curls and stunning blue eyes. It was the same baby from the photographs. My baby. Abby. Chapter 4. Everly. It didn't take long for my nightmare to come true. I stuffed a pillow over my head as tiny hands grabbed at my sheets and pulled them off. I groaned and flipped onto my stomach. That was my first mistake. Auntie! Belle yelled as she jumped onto the bed and jumped on the very tiny space around me. Her knee landed on my ass, and she fell onto my back, but that didn't stop her from picking herself back up and jumping toward my head. Auntie, you've been sleeping forever. No, I haven't. I moaned. There was no sleeping forever while living with the most annoying 3-year-old in the world. I'd asked her and her mother a million times not to barge in on me, but neither listened. But Mommy says you have. She giggled, and I pushed her off of me, her small frame splaying across the bed as she giggled. I yawned big and slid out of bed. Oh, she did. I pursed my lips, not entirely surprised. Lacey was always the judgmental sister. Belle began to climb off the bed, but I wrapped my blanket around her and rolled her up like a burrito. Have fun getting out of that. I joked and left my room as she giggled behind me. Hopefully that would buy some time before she came back for me. A stack of pancakes and a plate of bacon waited on the dining table as Lacey stood in the kitchen and prepared dinner using a crock pot and a pile of chicken breasts. Sending your spawn to wake me up. That's low, Lacey, I said and plopped down on the couch in the living room and pulled a small throw blanket across my lap. Getting your kids to do your dirty work is the best part of having them, she called from the kitchen. You'll learn one day. No, thank you. I unlocked my phone and scrolled through my social media, barely reading the headlines of sensationalized news articles before flipping to the next one. This world doesn't need any more children, I mumbled. What was that? Lacey brought over a plate of freshly cooked pancakes and sat it on the table. Soft butter was slowly melting off the sides, and the fluffy cakes were bathed in a generous amount of sticky maple syrup. My stomach growled. "Are you nervous?" "About what? My new job on Monday?" I cut into the pancakes and savored each delicious bite. Not nervous, excited. I'm just a lower cook, but it shouldn't be too hard to move up the ladder. I'll be head chef soon enough. I'd already decided that the job was mine and my determination would pay off in the end. "And then you'll have time to find a man?" Lacey asked as Belle ran toward me. Her red curls bounced as she jumped on the couch and started pulling my arm. "There's toys in my room! Come play with me, please!" Belle yelled, and Lacey picked her up and sat her on the other side of the couch. "Don't crowd your auntie and calm down. We're having a conversation." My sister's tone told me I wasn't the only one growing weary from Belle. She was full of energy, and I wondered if it was all the maple syrup. Lacey plopped down between us. "I'll have less time for men when I'm head chef," I said. "Plus, I don't want to find a man." Just the idea made me roll my eyes. Why did it seem like finding a husband was more important than graduating? "It doesn't matter what you want." Lacey struggled as Belle attempted to climb over her lap to get to me. "It just happens. Like I just so happened to run into this really good-looking guy while dropping Lacey off at daycare the other day. And he just so happened to ask for my number." A sly smile spread across her lips. "You know, I hate bringing this up, Lace, but look at every woman in this family. What do they have in common?" "Other than red hair and skin that burns too easily?" Lacey's brow rose, and then she giggled. "Divorce." I sighed. I am literally the only woman in the family who isn't divorced. You're the only one who hasn't been divorced twice. You might want to mention that to this new guy of yours." Lacey laughed. "I guess that's something to be proud of." "It really isn't," I mumbled. "I don't want that for myself. What's the point in falling in love if it's so easily broken?" Our own father left Mom when Lacey was 6. I barely remember him. Just the faint memory of his cologne and how his dark hair stood up like a cockatoo in the early mornings. Mom was alone for barely a year before she met our stepfather, Greg, who ended up being an abusive asshole who cheated on her every weekend. He lasted a year. And then there was Mason, the last stepdad, who promised Mom the world and left her with herpes and debt. Our home was broken, and because of it, I too felt broken. I didn't trust men not to ruin my life or leave me again. "Because you're left with something amazing." Lacey smiled at Belle, who even I had to admit was being annoyingly cute as she snuck beneath our legs to steal the rest of my pancakes. "Another kid growing up in a broken home," I said, and immediately knew I had gone too far as Lacey tensed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Belle is lucky. She has a family who loves her, and a mom who has time to raise her. But I don't have that time. I have a career to focus on." "Is your career enough to make you happy?" Lacey asked. Considered that for a moment. Would years of running around a hot kitchen, blending ingredients and creating new recipes for people to try and critique and yelling at the inexperienced cooks as they struggled to even boil the appropriate amount of water make me happy? Yes, I realized. It would. Lacey shook her head and sighed. "How about I make you some lunch?" I offered and set my plate in the sink. I did barely get a bite out of those pancakes, Lacey admitted. I searched through the kitchen until I had all the ingredients for 2 chickpea sunflower sandwiches. I sliced through tomatoes, chopped up lettuce, and toasted sunflowers as Belle prepared the plates. She absolutely loved helping me cook, though it had cost quite a few shattered dishes. "Where are your chips?" I asked as I dug through the pantry. Damn it. I forgot to buy some. Lacey's phone began to ring. It's okay. I can oven roast some squash and make butternut chips. I started prepping the oven, adjusting the racks, and setting the temp and timers. Hi, Mom, Lacey said, and I cursed. Yeah. Nope. Sorry, meant to call you back. Oh, you called her as well? Lacey glanced at me. No, she's been up all morning. I sighed and mouthed a thanks. Did you still want to talk to her? Lacey asked Mom, and I shook my head and frantically waved my arms. No, I whispered roughly, but Lacey smiled. Yeah, she's right here. Here you go. I groaned and accepted the phone. Lacey, now free from the judgments of our mother, snickered at me as I turned toward the oven, wondering if my sister would fit if I took out the racks. I covered the phone with a hand. Don't piss off the person making your food, I said, and uncovered the phone. Hello, I answered as if I had no idea who was on the other line. I thought you started working already? Mom asked. She clearly had no interest in small talk, going right for the jugular. I told you 1,000,000 times it starts Monday, I said, while I sliced butternut squash. So what have you been doing this weekend? She asked, and I glared at Lacey. I don't know, Mom. Cooking? Getting ready for a job that starts in 2 days? Lacey chuckled as she left the kitchen. I had to get my uniform ready. I do have a life and things to do, Mother. How much money are you paying on your loans? She asked, and I sat the knife down. I didn't trust myself not to throw it. If you're only paying the minimum due, it won't be paid off in your lifetime. You need to go to a financial advisor and see what they suggest. Maybe double or triple the amounts, whenever you get a real job. This is a real job. I raked my hand through my hair and let out a long breath of frustration. Like, as in, it's an actual job that pays steadily. You know what I meant, Mom said. Her voice was so strained I waited for a vocal cord to snap. Actually, I don't, I said, but she ignored me. Just because you're not paying your sister rent doesn't mean you can live there forever. You need a real job so you can pay your loans and get your own place. Poor Belle is going to think you're her older sister. I could hear another woman speaking in the background, asking Mom if she wanted a dark red or regular red. I wondered if she was getting her nails painted or her roots dyed. I wondered if she was getting her nails painted or her gray roots dyed. Are you getting a pedicure? I asked. And I'm pretty sure Belle knows I'm her aunt. She's not that young, and she calls me Auntie. Yes, I'm getting a pedicure. You won't be able to afford one for a long time, though, she said, and I smashed my forehead against the steel microwave. But make sure you keep clipping your toenails anyway, and maybe try to find a brand of polish that won't wash off with those awful shoes you insist on wearing. Lacey walked by the kitchen with a laundry hamper in her arms. I flipped her off as Mom continued her tirade against my entire wardrobe. Lacey smiled sweetly. She'd had her fair share of the same type of phone calls when she was my age, and I couldn't imagine the calls the woman had given her during her divorce. I had no doubt that she hadn't been as understanding as any other normal mother who'd gone through the same thing. At least I'd never have a chance to be a horrible mother. Chapter 5. 2 years later. Maddox. For the first time in months, I woke up to my own alarm instead of the warning screeches of a 3-year-old toddler preparing to jump on my bed. It was quiet, and I glanced at my phone to confirm that it was, in fact, time to get up. But I hadn't had the chance to sleep in for so long, and the plush comforter was swallowing my body and whispering promises into my ears of warmth and sleep. My muscles sunk into the bed, and I almost allowed myself to be pulled in until a very funny thought crossed my mind. The bed was too empty, and my house too quiet. With a groan, I pushed myself out of the bed and walked down the hall from my room. The door was open, and I tried remembering if I left it open or if she did. "Kiddo," I said as I entered the room, "what's the point of having you around if you're not going to wake me up?" A figure rolled up in a tight blanket moaned in her blue bed bedazzled with real diamonds and way too much glitter. My mother had gone a little crazy with the whole grandmother role. "Hey, kiddo, are you awake?" I said again and sat down on the edge of the bed. A soft, blonde curl lay across a pillow, and as the figure moved, more curls fell alongside it. "Not yet," a whiny voice cried. I laughed. It seemed like we had something in common. "Abby?" I asked, and got no reply. Her bed was big enough for both of us to lie side by side, or her dangling across my chest and off the bed. I scooted in close and nestled beneath the blankets. "Oh, Abby," I whispered. "I see you in there. How about you come out and make my day brighter?" A bright blue eye peeked out from a set of thick eyelashes, and her rosy cheeks failed at hiding a smile. But she stayed still, and the eye closed. "You're still sleeping, huh?" I said, and as confirmation, she made a loud snoring noise. "Oh, too bad, because if you weren't sleeping, I wouldn't have to do this," I yelled and furiously tickled her. Abby, my wonderful 3-year-old daughter, who often claimed that tickling betrayed her sense of trust, thanks Nick for teaching her that phrase, exploded with laughter and desperately tried to escape my hands. "Now you're awake?" I asked as we both settled down. "Yes, Daddy." She playfully slapped my hand, with my lack of trust. "You don't know what that means," I reminded her, but she loved to repeat it. "Is today a fundraiser?" she asked, not for the first time. She'd been going on and on about getting to go to the event and had even begged me to let her choose what she got to wear. "Yes, Abby. Today is the fundraiser. Are you excited to go with me?" I was thrilled when my name appeared on the donor list of the Children's Jump for the Sky event, a local fundraiser that raised money for public schools. It wasn't that I didn't donate to my fair share of charities, but it's nice to be asked. The best part was seeing Abby's face light up when I asked her to come along. "I get to dress up," she squealed, "with glitter and rhinestones and diamonds and whipstick." She just loved repeating every single word she heard. "Daddy, where's your whipstick?" "Stop listening to everything Uncle Nick says," I said, "and I don't have lipstick. Plus, you're way too young for that, and you don't need it. You're beautiful without it. Now get dressed so we can go to the fundraiser." "Is Uncle Nick there?" she asked as she ran into her walk-in closet. I wondered often if maybe it was a bit much for a toddler, but she loved her closet. "We're picking him up at his house," I said. "I'm going to get your breakfast ready. Meet me downstairs when you're done." "Mushroom and onion omelet?" she asked, hope blossoming in her voice. "Is it a mushroom and onion omelet?" I smiled. Any other child would literally run from an omelet with mushrooms and onions in it, but my Abby loved them. It helped that Nick had told her that's what all the Disney princesses eat. "And spinach," I added and left, chuckling as she screamed with excitement and rushed to get the rest of her clothes on. It didn't take much to please her. I plated her breakfast and waited next to the marble table. Abby bounced down the stairs in a bright pink shirt made of satin and a blue wool skirt. "How do I look, Daddy?" She reached the bottom of the stairs and twirled in circles. It didn't match. That much was obvious. But I wasn't about to discourage her creativity or damage her spirit. Besides, I didn't know anything about fashion either. "You look beautiful, darling. You'll be the prettiest girl there." I pulled out her chair and she climbed in, struggling in the wool skirt, but finally getting herself righted in the chair so she could see her omelet. She picked up her fork and I watched as she took the first bite and gave me a thumbs up. After she'd finished her breakfast, we left, holding hands. "Does Uncle Nick have lipstick?" Abby asked, swinging our arms as we walked to Nick's house. I contemplated the question. "None that you'd want to use," I said, and made her promise that she wasn't going to slather paint on her lips. She looked up at me with narrowed lids, her chin lifted and set in a way that made me wonder what she was thinking. Finally, she found her question. "How many people are going to be there?" "Lots of people. I don't know the exact number, but hundreds." Before I could take another breath, she asked another. "What is it for?" I glanced down to find her staring at her feet as she walked. "Charity for children in schools." "I'm going to go to school soon, Daddy. Do you know everyone there?" The questions came faster than I could answer, and I did my best. "Do I know anyone where?" "Where is it?" "The fundraiser, Daddy." I might know a few people. I was sure I was a question or two behind on my answers, but luckily we approached the steps to Nick's door. She'd managed to squeeze a couple more questions in on me, and I answered each one as we waited for Nick to answer the door. I heard his heavy footsteps approaching, and then the door swung open. "Do you have lipstick?" Abby shouted as he appeared. His hair was cut a little shorter than normal, but still fell over his ears, and he wore a tailored black and gray suit that was cut against his tall form. He glanced at me with a puzzled expression, and I shrugged. "None that you'd want to use," he joked and picked Abby up. It was amazing how much the two of us thought alike. Abby squealed and hugged his neck, giggling as he tickled her sides. "You're betraying my sense of trust, Uncle Nick," she screamed over and over until eventually Nick sat her back down. "Thanks for that, by the way," I said. "You know 3-year-olds repeat literally everything they hear." It wasn't the worst thing she'd repeated from Nick, and I'd have to have a talk with her about a few of the words. Nick scratched his neck as Abby held on to his other hand. "I didn't know she eavesdrops on me from her window," he admitted. "But hey, I told Kelly to keep it quiet next time." "Uncle Nick, will you sit next to me?" Abby pulled on his sleeve and gave him the same wide eyes that she often used on me. They were irresistible. He kneeled in front of her. He released a long breath, content to give in to her, a slave to her charm. Of course. There's nowhere else I'd rather sit. I checked my watch and urged them to follow as we settled into my new car, an Alfa Romeo Giulia. Nick always took a deep breath as he entered my car and had once admitted that he couldn't get enough of the way it smelled. I'd teased him and told him that it was my cologne, but he hadn't laughed. "We'll get there about 15 minutes before the fundraiser starts," I said, and Abby cheered. "Uncle Nick, don't forget you're sitting next to me," she reminded him, and Nick smiled. Parking at the fundraiser was a nightmare, which is why both Nick and I chuckled as we pulled straight into the VIP line and waited no more than a minute before an attendant took my keys and parked for me. The Children's Foundation was a building in the middle of downtown with foot traffic from every direction. It was sleek and clean, with portraits of poorly drawn imaginary creatures hanging on every wall. Nick and Abby spent a moment critiquing them until I pointed out that the names scribbled into the corners were of children in foster care. "Don't repeat anything I just said," Nick told Abby, who nodded. But Nick and I both knew we'd have to keep an eye on her. She was liable to strike up the very same conversation inside the event with a stranger. My little girl never had met one, and I'd had the "don't talk to strangers" speech with her on several occasions, each time explaining the definition. Our table was toward the middle of the floor, and I was thankful that the guests beside us weren't strangers. No forced, awkward conversations, at least. Maria, a wealthy startup owner, asked Abby about her hobbies, while her husband, Charles, asked me about my latest car. We bonded over the Julia as food arrived and the music hushed down until a woman dressed in a smooth, black dress took the stage. She began reading the names of donors to the foundation, and I was particularly happy that she wasn't specifically mentioning the amount of the donations. I'd had that happen before, and it had embarrassed me so badly it was months before I'd attended another event. But they were all for a good cause, and I never minded opening my wallet for any one of them. "You probably donated more than everyone else combined." Nick leaned over and said next to my ear. I shrugged as the woman said my name. I probably did, but I didn't want to have that conversation at any time or place. "It's a good cause," I said, "but I don't want anyone knowing how much I donated." I kept my voice quiet, hoping my friend would understand I didn't want to let too many people catch wind of the amount, much less me talking about money. The woman finished reading the donors, and I held Abby's hand as Nick and I stopped by the bar. A whiskey on ice and straight bourbon later, we walked through the floor and greeted the other donors. I knew several of them and met quite a few I hadn't before. All in all, it was pleasant, and at least Abby was behaving and seemed to enjoy herself. "Medics!" someone yelled, and I turned to find an old friend. "Phil, how are you?" I asked. We shook hands, his old wrinkled fingers feeling rather clammy for the temperature. Phil owned a restaurant on 3rd Street, and I'd helped him out quite a few times on his never-ending menu changes. "Good. Just want to get this over with. Damn fundraisers never leave us alone. At least we're about to get a nice candy show, though, right?" He sneered, and I tried my best not to grimace. The auction part of this fundraiser was my least favorite. "Every dollar is raised for the children," I said, and politely excused myself. My thoughts drifted as I roamed the floor until a flash of something red caught my eye, and I turned to find a woman standing by herself in the middle of the floor. She was beautiful. That word might not have been enough, but at that moment it was the only description I could remember, as my blood pumped a bit faster. Her hair, thick and long, was a dark red that was a stark contrast to her pale skin and bright green eyes. And she wore a long, shimmery black dress that hugged curves so round and voluptuous they were beginning to make me blush. Someone got her attention, and she turned toward them and smiled. It was a forced smile, I could tell easily, but a blush spread across her cheeks, and her red-painted lips curved. I couldn't move. "Daddy." Abby pulled on my sleeve and batted her thick eyelashes at me. Ever the perfect, polite little girl in public. "May I please have some ice cream?" The crowd around us awed at Abby's politeness, and I reluctantly turned from the beautiful redhead and kneeled in front of Abby. "Of course. Let's get you some, and then sit back down." Chocolate sundae later, and we were back at our table as the auction began. There was a line of women waiting to stand on the stage. But my attention was everywhere else, trying to find where that beautiful woman was sitting. "Uncle Nick, I'm sitting next to you," Abby said. Then she asked me to move, so Nick would be between us. "I can't remember who won last year," Nick said as the auctioneer explained the rules for the night. The women were to be auctioned off for a date with the winning man, with all the proceeds going to the fundraiser. The winner of the night was the woman who raised the most money. "I don't remember either," I admitted. "This whole thing is disgusting anyways. I'd rather just cut them another check and be done with it." The women began to walk on stage. "Funny. You totally wouldn't have said that before you had her." Nick gestured at Abby and gave me a nudge. I shrugged. He was right. Being the father of a daughter had changed me in more ways than one. It just makes you realize what's important. I smiled as Abby ate her ice cream and stared at the women climbing the stage. She would never have to go through that, at least. There was no way I'd ever let my daughter auction herself off. Not even for charity. Oh, wow, she's beautiful, Nick whispered as the last woman took her spot. I groaned, knowing how Nick gets when he sees a woman he's interested in. I turned to see what he was looking at, and suddenly it was as if someone had stolen my breath. On the stage, on unbalanced legs, stood the beautiful redhead that I'd been looking for. She nervously stared at the crowd, shifting her weight from one foot to the other, and crossed her arms as the bidding began. My hand raised before I realized it. I had to have her, if for nothing more than to end the obvious pain she was in before the crowd. I thought this whole thing was disgusting, Nick said slyly. Funny how a pretty girl can change your mind. Abby turned and looked at Nick, and then tried getting a better look at the woman by craning her neck and finally pulling her feet up under her bottom. I looked at Abby, and then the redhead. Something inside me stirred as my blood grew warmer. It's for the children, Nick. Chapter 6, Everly. Everyone was staring at me, and all I wanted to do was jump off the stage and make a run for the exit. But that wouldn't help anything. I'd end up on my ass after tripping over these ridiculous heels. Phil's words, his urging reminder that this was only going to help my career in the long run, was the only thing keeping my feet in place. The auctioneer continued to take bids, and I almost fainted at the amount these hungry, wealthy men were planning on throwing away just for a single date with a woman they didn't know. I faked a smile on the outside, but if anyone bothered to actually look at me, they'd recognize it was forced and painful. The back of the fundraiser, a part of the building that had been roped off and reserved for parents to play games with their children in a giant carnival-themed party, was loud and distracting at least. It took me a moment to realize the bid was between two men, and it was over $10,000. 10 and 1. The auctioneer pointed at one of the men, a balding man who leered at me with hungry eyes and licked his lips far too often. He was plump in the middle, with a nose that stuck too far from his head and eyes that threatened to pop out with the smallest amount of force. The auctioneer pointed at the other man still left, and before I turned to look at him, I was already praying for him to win. 11 and 5, a smooth voice said, and I saw him. A tall man, leaning confidently in his seat, eyes on the auctioneer, but body turned toward me. His head was shaved, and he had a 5 o'clock shadow spreading across his chin, but he was big and strong, and if I had to be honest, not bad looking. I shook my head and reminded myself that he was participating in this gross event and paid attention to the other people at his table. A few more wealthy business owners, no doubt, but the people directly next to the man were surprising. One was another man close to his height, with blonde hair that curled at his ears and an attractive smile. I realized he'd been staring at me the whole time. And on the man's other side was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 3, with a head full of blonde curls and eyes as blue as the sky. She wore an odd ensemble of clothes and rested her head against the blonde man's arm. His daughter, perhaps? By their attire, they didn't look like they fit in at the fundraiser. No, they seemed more like a father-daughter duo who would have more fun in the carnival with all of the other children and parents. 20, the man sitting with the odd pair said at last. The older man dropped out, and shortly after, the auctioneer rushed me off the stage as he started the bid for the next woman. It all happened so fast, I didn't know what to make of it. A night with me was just purchased for $20,000. My knees were weak as I found Lacey and Belle waiting near the side of the stage, but I listened closely as the other women's bids didn't even come close to my amount. I'm so sorry we're late, Everly, Lacey said, and I took turns hugging them both. Belle, a 5-year-old dressed in such expensive clothes I never once imagined wearing at that age, looked at the crowd with wary eyes. My date with Michael lasted longer than I expected. I had no idea you were being auctioned off, though. You didn't say anything. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, I admitted. The final applause roared as the auction ended, and the crowd dispersed, breaking off into smaller groups to converse with one another. My boss heavily suggested I volunteer, and if I'm ever going to get anywhere in that place, I need to keep him happy. I found Phil, the asshole owner of the restaurant I worked at, shaking hands with the man who'd just purchased our date. There he is now. Guess I'm meeting the lucky man. Lacey and Bill both turned and watched as Phil slapped the man's shoulder, and they exchanged a few words and smiles. Phil noticed me pointing them out and gestured toward us. The man paused as our eyes met, and he said something to Phil and began walking our way. The butterflies in my tummy started to bite, and I took a deep breath as they came closer. There were a few games in the carnival that Belle wanted to play, Lacey said. We'll be over there. You mean you wanted to play? Belle said, and she looked at me. She's been wanting to throw darts at a wall of balloons since we got here. I could barely register what they were saying as all of my attention was fixed on the man coming my way. I'll find you, I said, and waved them off. Hello. I turned and found myself staring into a pair of kind, gray eyes. The man was taller than I expected, and an expensive whiff of cologne confirmed that he was indeed very, very rich. I'm Maddox Moore. Everly, I said, not particularly interested in giving him my last name. An eyebrow rose, but he shrugged and shook my hand. Maddox Moore. Why did that name sound so familiar? You were a natural up there, he said, as if every weekend for him was spent bidding on women. It dawned on me that it might be. A handsome man like him with fat pockets could buy his fill of women any day of the week. Thank you. It was my first time, I said, realizing his hint of sarcasm a bit too late. We stood in awkward silence, something that I didn't expect from a man who probably hosted galas and drank only the finest scotch in front of a fireplace. He leaned in, and my back stiffened as his arm brushed against mine. I'll have everything prepared for our date. Until then, I'll let you enjoy the fundraiser, and I'll pick you up tomorrow night, if that works for you. His brows lifted, as if he anticipated my response. I wanted to tell him that no, it didn't work, and that there might not be a day that ever worked. But Phil's eager face popped into my mind, and I nodded, although I really didn't want to give him my address. I considered all the grunt work I'd have to do to make it up to Phil if I didn't go through with it. He'd have me scrubbing the toilets at the restaurant if I embarrassed him, and I couldn't afford to be on his bad side. I'd sacrificed so much already to give up my dreams over a silly date. Tomorrow night is fine. Do you have a pen? Maddox nodded and pulled one out from his pocket. I dug out the night's program from my purse and wrote the address of a not-so-fancy restaurant far from my apartment before handing it to him. He glanced at it, and a lopsided smile appeared. It was almost charming, but I quickly shut that thought down. It was best I kept my head level and not let him charm me into some swooning idiot who'd lose focus on her future for a shitload of heartache. I've never eaten there. His voice brought me back down to earth, and I faked surprise. I had no doubt the man had never dirtied his feet in that restaurant, which is why I chose it. I'll meet you at 7, Everly. It was a pleasure to meet you. He smirked, and I watched as his broad shoulders slipped away into the crowd. Despite his politeness and looks, I still didn't feel comforted by the fact that I basically was sold to him for the night. I grimaced, already dreading the following day. If nothing else, I needed to figure out how I knew his name. It rang a bell, a warning bell. I found Lacey and Belle popping balloons at one of the game stations at the party. They were both giggling so hard their faces were red, and my sister had tears in her eyes. I'd missed whatever had gotten them to that point, but it was good to see them having fun. "She's been losing the whole time," Belle said as she handed me a dart. I watched as Lacey attempted another hit, aiming far too low and throwing her dart toward the ground. The two of them tuned up their giggles again, and I realized my sister was the laughingstock with her poor aim. "Mom, will you let Auntie Everly try?" Lacey moved aside from me and handed me a dart. I squared my shoulders and stuck my tongue out a bit as I aimed. With a flick of the wrist, the dart sailed across toward the balloons, headed right for a fat blue one. As it made contact, the dart bounced off and fell to the floor. Belle and my sister both stifled their giggles as I gave them a sideward glare, but soon the three of us were giggling, and I was red-faced too. "So, how is Mr. Moneybags?" Lacey asked. She tapped my shoulder and pointed across the room, where Maddox was standing next to the blonde-haired man and the little girl. It was obvious, from how the little girl was hanging off the blonde man's arm, that she was his daughter. I blew out a sigh of relief. At least Maddox didn't have children. "He's polite," I offered. "Meeting me at Tad's tomorrow." "Oh, dear Lord, please don't tell me you picked the restaurant," she said. "Wait, of course you picked it. A man like that would never eat there. He probably wanted to pick you up in his helicopter and fly you to the top of a skyscraper where an esteemed chef would be waiting with a 7-course dinner," Lacey said, and Belle gasped. "A helicopter? Does he have one?" Her little mouth hung open, and she turned to see who we were talking about. "No," I told Belle. "Your mom is being difficult. There's no helicopter." But as I glanced at Maddox, at the fine lines of his suit and the glow from a watch that was possibly more expensive than the price tag on my date, I wondered if maybe he did have a helicopter. Or 2, or 3. It wouldn't be that surprising. Men like him usually did have their big toys. My face felt warm as I realized he'd just purchased me like I was another one of his toys. It certainly made me curious to see the toy box. Surely a rich man like him had a nice home or two. "Still," Lacey said as I threw my next dart and hit a balloon, "you could have done a lot worse." The balloon popped, and I watched as Maddox walked back to the fundraiser floor. Maybe, I thought. Maybe so. Chapter 7, Maddox. "That doesn't match," Abby said as I handed her another tie. I frowned at the gray pinstripe suit I wore and the thin, black tie in my hand. "You can never go wrong with black and gray, Abby," I said, but put it away. "This one?" She picked up a solid blue tie and held it up to my suit. "I like it." "Of course you do," I frowned, "but I don't know if a young woman would like the same color tie as my 3-year-old. But what was the point? I fixed the tie and sat on the bed with Abby. "This is a mistake." "Why?" She hopped down beside me. "You like her?" "I don't know her," I said. "But I haven't been able to stop thinking about her once. It's my first date since I've had you, sweetie. It's been a long time since I even smiled at another girl. Is that okay?" I gazed into her eyes for any sign of hesitation or grief. "You can tell me if you don't like this. If you don't want me to go, I'll stay home, and we can watch Frozen again." Abby narrowed her eyes in concentration. "She's pretty," she said. "Her hair is really red, redder than any other hair I've seen. She reminds me of a mermaid, Daddy. I want you to go. Uncle Nick is better at singing Let It Go than you. Anyway." I laughed. The insult definitely wasn't as bad as it could have been. "Okay, I'll go on a date with this woman, but only because you like her hair. Now come on, let's drop you off at Nick's." She held my hand as we walked over, but the moment the door opened, she flew into the house and looked for the latest painting that Nick had been working on. a child in the middle of an ocean of balloons, floating in midair as she popped each balloon and giggled as the paint splattered her skin. Obviously, the child was Abby, and she demanded to see it every time we came over. "Got your big date?" Nick teased me as he closed the door behind us. "Yeah." I checked my watch. 6:15. Getting there a little early. I've never been to the restaurant, so I wanted to take a look around first. "Surprised Jackie let you off for the night," he joked, and I rolled my eyes. He knew Jackie worked for me, despite how it might seem sometimes. It was a busy morning at Alaskan Way, but lunch wasn't too bad. I'm going to stop by after close, though, and make sure the finances for the month are in order. I straightened my shirt and tie and then kneeled in front of Abby. "I'm heading out now. Have fun with Nick. And say hi to Elsa." She hugged me and I held on to her tightly. "Elsa is in the TV," she said. "I can't say hi." "Oh, of course. My bad." We said our goodbyes and I squeezed Nick's shoulder. "Thanks again for watching her." "Of course." He seemed almost shocked. "Our time together is the best part of the week." I smiled. Nick watched Abby often during the long days of me visiting my restaurants. I'll never be able to voice how much it meant that Nick was like a true uncle to her. "Have fun with the redhead. Don't get food poisoning." He curled his lip as if he were disgusted and let out a chuckle. I laughed. Nick and I had both heard horror stories of Tads, but I was willing to try something new. "I'll shoot you a text when I'm on my way back here," I said and pulled the door shut behind me. The beginning keys of "Do You Want to Build a Snowman" filled the silence as I walked down the steps toward my car. I got in my car and drove to the restaurant with clammy hands. I hadn't been that nervous in ages, and I sure hoped she was worth it. The restaurant isn't that bad, I thought as I waited at the front. It wasn't fancy, and the steaks were all less than $100, but the wine selection was decent, music was low, and waitresses were average. I paused to glance at the kitchen and took some time memorizing the menu. It wasn't upscale Italian, as I would have suggested, but seemed to be comfort American instead. It seemed I was the only one who made a reservation, as well as couples dressed in office clothes got seats with no problem. I fixed my tie and checked my watch. It was 7:15. She was late. I should have asked for a phone number. But she hadn't seemed to be comfortable with more than a friendly handshake at the fundraiser. She wasn't coming. I fixed my tie and checked my watch again. Of course she wasn't coming. Why would she? Why would such a beautiful, stunning woman bother with a single dad who spends his entire days traveling between restaurants? The door opened behind me, and I turned to take my leave. "I'm so sorry I'm late," Everly said as she smiled in my direction. I paused, taking in her soft gray dress with a white collar and dark high heels. "I got held up at work, and I couldn't exactly tell everyone there I was going on a $20,000 date. Not that they'd believe me anyway." Her cheeks flushed, catching her words too late. "It's okay," I laughed. "I guess that would be difficult to explain, huh?" The host showed us to our seats, where I ordered a bottle of their most expensive wine and ordered a steak dinner. Everly ordered roasted chicken, and the $20,000 date, as she called it, began an awkward silence. "So you were held up at work?" I asked. "Yep." She fidgeted with the cloth napkin. I smirked and raised an eyebrow, which she must have understood. "I'm a chef at St. Padre's," she said. Our appetizer, a bread basket that was left out for too long, and a weird side sauce that I supposed was oil and vinegar, arrived. "St. Padre's? On 3rd Street?" I asked. I hadn't realized Phil was her boss, but he had congratulated me after winning the bid with a bit too much excitement. I should have known. "That's the one." She gestured with her fork. "Are you head chef?" I hadn't taken her for a cook, and it shocked me that I'd suddenly become even more intrigued with the gorgeous redhead. "Not yet," she admitted in between bites of the cold bread. It's taking a little longer than I expected to move up the ladder, but I should be there soon. Show up on time, be innovative while taking only the appropriate amount of initiative, give others their time to shine, and above all else, be grateful. Her eyes lit up as she spoke about her journey, starting from a dishwasher at a culinary school to being a prep cook. She'd taken the dishwashing job because she couldn't find a chef job, and at least it got her foot in the door of the culinary market. Her hair was in a tight bun, with strands curling around her forehead. Thick eyelashes framed incredible green eyes that were much brighter in the restaurant's dark lighting. "That's quite a journey," I said after she finished. "You've worked so hard in such a short amount of time. Give it a few more years and you'll be running your own restaurant." She laughed. "Sure, and one day I'll own a 4-star restaurant, or maybe even a chain of them." She shook her head and I bit my lip from saying anything. Modesty is a virtue, I reminded myself. Our dinner arrived, and I was pleasantly surprised by the appearance. "So I have to ask, why did you pick this place?" I asked. "You work in the kitchen of a 4-star restaurant." "This place doesn't pretend to be anything it's not," she said, and I frowned. She framed her words carefully around bites of herbed chicken. I cut into my steak, letting it ooze onto the plate and into the mashed potatoes. "It's not fancy. The customers aren't snooty or uptight. I worked here in high school as a waitress, and I ended up liking how not fake everyone here is, if that makes sense." "And you feel like the 4-star restaurants are full of fake people?" I asked, leaning toward her. The V of her dress dipped dangerously low, and I struggled to keep my eyes away from it. Her slender neck gulped, and a fallen strand of red hair brushed against her cheek as she tilted her head and considered. "I think they're afraid of being real," she said, "because they're afraid of judgment." "But aren't you judging them anyways?" I asked. "So no matter what, it's a lose-lose situation?" "The chocolate lava cake is amazing," she said, and I blinked. "The what?" "You asked why I picked this place." Both of our plates were empty, and she was eyeing our waitress. "I used to make it when I worked here. It's a cookie dough-flavored cake full of hot chocolate that melts on your tongue. It's especially amazing paired with the vanilla bean ice cream. My mom used to ground me every single time I got a C in class, and so on report card day, before going home, I'd come here and eat a chocolate lava cake before getting grounded. I haven't had it since I was in high school." "So you picked this casual American restaurant to eat a chocolate lava cake?" I asked, and she nodded. Our waitress came by with a refill for our wine, and I ordered a lava cake. "I know it's not as fancy as your chocolates, cheesecakes, or diamond-crusted macaroons," she said as we sipped our wine. Her tone was a weak attempt at putting me in my place. "Or that you've probably never been to a restaurant like this." Howell's was exactly like this. I glanced around. A restaurant down the street from our place growing up. Comfort American with some damn good pies for dessert. I met her eyes as if to challenge her opinion of me. "Pies? It's hard to imagine someone like you eating a pie." She laughed. "Someone like me?" I raised an eyebrow. She was a second away from getting put in her place. She pressed the back of her hand against her mouth and blushed as if she'd read my mind. "My particular favorite is a traditional apple pie with a crust as golden and crispy and buttery as it can be," I said as our waitress set the lava cake between us. It was fluffy and huge, with steam slowly rising from the top. Everly picked up her spoon and dug into it, and we both licked our lips as a warm chocolate center oozed onto the plate. "It's still the same." She took a bite and collapsed in her chair. I took one bite, and the sweet chocolate was a wonderful mixture with the soft cookie dough-flavored cake. "Dark chocolate," I said, as I took another bite. Everly raised her eyebrow this time. "I think a dark chocolate filling with a white chocolate cake and coconut shavings would be a good creation." "White chocolate cake, coconut shavings, and hazelnut chocolate melted in the middle," she corrected, and I nodded. Her idea was better. Like Nutella, but not as sweet, maybe. Yours is good, too, but the bitterness of the dark chocolate would overpower any sweetness of the white chocolate. You may eat at fancy, expensive restaurants with 2-year waiting lists, Mr. Maddox Moore, but you better let the chefs do the cooking. I laughed, but a part of her was serious. Everly truly didn't know I was the chef who created my menus or owned my own chain of restaurants across the United States. I contemplated correcting her, but she had such an irresistible glow as she corrected my recipe that I didn't have the heart to say anything. I had the urge to tell her about Abby, how she would scarf down that lava cake within a second, but I couldn't bring myself to talk about her. You'll have to make it for me sometime then. I have some pull with a few professional chefs in the city, I said, and Everly blushed. We finished our dessert with pleasant small talk, this time of her experience in culinary school. She was incredibly intelligent, vocal about her desires and beliefs, and I found myself more and more drawn toward her as the night progressed. I paid the check and helped her with her coat as we left the restaurant. The air was chilly and the wind strong, and Everly hugged herself tightly as I walked her to her car. I glanced to make sure mine hadn't been broken into, and sure enough, the Camaro was sitting in the corner of the shadows without a mark. I decided against bringing the Julie out of this part of town, and the Camaro was the cheapest car in my garage. Still, it was one of my older models, and I'd been worried about it for the past few hours. "Thank you," Everly said as we reached her car. "I actually had a decent time." She laughed, and it was obvious she was truly surprised. "I'm glad." I scratched my head and tugged on my cashmere scarf. I needed to see her again, that was all I knew. Maybe next time I can take you out to one of those restaurants with the 2-year waiting list. You can make your dessert, or we could enjoy some wine in front of a fire during a cold night. I could have kicked myself. I hadn't meant to sound like a desperate romantic. "Thank you, but really, I'm not interested in dating right now." She didn't give me much time to respond before opening her car door and sliding behind the wheel. "It's not you, Maddox. It's my career." We said our goodbyes, and as I slid behind my steering wheel, I found it hard to blame her. I'd given up plenty of opportunities for my own career. But the ghost of her smile hid in the shadows of my rearview mirror as I drove to Nick's house. I needed to see her again. First, I needed to figure out how. Chapter 8, Everly. For the first time in a month, I had the chance to sleep in. I threw my phone beneath my bed and snuggled under the blankets, hiding from the noisy stripes of sunlight dancing on my pillow. It was late when I got home from the date, and after a few glasses of my own wine, bottom shelf, I had sat on the couch and went over the entire evening in my head multiple times. Maddox was handsome and charming and hadn't taken offense to anything that I said. It wasn't for my lack of trying, but he handled it like a true gentleman. I thought at any moment he'd put me in my place, but instead he wanted another date. Glutton for punishment, maybe, but I'd let him off the hook with my refusal. He wanted another date. But that was far too complicated for my life. He was rich and no doubt powerful, and living in an entirely different world than me. Still, it had been fun thinking of a new dessert, and he had eaten at Tad's with no problem. I suppose he was a down-to-earth billionaire. I laughed. Did such a thing exist? Who knew? It wasn't every day I met one, but then again, I hadn't let myself meet anyone over the years since school. I was content to do my work and get my career off the ground, without anything or anyone getting in my way. Turns out it wasn't too bad after all, but I'd take those things in small doses. I reminded myself to look him up again, to figure out exactly why his name was so familiar. His face certainly wasn't, but Seattle was huge. Unless he was the mayor or someone important, there was no way in hell I would remember him. My memory sucked, as it were. Maybe looking him up is a bad idea. I'm not interested anyway. Sleep was just barely on the horizon when someone knocked on my door. Ignore it, I told myself. It's not important. But the knocking continued, and just as I believed it gone, a key was inserted into the lock, and the doorknob turned. Great. I tried burrowing further into my bed. It was either a murderer or Lacey and Belle, and last I checked, I hadn't given any murderers a key. Evie! Belle's voice rang throughout the apartment. I would have rather faced the murderer. Everly! Lacey knocked on my bedroom door. I know you're cursing us right now, but Belle really wanted to help wake you up. And we thought it would be nice to have breakfast together. This is why I moved out, I yelled and forced myself out of the bed. Because Belle wants to wake me up every morning. She's a good alarm clock, I'll give her that, Lacey joked. I laughed myself and slipped on a pair of comfy lounge pants and a thermal. I'll start breakfast. Are you sure this isn't because you're insanely curious about my $20,000 date last night? I asked as I met Belle on my couch. She hugged me and told me about the newest Shopkins that she wanted. For a toy series about tiny groceries and miniature kitchen sets, they could get expensive. But Belle had matured beyond what was average for other 5-year-olds, and she always asked politely and somehow understood when it was beyond our means. $20,000 date at a $20 for 2 meals restaurant, Lacey said from the kitchen. I can imagine that only went one way. A disaster? Belle said. I laughed and the little girl smiled sheepishly. We were talking about it on the way here. It wasn't a disaster. I pulled out the miniature fridge that Belle carried everywhere with her and helped her stack the tiny food toys inside. Belle giggled as they threatened to fall over, and together we jammed them all inside. It was decent. He liked the steak, at least. He liked the steak, Lacey repeated. She spoke over the sounds of bacon sizzling and potatoes frying, and soon my apartment smelled like a 24-hour diner. I took a deep breath. Waffles or pancakes? She asked. Why not both? Belle and I said at the same time, and we laughed. The girl was thinking more and more like me every day. So if it wasn't a disaster, did he ask you for another date? Lacey asked. I bit my lip. Do I tell her? I didn't want her to think there was anything more than one paid date, but there was something charming about Maddox, an annoying itch that I couldn't scratch in my head. No, I lied. Lacey set up my kitchen table with stacks of pancakes and waffles and heaping plates of bacon and potatoes. You do realize I'm a chef, right? I'm not going to starve if you don't leave me leftovers. All this food was getting near the expiration date. I'm doing this so you don't poison yourself, she said. And I can take some leftovers home. All Belle ever does anymore is eat. The little girl was stuffing her face with waffles as her mother spoke. When's the last time you went grocery shopping? I thought about it. I haven't had time, honestly. Prepping for the dinner rush takes way longer than I thought, and then I help the station chefs through the rest of the night. I'm stuck there. What do you eat on your days off? She asked. Lacey, when's the last time I had a day off? And yesterday doesn't count. Mr. Moore probably didn't think it was stupid. Lacey smiled between bites of potatoes. Well, he didn't want another date, so I wouldn't say that as fact, I quipped. Plus, it's not like I have time to even think about him. I need to focus even more at St. Padres. There's rumors that Remy, the sous chef, is planning on retiring in a year. If I can get a spot as a station chef before he officially has a leave date, I can throw my name in for his position. Sous chef? That's basically head chef, right? Belle asked. I smiled, happy that she remembered my lessons. It's one step lower, basically an assistant to the head, I said. Lacey groaned. Well, your love life can't take a back seat to your career forever. Find someone who will support both, Everly. There's no reason you can't have both, like you and Belle always say. I contemplated her words as we finished up our breakfast, and I helped Belle put away her Shopkins. I have to drop Belle off at kindergarten, Lacey said as she slipped both of their coats on. She's finishing up her painting today. Oh, the secret one? For me that I'm not supposed to know about? I smiled as Belle counted each one of her Shopkins. That's the one, so be surprised, Lacey instructed me, and I nodded. I said goodbye to them both and glanced at the clock hanging above my kitchen. I still had a few hours before I had to leave for work, and with a full stomach, I could feel the edges of sleep pulling at me. I lay down on my couch and got comfy within the warmth of a throw blanket. For a brief moment, I wondered what Maddox was doing. And then I reminded myself that it didn't matter. He was probably sleeping in his giant 4-post bed with one of those canopies over it on sheets that were more expensive than my monthly rent. Yearly rent. Then another thought popped into my head and my face burned. Was he alone in that giant 4-post bed? It doesn't matter, I yelled at myself. Just fall back asleep. Something poked my side, and I wiggled my arms until I pulled out a tiny chocolate cake shopkin. I smiled at the memory of our fictional dessert and fell asleep with the chocolate cake in my grasp. My eyes opened, and without even glancing at the clock, I knew I was going to be late. I got ready in a rush and pulled out of my parking spot with tires screeching against the road. I used my knee to steer as I tied my hair into a tight bun at the top of my head, and I glanced in the mirror to make sure my face looked decent, a few bags beneath my eyes and makeup from last night still smudged, giving me an almost smoky eye. At least I was presentable. I was still sitting in traffic when my shift started. There goes my planned speech to Phil about me moving up to a station chef within the next few months. But as I stared at the cars slowly inching forward, a new determination grew within me. I wouldn't be licked. I may be late, a little more often than I'd like, but I always stayed far past my shift, never once blinking an eye as everyone else left before me, and I'd never once disappointed Phil. I'm a hard worker, loyal and dependable. This was just a hiccup in my plan, sure, but surely Phil would recognize my resolve and at least offer a discussion about a promotion. 3rd Street was nearly right off the highway, but the parking was a few blocks over. I zigzagged through traffic and nearly screamed in a fit of rage as another car cut me off. But I finally found our parking lot and was grateful as I pulled into one of the last remaining spots. Thank God, I murmured, and held my bag against me as I hurried down 5th. As soon as I crossed onto 4th, I realized I hadn't locked my car, and after a quick sprint back to the parking lot, I was finally in the back alley of 3rd, behind St. Padres. Everly, I was looking for you. Timothy, a station chef for meats, called as I stashed my purse into my locker and tied an apron around my waist. I needed the meats carved, and Anthony needs the potatoes blanched. I'm on it, I said, and immediately went to work. You seem out of it. I jumped as Catalina, one of my only friends at work, scared me as I peeled potatoes. I had a long night, I said, and morning my sister and niece woke me up way earlier than I'd planned. Oh, you mean your date? She smiled, brushing a small black curl off of her forehead, and took over the other half of the potatoes. You don't have to do that, I said. Catalina was the station chef for the desserts, but she often helped me with my own chores. She shrugged, and I knew better than to argue with her. And you know about that? Phil was talking nonstop about it, she said. He was so happy that a woman he brought was bought for so much. He didn't buy me, I argued, and Catalina laughed. At least not like that. We went out to eat at a small restaurant, nothing fancy, and had casual conversation. He paid, I thanked him, and we went our separate ways. I realized then that I hadn't thanked him for paying. Really? She raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. All the men here would pay more than he did for a single conversation with you. And they would do a lot more than talking. That's gross, I said, and nudged her with my hip. He was a gentleman, thank God, completely proper. I watched as Timothy struggled at his station. The older man was buried in mountains of potatoes, each one needing to be shaped differently, and I realized he must have been hours behind. There was literally no reason for me to be blanching these potatoes. Phil hasn't been too happy with Timothy recently, right? I asked. Yeah. Rumors say he might be fired soon. Phil even mentioned hiring another station chef to pick up his slack, Catalina said. You're gunning for that spot, right? That station helps all of the other ones, I said. Decent exposure to the whole kitchen. And then the sous chef is leaving soon. I could make head within the next 2 years if I play my cards right. You're crazy. Catalina smiled and laughed. I'm perfectly happy where I am. Head chef is a whole other ballgame. But she gestured behind us, toward the restaurant's offices, where Phil was just entering through the back door. The pitcher just got back from the bank, if you want to make a swing at him. Catalina knew I'd been planning on making my pitch for station chef. I'll finish the rest. Thanks, Catalina, I said, and met with Phil outside of his office. His bald head was freshly shaved, and his suit crumpled at the seams. I thought of Maddox, and how perfectly straight his suit had been. "Everly, how was your night?" he asked. "Very good, thank you for taking me. Maddox was a perfect gentleman," I said. Phil made a funny face, and I realized he most likely didn't know who Maddox was. "I heard you were late again today," he said, and I winced. "Traffic?" "I'm sorry. Yeah, it was bad earlier. I'm staying past close and helping prep for tomorrow, if that makes up for it," I said, and followed him into his office. Phil took a seat behind a large mahogany desk and rummaged through metal bins. "Of course, Everly. I'd expect no less. You know, sometimes I count on you being late, only on days that I know we'll need more help later on in the night." "I'm glad to help," I said, and took a seat. He raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" I swallowed. This was my moment. "I've been here for 2 years," I said. "Started dishwashing, and now I'm prepping." He nodded. "You've worked hard these past years, yes." "But I've been helping the station chefs a lot more, and most of the shifts are spent subbing for station chefs," I said. "Every position is expected to fill in," Phil said, repeating the same words he had said during our interview 2 years prior. "Yes, and it's given me plenty of experience, and I'm so grateful for it. And recently, I've noticed the need for an extra station chef. And I'm trying to be modest here, but I am perfect for that position." I lowered my voice as Phil glanced between me and the various files on his desk. "You're asking for a promotion?" he asked. "Yes, to station chef. I've never been shy about telling you that I'm going to be head chef one day, and being a station chef is my next step," I said. "Remy retires within the year, which is more than enough time to get the experience necessary as a station chef before applying for the sous chef position." Phil rubbed a hand down his jaw. "Sounds like you're getting a little ahead of yourself there," he said. My heart deflated. "I just want to make sure I'm prepared," I said. "I can recreate all of the menu items here perfectly, and I've assisted Remy enough times to know that I can manage an entire kitchen on my own." "You are talented, Everly, and I've never disagreed." Phil leaned back in his chair. "But I have to deny your promotion. I need you where you are. There are no new station chefs, and when it's time for Remy to leave, whoever the top station chef is at the time will replace him. There's a natural order to the chain, and if you try climbing over others to get to the top, you might find yourself delinked." "What does that mean?" I whispered. "You know what it means," he said, and focused his direction back to the files. "Stay where you are, Everly. You're a wonderful prep cook, and given time, you'll get to go where you want to go." He dismissed me, and I walked back to my prepping station in a daze. 2 years. I'd bled for the restaurant for 2 years. Giving up a life, time spent with family, losing friends, and 2 years later all I can do is blanch frites? Catalina threw me a look of pity, recognizing the distress on my face. 2 years, and I'm still at the bottom of the ladder? I blanched my potatoes. Maybe it was time for something new. It was going to be a long-ass week, for sure. Chapter 9. 4 days later. Maddox. It was a rare day off, but being the end of the week, I'd take it. One of those days where Jackie promised to take care of the restaurants herself, and to forward any emails to me to be read tomorrow. I didn't have anything planned, other than possibly stopping by Alaskan Way to peep in without anyone knowing I was there. And thankfully, there wasn't anything else written on my calendar. No business meetings, no doctor visits, no luncheons. I could say, without a doubt, that I had absolutely nothing planned. So then why did I feel such an overwhelming urge to do something? I had spent all week thinking of ways to see Everly again, and I did have one idea that was unlikely and nearly impossible, but it was the only trick I had up my sleeve. I hoped Nick wouldn't mind watching Abby for a bit. Something wiggled beside me, not unlike a horror movie. I remained still as a creature wormed its way up to me. Stiff blonde curls popped out of the sheet, and it took me a moment to realize Abby had been hiding under the covers as I slept. "Hey, Daddy," she mumbled and rubbed her eyes. "Hey, sweetheart, how long have you been here?" I wrapped an arm around her tiny frame and snuggled her close. "Called in last night. The wind was scary," she whined, "like that movie Uncle Nick was watching before you picked me up." I groaned. "You guys watched a scary movie that late?" I wasn't entirely surprised, which spoke for itself. "About a guy who chases people with chainsaws and cuts them in graveyards," Abby said and trembled. "Uncle Nick said it's good for the brain to watch scary movies early." I couldn't even remember what movie that was, which meant it must have been one of Nick's B-rated slasher films. "Don't listen to Uncle Nick," I said. "He must have watched one too many scary movies, and his brain is messed up because of it." Abby giggled. "Are you going on a date?" she asked. I asked her what she meant. "Uncle Nick said you're dating." "You barely even know what that means. I only went on one date with Everly." "Do you like her?" Abby stared at me with her giant blue eyes, and I was reminded of Everly's firm refusal. "Daddy?" "Sure, but that doesn't matter. I don't need anyone else but you." I poked her nose and she laughed. "Daddy, you need a girlfriend," she said, and I slowly brought my hands to her sides. She recognized it too late, and Abby screamed bloody murder as I tickled her. "But then I wouldn't have time to tickle you," I yelled, and Abby hit me in the side. She squirmed on the bed, trying to crawl towards the edge, and I pulled her back. "Plus," I said, getting serious, "I can't imagine loving anyone else as much as I love you." Abby wasn't one for emotional outbursts, so as I spent a moment bonding with her, she took the opportunity to sneak her arms in my armpits and started tickling me. "You monster!" I yelled, and she took off from the bed. I chased her down the stairs, where I picked her up and spun her around the room. "You monster!" she repeated in screams. "You monster!" I carried her into the room and helped her change for the day. "What did you eat?" she asked. I'd tried explaining to her what a date was before I left, and said that it was a night where two adults shared a dinner. She had seemed so confused, but I promised she'd understand when she was older. "Steak," I said. "That's so boring." She picked out my tie, a striped blue one, and fetched my shoes for me. 3-year-olds could be really useful at times. "It was delicious," I said. A blatant lie. Abby was already used to the tender portions of steak at my restaurants, and she would have spat last night's steak out with disgust. We walked hand in hand over to Nick's, who answered the door in a paint-splattered apron. "An early surprise," he yawned. "You know how much Abby loves going over here. She'd probably make a tunnel connecting our houses if she could," I said, and looked over his newest paintings. They were incredible, bright and vivid with dark shadows that really caught your imagination. "There's a lot of buzz coming from the galleries downtown," Nick said. "I sold a few already, and my name's been popping up in people's mouths. Soon I'll be known in all of Seattle." "That's great," I said honestly. They deserve it. You deserve it. I knew you'd get your big break eventually. Is that why you've been sponsoring me? Nick teased. Abby was invested in a mostly blank canvas in the corner, where the corners were covered in stripes of yellow and pin drops of red. She had been working on her own painting for a while, pretending to be Nick's little apprentice. So now that you got the hardest one out of the way, when's the next? Nick asked and plopped down on his couch. What? I frowned. Did he mean children? Dating. You went on your first date since having a kid and you're still standing. That means you're free to go on others, right? He said. Nick had been begging me to go out with him for months now, but meeting women at the club and checking into a motel while my 3-year-old was at her grandmother's didn't sound like a promising life. No dates, I said. At least not with anyone else. You should have met her, Nick. Everly, the woman's name. She's smart, beautiful and smart with her own aspirations and goals, and damn, I really think she has a chance. Nick smirked. A chance at what? Oh, well, she's a chef, I said, at St. Padre's, Phil's place, that asshole you hate. But she had these ideas for her own menu that were amazing, and she's working now to become head chef. She has no problem speaking her mind and doesn't give a shit how much money I make. She ordered the cheapest entree on the menu. Nick clapped. She ordered the cheapest item? She's obviously the one, Maddox. Go screw yourself. I whispered below my breath and glanced to make sure Abby didn't hear. It sounds like you really like her, Nick said. Poor girl. I don't know what I feel, I admitted. Just that I have to see her again. Will you watch Abby for a while? Not too long. I just have something I need to do. Sure, she needs to work on her painting anyway. I'll make her some breakfast and we'll go out for lunch later. Nick gestured at Abby's little workshop in the corner. You're going to have an artist on your hands one day. As long as she doesn't grow up to be like you. I thanked him and got ready to leave. Oh, and if you let my 3-year-old watch a slasher film again, I'm going to chase you with a chainsaw around a cemetery. Yeah, Nick laughed. Go chase your woman. I'm not chasing anyone, and she's not my woman, I mumbled as I entered my car. Not yet. I pulled into an awful parking situation on 3rd, and after one glance up and down the street, decided to valet 3 blocks over from St. Padre's instead. It was a busy Monday in between breakfast and lunchtime, and business workers hurried down the street to make it to the office in time. I took my time, hands stuffed in pants, and walked back and forth in front of St. Padre's. The afternoon preps were arriving, and I tried to stay innocuous as I looked for any sign of red hair. My nerves got the better of me, and I walked down a block toward a cat cafe to collect my nerves. What was I doing? This was never going to work. She was absolutely going to refuse me, possibly even call me a stalker and hit me with her purse. I paid for a small mocha and brownie and sat in the cat cafe for longer than I'd like to admit. I took Abby there often, and her favorite cat, an adoptable black and white tuxedo who loved purring on her lap, greeted me warmly. He was looking for the 3-year-old who loved scratching him behind his ears, surely, and I offered him a pet or two as an apology. His white fur clung to my dark suit within seconds, and I cursed myself. There was no way I could confront Everly now, not with cat fur all over me. I finished my mocha and treat in peace as 2 other cats lounged beside me. The worker reminded me kindly, once again, that the tuxedo cat was up for adoption, and I pretended to care. Abby would be delighted, but she's also a 3-year-old with little understanding of what it meant to take care of another living being. I was making excuses. I realized this as I paid for another mocha and convinced myself that Everly would judge me for 3 stray cat hairs on my sleeve. I was stalling for time. I was a coward. St. Padre's was in between the cat cafe and the valet where my car waited, so I slowly walked past it. Just before I turned the corner, however, a flash of bright red caught my eye, and I turned. Everly was rushing down the street on the opposite road, her hair in a messy knot on the top of her head, and eyes focused on her watch. This was it. My chance was now or never. Seeing her in the flesh, not in the hazy memories of my mind, was like a jolt of electricity to my veins. Had she always been so beautiful? Everly, I said and moved in front of her, but she wasn't paying attention and she ran right into me. I'm so sorry, she yelled and stared at me with wide green eyes. I saw the flicker of recognition, and then the shock of surprise hit her. Mr. Moore, she said and fixed her uniform. Maddox, really, I said. She seemed hesitant. Maddox, what are you doing here? She asked, glancing at her watch. God, I'm late again. Again? I bit my lip and stopped to smile. I wanted to see you. Her eyes flickered from her watch to me, and she raised an eyebrow. I realized how inappropriate I sounded. I mean, I have a proposition, I said, and cursed. That also sounded inappropriate. I hate to rush you, but I've been late twice already this week, and I'm already not on the best of terms with my boss at the moment. Of course, I'm sorry. I only meant that you seemed so skilled and knowledgeable, and in a turn of irony, my chef quit this week. I forced a smile onto my face. Your chef? She asked. Like at your house? Yes. I said it a little too quickly. At my house. My personal chef. She made every meal and was going to teach me how to cook, but she found a better position at, well, death. I cringed. This was making no sense at all. She passed? Everly covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I think, but what does your personal chef dying have to do with me? I want to offer you a formal position as my personal chef and to teach me how to cook. It's time I learned how to do it myself. The lie was blasphemous, and if anyone else heard me, Phil, for example, who no doubt was sitting in his office just feet away from me, they would never let me live this down. But it was the only way I could get Everly in my life, while also helping hers. It'll look wonderful on future resumes. A lot of people in the city know my name, and they know I only eat the highest quality food available. Everly hesitated, staring at everything except for me. I had expected her to laugh, or to slap me, or just about anything else other than actually contemplating it. But she recognized the potential, it seemed. What's your current salary? I asked. She whispered a number under her breath, and I almost frowned. Phil was paying her that little? I'll tell you what, the head chef here, he makes well over 6 figures a year, I said, and pulled out a thin spiral notebook from my pocket and a pen. I scribbled a quick series of numbers, followed by my phone number, and handed it to her. That's how much I'll pay you. You'll never get paid that much at St. Padres, even as head chef. She stared at the numbers blankly. She would need time to process it, it seemed. I'm being serious, Everly, I said. I see potential in you. You just have to see it in yourself. This much, and I'll be your chef and teach you how to cook? She clarified, and I nodded. I'll have to think about it, she said, and surprised the both of us. I'll think about it, and I'll call you. Thank you, Maddox. She rushed into the restaurant, and I returned to my car with trembling hands. It worked! So far, my plan worked. I barely remembered the numbers on the notepad, but I knew they were enough that if she still declined, then she truly did not want to see me again. Chapter 10, Everly. I walked away from Maddox with trembling legs. The note was in my purse, and it was difficult to keep from reading it over and over again. A job offer? His personal chef? The salary? It was like a dream. Everything about it screamed fake. He would laugh at me if I took it, telling me it was a joke and that I was a naive little girl. He was older than me. Maybe it was a lesson. But his face had been so serious as he offered the position. The same stubble across his chin, the same deep gray eyes that seemed to look nowhere else but at me, the same smirk that crossed his face as he smiled at something I said. Maybe he wasn't joking. Maybe it was real. I clocked into work and tied my apron around my waist. It was busy for a Monday. which meant I would have almost no time for myself. I didn't have time to be distracted. I had to blanch fries, prepare tomatoes, saute mushrooms, and dice onions. The other chefs moved around me in a familiar pattern until we were synchronized in a cooking dance. "You're distracted," Catalina said, and I paid her little attention as I pureed carrots. "Maybe," I said, as a plan formulated in my head. We began to slow in the few silent moments between lunch and dinner, and soon I was able to breathe. The note was surely buried deep within my purse by now, but that didn't stop it from taking over my mind. His phone number, just a few scribbles on a note, was all I could think about. That and the fact that I was going nowhere in this restaurant with no recognition or way up. "Are the truffles ready?" Sergio, another station chef, asked. I glanced at my prep counter and found a pile of mushrooms that had been waiting for pickup for nearly 3 hours. "They were washed hours ago," I said, and handed them to him. "Hours ago?" he huffed. "They'll lose their flavor that way. We have more, right?" I shook my head. I was told to have these washed and ready hours ago, which I did. It's not my fault you didn't pick them up in time. Sergio snarled and snatched them from my hand. "I'll talk to Phil about this," he said, and returned to his counter. Of course, I thought. I wouldn't expect anything less. It wasn't the first time a station chef forgot an ingredient. But they were never blamed for their faults. No, it was always the prep's wrongdoings. "Don't listen to him," Catalina said as she passed me. "He always threatens to run to Phil." I smiled and thanked her, but I had had enough. The moment I was finished prepping, I barged into Phil's office without knocking. "Everly!" he exclaimed, stammering as he apologized to whomever he spoke with on the phone. "Did I call you in here?" "No," I said. "I'll wait for you to finish." I stood in the corner as he frowned and told the speaker he'd call them back, and hung up. "What is it now?" he asked, as if I often interrupted him during important phone calls. "I received an offer earlier," I said. "A job offer." I clarified as he stared at me with a blank look. "Oh? What for?" he said carefully. "A personal chef. To someone very wealthy." I kept Maddox's name out of my mouth. "He offered me way more than you ever could. But, Phil, I'd be more than happy to stay if it was certain that I'd at least have a shot of head chef in the next 2 years. There was a moment where Phil considered my plea. He glanced at his files, his phone, and finally at me. "Everly," he began, "do you really think anyone else would put up with you the way that I do?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "You're always late," he said. "Always running in here when you should be working. Always trying to get ahead of everyone else, not caring who falls in your path. The way you speak to me." He shook his head. "No one else would put up with this, especially not a wealthy man who's apparently offering you more than I am." "I've worked my ass off for years," I pleaded. "I stay in that kitchen until 2, sometimes 3 in the morning. Why am I always late? Because no one else stays that late, and I'm the only one who even cleans the kitchen. I get maybe 4 hours of sleep on a good night before I'm awake and on my way here." "Regardless of your motivations, when I have you scheduled at 10, I expect you to be here at 10 at the dot," Phil said. "So you won't even let me try to move up the ladder here?" I asked one more time. "You are exactly where you need to be," he said, repeating the same words as every other time I'd asked about a promotion. "Okay." I nodded, fidgeting with the edges of my sleeves. "I don't think I can be here anymore then." "Thank you for the opportunity, Phil, but I quit." I turned, my heart beating so hard that I feared it might explode. I heard Phil stand abruptly from his seat. "Good luck finding anyone else to put up with this!" he yelled. But I was already walking out of his office and out of St. Padres. "You're what?" Lacey yelled. I winced, pulling the phone away from my ear. I sat in my car, still parked in the cramped parking lot on 5th, and munched on a bag of muffins purchased from the Cat Cafe. I had sat there for the better part of an hour, reliving every moment of the day. I had to do something, I said. I was never going to get anywhere there. And this new job as Maddox's chef, it could lead somewhere, Lace. He has connections that I could only dream about. I dusted off cat hair from my favorite tuxedo. You don't know anything about him, Lacey yelled. I could practically hear her slapping her head. You don't know if he's going to keep his word or if his checks will bounce or clear. I thought about his fancy suits, the watch that cost more than both of my college degrees, and how much he paid for a single date with me. I don't think that's going to be a problem, I said. He could be a murderer. Lacey loved stating the obvious. Or a weird pervert. God, I don't know what would be worse. Or he could just be a bored billionaire who actually wants to learn how to cook, I offered. But Lacey wasn't taking it. Just think this through, Everly, please. This is way too risky for someone like you. You're giving up your career for some guy you don't even know? What does that mean? I asked. Someone like me. You just don't take unnecessary risks, she said. Everything you've done has been for your career. That's the thing. This is for my career. I'm going to be a chef for one of the richest guys in Seattle. It'll look amazing on my resume. I repeated Maddox's words. Just promise me you'll think about this, Lacey pleaded. You can probably get your job back if you apologize today. I opened my mouth to argue, but realized it was useless with Lacey. Becoming a mom made you more careful, paranoid. I knew she was only this troublesome because she cared, and I couldn't blame her. Of course, yeah, I said. I'll call you later. Don't do anything crazy, she said, and we exchanged our goodbyes. Don't do anything crazy. I stared at my phone and the piece of paper waiting on the console of my car. His phone number was in clear view, and so was the salary. Lacey was right, at least. This was probably the biggest risk I'd ever take. And it was one I needed. I was doing the right thing. It was hard to explain, but somehow, at that moment, I knew it was the right thing. I dialed Maddox's number, and within a minute, his voice spoke from the other line. Hello, he answered. It's Everly, I said. Everly Winters. I winced. I don't think he knew my last name. Everly, how are you? He seemed pleased to hear from me and surprised. All I have to do is cook your meals and teach you how to make them? I asked, and confirmed the salary. Of course, he said, with bonuses on holidays. How much of a bonus? I asked. Double what you'd normally get, he said, and I sighed. What would I even do with all this money? I'll take it, I said, crumpling up the piece of paper in my palm. I'm glad to hear it, he said smoothly, as if he'd expected this the whole time. Are you able to start on Monday? Next Monday? Yeah, I can be there, I said. Perfect. I'll send you my address. And I'll see you no later than 6 that evening. Let's start with dinner and go from there. Okay. Thanks so much. He said goodbye and hung up. I threw my phone in my purse and covered my mouth. Adrenaline rushed over me, making me want to jump and skip and curl into a ball at the same time. I had quit my job and taken an offer of a lifetime from a handsome man who seemed to take up way too much of my thoughts. This was just a job, I reminded myself. And hopefully, his word was 11, good. Maddox. I saw the opportunity present itself and slipped between the closing doors without a single person noticing. The cold wind bit at me, and I said goodbye to Alaskan Way and picked my car up at the valet. It never took more than half a minute for them to retrieve it, but I was still waiting after 2. You still have your restaurant on Market Street. I turned to find Jackie storming toward me. I cursed. So someone noticed me leaving. I stopped by the other day, I said. It's in my notes. I'm pretty sure you already ordered the new freezer, and I ordered new table covers. She furiously typed on her phone and checked our pending orders. Her thick hair was framed around her face in a bob cut, and her black skin was shiny with the heat of standing in a kitchen for too long. Dark eyes glared at me. But I was right, and she knew it. Really, Jackie, all you can eat is fine. Much more relaxed than you. Take the rest of the night off, get a massage, drink some wine. Add it to our expenses, I offered as the Julia pulled up. You and I both know I'm not going to do that, she said, and leaned on a hip. Well, except for the wine part. I'm putting a bottle of our most expensive wine on your tab. She pointed at me, and I smirked. Of course, I said, and slid behind my wheel. Jackie turned on her heels and returned to the restaurant, and I waited a moment and watched as she left with 2 bottles of our finest wine. I wouldn't expect anything less. I checked my reflection in the visor often as I drove to Nick's house. Tonight was Everly's first night, and it was a miracle I'd gotten through work at all. What would she make? I wondered throughout the day. How would she react if I introduced Abby to her? Was I paying her enough? I was smart enough to understand that introducing Abby to a woman too early was a poor decision, but I felt as if there was another reason behind it. I was protecting Abby, no doubt, but was I protecting myself as well? There was no way I was letting my little girl think that another woman was coming into our world until I knew for sure that Everly was the woman I wanted in my life. It would either give Abby false hope that she'd have a mother figure or scare the shit out of her that someone might take me away too. I wasn't willing to let her think either thought just yet. And how long was I going to be able to hide my very successful restaurant chain that's all over this state and across the country? It was almost a must now that I'd lied about needing her to teach me how to cook. Why the hell had I done that? Alaskan Way had been open for a year and a half, and already we were the top choice for downtown evening dinner. I was also contemplating adding a dish to the menu, thanks to Everly, and it was hard to hide my passion when it stirred. And it was stirring. The more I thought about Everly, the worse my desire grew. I squirmed in my seat. Something was stirring, at least. I was back to normal as I reached Nick's, and I greeted Abby with a giant hug. She was working on that same painting she'd started Friday, just before the weekend. I made a comment on how amazing it looked. Nick smirked in his corner, where a new painting waited. A lie doesn't hurt, I said as he glanced at Abby's mess of scribbled paint. Clearly, he said, and his tone gave the impression of a double meaning. I raised an eyebrow, and Nick laughed. You told that poor woman you needed someone to teach you how to cook, and she believed you. You're playing her for a fool. He had trouble keeping his laughter from filling up the whole room. I didn't have another choice, I said, and I couldn't help laughing along. It is dumb, isn't it? Yeah. Nick shrugged. Really dumb. But horny men do really dumb shit. He said it quietly, but my head still snapped toward Abby to make sure she wasn't listening. She repeats everything you say, I reminded him, and he held his hands up. And that's not why I'm doing this anyways. You're disgusting. I shoved his shoulder, and we both cracked up. But man, she is something, isn't she? I said, remembering Everly in that tight black dress at the fundraiser. What was interesting to me, at least, was that she still looked as amazing as she was rushing down the street in a chef's uniform late for work. She's a looker, Nick agreed. Would you mind watching Abby for a few more hours? I asked. I haven't exactly told her about Abby yet. Sure, I understand. She can stay as long as you want her to. Nick asked Abby if she'd like to stay longer with him, and she cheered and thanked me. Uncle Nick and I are painting, she said and pointed at her canvas. Do you like it? Of course, sweetheart. It's perfect, I said, and Nick laughed behind me. That pretty woman you like, with the red hair? She's coming over to make dinner. She's eating? Abby asked, and I nodded. We might eat together. Is that okay? I asked. Abby pretended to think about it, which was a habit she was starting to enjoy. Yeah, Daddy, she said. I love you. For a split moment, I second-guessed myself. Was this fair to Abby? She didn't know Everly, so if things didn't work out between us, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But it was important to me that Abby was comfortable with everything. I pulled her into a hug and thanked her for being a great child. That's weird. She complained and pushed me away. Nick cracked up, and I shoved him aside. I guess they all grow up someday, huh? He said and opened his door for me. Don't even joke about that. I frowned and got ready to leave. Oh, wait, Daddy, Abby yelled and jumped on my leg. I kneeled in front of her. Good walk. She smiled and ran back to her painting. I watched her for a moment before fixing my tie and walking back to my house. I was going to need that luck. I spent the next 2 hours making sure my kitchen was perfect. High marble counters, sleek, all-steel appliances, restaurant-grade oven and stove, only the best. I wondered if it was possibly too much, but that couldn't be an issue. Surely Everly would appreciate it. I was stressing over nothing. I forced myself to lounge in a recliner in the library, nerves on edge as I waited for the sound of a doorbell. I had sent her my address earlier in the day and had nearly forgotten how to breathe when she had replied with a simple thanks. Thankfully, Abby was easy to pick up after, and there was nothing of hers lying around. She was a bit of a neat freak and always wanted her toys to be perfectly positioned in the corner of her room. She loved dusting the house as well, despite our maid visiting once a week for nearly 5 hours at a time. My doorbell rang and I ran to greet it in record time. My breath was shallow and uneven as I answered it, opening the door to a very startled and wide-eyed Everly. She was breathtaking. In a form-fitting white blouse and black pants that hugged her curves. Her hair was tied up as usual, and she had an apron hanging on the crook of her arm. Everly, I welcomed her. Come in. She took the first step slowly, as if she wasn't sure if she could come inside. Her eyes never once stopped zigzagging through my house, at the grand staircase to our left, the vaulted ceiling with a giant crystal chandelier behind us, or the bridge upstairs connecting my 7 rooms. This is your house? She almost laughed. Yes. I gestured around us. There are 2 restrooms on this floor, on the furthest 2 corners from each other. She followed as I crossed the family room into another room. Here's the parlor. It opened up to an office where a pool, a table, and billiards waited with dust. And through here, I took her to the other room on the other side of the parlor, is the library. If you need a moment to yourself for any reason, I highly recommend this room. She nodded, taking it all in. If I need a moment to myself, she repeated. You have this entire house to yourself? No one else? I hesitated, standing in between the family room and parlor. Yes, I said after a moment. It does get quite lonely sometimes, to be honest. And all you had was your chef? She asked. And a maid, Gloria. She comes once a week. Everly laughed, a sweet sound that I wanted to hear more of. How does this place get dirty with just one man? Are you that filthy? My eyes widened and a blush spread across her cheeks. I mean, no, that's not what I meant, she stammered. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. Come. I waved her off and led her toward the east portion of my house. She gasped at the sight of the fish tank running along the wall and followed the trail into the kitchen, where she froze. And this is the kitchen, I said proudly. Oh my God. She placed her apron on the countertop and traced along the smooth edge. The kitchen was easily half the size of the family room, spanning nearly 2 regular restaurant kitchens. 2 double ovens faced one another against the wall, and a long spiral island separated the 2 halves of the kitchen. Is this real? I haven't spent much time in here, I said and leaned against the counter. I barely even know what any of this does. She shook her head, but I made a point to memorize the smile playing on her face. Okay, well, let's start with ingredients. She opened one of the 2 fridges and began pulling items out. I'm surprised you already had everything I needed. She had sent over a list of ingredients the other day, asking which ones she needed to pick up. I'd gone out and purchased the highest quality selection I could find and lied and said my previous chef loved to stock up on food. Well, it seems like a simple recipe, I said. Salmon and potatoes were on the menu for dinner. I wanted to start easy, she said. Plus, living on the coast, everyone should know how to cook a decent fish dinner. It should be a requirement. On the counter was a giant fillet of salmon, prepped and ready to cook. Whole sweet peppers, bell peppers, cilantro, lemon, pepper, cloves of garlic, onions, and asparagus. She sorted through my pots and pans until she picked out specific ones. She seasoned the fish with herbs and spices and set it aside. It's important to get the potatoes in the pot quickly, she said, and dumped 4 potatoes in a giant pot. She covered it with water, and I patiently listened as she explained the instructions on how to make mashed potatoes. Doesn't seem too hard, I said, noting the differences in our techniques in my head. Now we prepare the bell peppers and asparagus, she said, and began slicing through them. Do you want me to help with anything? I asked, and she shook her head. Just watch for tonight, she said. I'm sorry I stole you away from your previous position. I made small talk as she began roasting the vegetables. I only wanted your talents for myself. It was selfish. Phil was selfish, she said and apologized. He was my boss, and I'm sure he had his own problems. But I couldn't stay in a place that didn't appreciate me. I nodded, understanding every single word. I knew how it felt to be so proud of yourself and to have little recognition. I pretended to act clueless about this meal, and Everly danced around my kitchen flawlessly as she mimicked the top chefs of my restaurants. I smiled. How could anyone ever not appreciate her? The salmon takes the least amount of time, she said as she placed 2 seasoned fillets on a skillet. The vegetables were roasting to the side, and a bowl of boiled sweet potatoes were waiting to be combined with salt, butter, chives, and sour cream. Just like that? I asked. Leave it on there for 10 minutes and it's done? It's the easiest, she said. And my favorite. I could eat salmon every day for the rest of my life. What else would you do for the rest of your life? I asked, unable to hide my curiosity. She paused and glanced at me with a confused look. If there weren't any obstacles, what would you do? I would open up my own restaurant, she said without hesitation. On the pier, fresh food, amazing cocktails, and the best view in the entire city. It would have an open patio for the dogs, and an upstairs dining area that's more formal than the downstairs. And you would just work there for the rest of your life? I asked. That's all I would need, she said and smiled softly. I guess that and watch all the Broadway shows that came into town. Oh, a Broadway junkie, I joked. I knew far too many of them, and Everly didn't really strike me as the type. I've seen every musical known to man, she said. Sung every word, recited each line. I try to make it to the shows, but by the time I have some money saved up, all the tickets are purchased by scalpers, and the prices are triple what they normally are. So I end up buying the DVD or watching it online. Have you been to a show? I asked, and she shook her head. Well, if you count high school plays, then sure. I was the director of ours. She grinned, and I found myself copying her. God, what a mess we were. The salmon was finished, and Everly began plating a single plate. I'll set the leftovers in the fridge, she said. Why don't you stay for dinner? I asked. You made more than enough for the entire week. I'm going to have to bring this into work or give it away to the homeless before it goes bad. She glanced at her phone. Is that okay? She asked. I mean, the job was to cook for you and show you how along the way. I like to be friends with my employees, I said, not that I saw her as an employee exactly. Come on. I handed her another plate, and she mimicked the first one perfectly. I carried them both to a room on the other side of the kitchen, where a giant oak table stretched from one side of the long room to the other. Golden chairs draped with a shimmery cloth waited for us, and I placed the 2 plates beside one another and pulled out a seat for Everly. It just keeps getting better, she murmured and stared at the crystal chandelier above us. Why do you even have so many chairs if it's just you? Family get-togethers, I said, and I host parties here on the rare occasion. Somehow, with just the 2 of us at a table that seated 30, felt intimate. Everly coughed into her elbow and draped her apron across the back of her chair. Okay, she said and sat down. So what exactly do you do then? I've been dying to ask this forever, but it seemed rude up until now. What's different about now? I smiled. You're living alone in a mansion with a dining room that's excessive even for the Queen of England, she said. I don't think even the Queen has enough family to fill up these seats. I contemplated the question. I couldn't tell her I owned restaurants. Not yet, anyways. I'm an investor, I said, not entirely a lie. I have stocks and trades and heavy investments in businesses that make more money than they know what to do with. An investor. She considered my words and speared a piece of salmon onto her fork. I tried the vegetables first and sighed with pleasure. They were crunchy and warm and delicious. The sweet potatoes were just as good, and finally I took a bite of the salmon. Flavor burst onto my tongue, sweet and tangy and flaky and juicy. Everly had combined the ingredients in a unique blend that I hadn't experienced before, a strong mixture of lemon and garlic that isn't overpowered by pepper. She really knew how to cook fish. Where did you learn how to cook? I asked. We were poor growing up, she said, and my mom couldn't really buy many groceries. 2 months of ramen in a row really teaches a girl how to spice it up. I'd save up money from my awful weekend job, buy some cheap fish at the market, and taught myself how to cook it and add it to the noodles. It evolved from there until I was cooking every night. It wasn't until I was in high school that my dream of my own restaurant came up. But once it did, I couldn't stop it. She was constantly full of surprises, it seemed. We finished our meal with a pleasant chat, and I waved her off as she attempted to clean. "My maid comes tomorrow," I said, a blatant lie. "She'd rather clean this and get a good bonus for it than come here and find nothing to do." "Well, okay," Everly said, but it was clear that she wasn't entirely comfortable with leaving such a mess. "So tomorrow night again," I said, and complimented her cooking. "Thank you." She blushed. We walked to the front of my house just between the entryway and hesitated. It felt like the end of a date, and I wondered if she noticed it. "I'm thinking of duck or lamb tomorrow," she said. "I'm an expert at both." "Of course you are," I laughed. "Either one is perfect." She nodded. "Okay then. Well, good night, Mr. Moore." She turned to leave, and I sat my hand on her shoulder. Her warmth shocked me, and I had to remind myself to speak as her green eyes looked at mine. "Maddox," I reminded her. "I know this is a job, but call me Maddox." She smiled, tension leaving her shoulders. "Okay, Maddox. Good night." I closed the door behind her and rested my forehead against the solid frame. What was the woman doing to me? I cleaned up our mess in silence, my thoughts tracing our steps throughout the night. Her dreams were brighter than I expected, and she was full of so much potential. I walked over to Nick's house and thanked him for watching Abby. "No problem," he said, and woke her from a short nap. "She was just watching some guys play Mario on YouTube. How'd it go?" "She's talented," I said. "I learned how to make salmon, mashed sweet potatoes, and roasted vegetables." I grinned, and Nick shoved my shoulder. "She's coming back a few times this week. Can you watch Abby a few more hours on those days?" "Of course," he said, as if the situation was entirely normal. "I'll just keep adding dinners to your tab." I assumed he was joking until I saw the takeout bag from All You Can Eat on the counter. "You get free food anyways, asshole," I said as Abby grabbed my hand. "Asshole, Daddy," she repeated as she rubbed sleepy eyes. I groaned and left Nick giggling like a madman. "Remember what I said about repeating all of my words?" I asked as we returned to our house. "Yes," Abby said, but I knew she was lying. I made her a plate from our leftovers and stood at the counter as she ate mashed potatoes. "How was the date?" she asked. Nick must have mentioned it a few times through the night. "She's just my chef, Abby," I said, and stared at the spot in front of the stove where Everly had worked. "Okay, Daddy." Abby shook her head, two curly pigtails slapping her across the face. She had such a grin spread across her mouth that mocked me for the fool I was. She knew better, but still I repeated to myself that Everly was just my chef. "Okay, Daddy," Abby said again, in a tone that meant, "Whatever you say." I grinned. It really was a ridiculous idea. Chapter 12. Everly. 3 nights at Maddox's ridiculous mansion. I'd spent 3 nights cooking for him, showing him how to cook, and watching as he attempted to dice an onion and failed miserably. I pulled my bedsheet closer to me, remembering the previous night of pork chops and diced scallions. He was friendly, perhaps the friendliest boss I'd ever had, and there was something so inviting about him, despite the fact that he was a lonely billionaire in a house that was far too big for one man. I wondered if he was divorced and if that's why his house was enormous. He had shown me his insane garage the other night after I made a comment about the Italian car sitting in his driveway. The way he showed off his trophies, however, never seemed more than honest pride. He never boasted, never bragged. His answers to everything were always politically correct, and I found myself wishing that just once he would stumble over his words and bite his tongue. I had, plenty of times over the past few days. My door opened and closed, and I hid beneath my pillow. I really needed to change my locks. "Everly," Lacey called from the kitchen. "I'm starting breakfast." "Don't you have your own kitchen?" I said as I met Belle in the living room. She'd brought her Shopkins, and we fell into the same routine of putting them in the fridge and taking them out. Belle always thanked me for playing with her, making it impossible for me to ever say no, the perfect little brat. "Your pans are way better than mine," Lacey said as she flipped pancakes. "Because they're not scratched," I yelled, because I don't scratch them, and you do. I learned my lesson, she said. I kissed Belle on the cheek and joined Lacey in the kitchen. Do you have biscuits and gravy? She asked. I have some left over from yesterday's breakfast, I said, and began reheating them in the oven. So, how's your job? Lacey asked with a hint of annoyance. She still hadn't come around to the idea of it yet. It's perfect, I said honestly. It's literally 2 hours a day. And Maddox really seems interested in learning how to cook. I actually enjoy spending time with him, which I don't think I've ever wanted to spend more than a minute with any of my bosses. Would that have anything to do with the fact that he's a handsome billionaire? Lacey asked, and I shook my head. I don't care about that, I said. He's good for my career. That's all that matters. Still, you might find yourself in a difficult position whenever this agreement ends. This isn't set in stone, Everly, and he might seem like a good guy, but there's no guarantee that he'll help you find a job after this. It could be empty promises. Some men are good at that sort of thing. I know, and trust me, I've thought about that. I stirred the gravy in a saucepan until it began to bubble. The biscuits were ready, and Lacey set down plates of pancakes and sausage on my dining table. Belle met us, and the three of us ate breakfast together. I hadn't realized just how tiny my table was. I'm going to enjoy the time I have there. If I can keep this job for even a year, it's already more than enough money to seriously start planning my restaurant with. And I'm having fun. How many people can say they're having fun at work? It's every person's dream. Lacey seemed to agree. They left to make it to Belle's kindergarten class on time, and I spent the rest of the morning shopping for both my apartment and Maddox's house at the market on the pier. I picked up crab legs and a lobster and made it back to my place before the lunch rush began. Working only 2 hours a day meant that I had time to do just about anything else I wanted, and yet I couldn't force myself to do anything. I was anxious for work and found myself constantly glaring at the clock and imprisoned by my freedom, in a strange sort of way which didn't make sense to anyone who had never experienced it. I needed to do something, anything, other than sit on my couch and scroll through my phone. I opened my laptop and began typing out a menu for the next week. I had just finished when I glanced at the clock and realized it was almost time to leave. It was funny. I hadn't been late once to Maddox's, which is a new accomplishment I was proud of, although I supposed it was difficult to be late for a job that was only 2 hours long. I got dressed in my usual blouse and pants uniform and arrived at his house 10 minutes early. If being on time wasn't surprising enough, it was definitely the fact that I'd gotten anywhere with more than a minute to spare. Maddox greeted me in a dark suit that was just as proper and form-fitting as usual. His gray eyes were kind as he welcomed me inside, and he took the grocery bags from my arms as I followed him into the kitchen. "Lobster," he said as he peeked within them. "Oh, and crab. If you can't tell, I'm a little partial to seafood." I smiled. I lined up my ingredients and quizzed Maddox on which pots to use. As usual, he got every other question wrong, but I couldn't blame him. These were hard questions. He was evidently a quick learner, at least, and I was confident he'd catch on eventually. He helped tie my apron around my waist, and we began cooking dinner. An hour later, with 2 plates full of freshly boiled crab legs, lobster tails, melted butter, and roasted vegetables, Maddox and I sat at his dinner table and ate. I was particularly proud of the meal, as he gushed over how delicious it was, and we chatted more about my dream of a fish restaurant on the pier. "My mom hates the idea, though," I said. "She thinks I'd make more money begging on the streets." "In her defense," Maddox said, "I did read an article about how some homeless beggars make over 30 grand a year." I gasped. "No way." "What about your father?" he asked. "Is he supportive?" "Oh," I set my fork down. "I wouldn't know. They got divorced when I was young." "I'm sorry," he said, and I heard the sincerity in his voice. "I didn't know." "It's no big deal." I shook my head to let him off the hook. "I mean, of course it's a big deal. I'm actually the only woman in my family who isn't divorced." I faked a laugh. "It's why I'm single, anyways. There's no point in getting married if it all ends up falling apart at the end." I stuffed a giant piece of crab meat in my mouth. "Shut up," I told myself. I'm certainly not defending divorce, but good things can come from it, Maddox offered. Children, for example. You sound like my sister, I said. No, I don't believe this world needs any more children in it. Maddox's voice was quieter than normal. So you're not interested in having children of your own? Not at all, I said. That's my worst nightmare, actually. I decided a long time ago I was never having kids. Bringing them into a broken world full of divorced families is a mistake. No child should have to go through that. Maddox fell silent and focused more on his plate. But as the silence stretched, I realized he was hardly eating anything. Anyways, shellfish might be a little more complicated, but it's definitely worth it. I changed the subject, and that seemed to perk Maddox up. Note to self, divorce and children was not a suitable topic. It's wonderful. Maddox finished his lobster claw. You've surprised me once again. I'd hope that my cooking skills aren't that surprising, I smiled. Of course not, he said, and we finished our dinner. I packed up my belongings and he walked me to the door. I took one more glance around his magnificent house, once again in awe at the grand splendor. The decorations looked far too rich and unique for a lone businessman, and it didn't escape me that there were at least 6 couches total on this floor alone. I glanced at the grand staircase in the corner, wondering how much more room there was upstairs. Dinner was incredible tonight, Maddox said. Thank you, I said, heartened by his compliment. But I was wondering if I could take you out to a real dinner on Saturday, at a 4-star restaurant this time? He asked. Like to get ideas for dinner? I asked. That, he nodded. And possibly like a date, depending on how it goes. He smiled, and once again I found his charm to be far too alluring for his own good. Saturday, dinner. Yes, of course, I said. How could I say no, anyways? He was my boss, after all. Great. I'll pick you up at 6. We said our goodbyes, and I slid into my car. As I drove home, I convinced myself that this date was just something I was doing to keep my job. It was a requirement, and I had agreed so quickly because of that single reason. But I couldn't get Maddox's smile out of my head, and the closer I got to home, the less convinced I became. Chapter 13. Maddox. I leaned against my door and watched as her beat-up Corolla disappeared into the night. I hoped she hadn't noticed my abrupt mood change during dinner, but her words had been so forward and direct that I hadn't had time to truly consider the meeting until we were walking toward the door. Everly didn't want children. Not only that, she was passionate about not having children, and held to her belief that every marriage was doomed to fail. I could hardly blame her. My daughter had been created out of a one-night stand. And I could never be sure of what would have happened had Abby's mother stayed in the picture and forced me into becoming a parent. Would we have gotten married for the sake of our child? A relationship that would have only lasted until our hatred for one another spiraled out of control and ended with the fragile mentality of a child suffering from our own mistakes. Everly didn't want children. And yet, the most important person in my life was a child. I should have been honest with her from the start. Now I had 2 lies that were beginning to spiral out of control, and they were only set for failure. I walked over to Nick's to pick up Abby, and she ran straight toward me for a kiss. My painting! She pointed at a mess of paint in the corner. Her eyes were shining with pride as she tried explaining in her little mind what the painting was supposed to look like. How was it? Nick asked. Sweetheart, we still have some time before bed. Do you want to work on your painting a little more? I asked Abby. Okay, Daddy. She nodded and ran back to the corner. When I was confident that she couldn't hear our conversation, I turned to Nick and told him about Everly's opinion. You were against children at one point, he reminded me. Hell, I think at one point most of us are. True, I said, and watched Abby dip her fingers into a jar of paint and spread them across the canvas. The thought of having a kid terrified me. Maybe that's it, Nick said. Maybe she's scared. But there was a tone in Nick's voice that revealed his hesitation. He seemed bothered by Everly's confession, which wasn't surprising considering how close he and Abby were. We're leaving, Abby, I said, and we both said our goodnights to Nick. He refused to ever take money from me, but he'd been watching Abby far more than usual the past week, and I wanted to repay him somehow. I waited until he was distracted with hugging Abby and then dropped a few hundreds on his counter. Painting is huge, Abby said as we walked back to our house. But a little too green. I'll make it more red tomorrow. What was it again? I asked. Christmas tree, she said. She had been obsessed with Christmas ever since I went a little crazy with the decorations last year. With lights and 2 angels. 2 angels? I laughed. Why not 3? 'Cause one is Mommy, the other's Daddy, she said. I loved hearing her talk about painting, and it always brought a smile to my face. Where's the kid? I asked. She's not ready. Abby swung on my arm. I don't need help, Daddy. It's my painting. Oh, I'm sorry. We entered the kitchen and I began setting a plate for Abby from our leftovers. She explained more about her painting, and I ate every word up. She was such a little artist. Maybe she was spending a little too much time with her uncle. This is yummy, Abby said as she licked her fingers covered in melted butter. I cracked open the crab legs for her and set the meat in a pile on her plate with a side of lobster meat. She loved the vegetables the most, which was a testament to Everly's skills. You like crab? I asked after she begged for more. It's sweet and plump, she said. I laughed as her eyes widened. Just like you. I gave her another plate and ate the rest of the leftovers myself. Everly really was an incredible cook. Her seafood restaurant would do amazing on the pier. The pretty girl cooked this? Abby said. The one with the wet hair? Her name is Everly, the chef. And yeah, I said, she's good, isn't she? Yup, Abby responded with a mouthful of food. She took a giant gulp and washed it down with juice. Can I tell her? I frowned. Maybe one day. Come on, let's get ready for bed. Already? Abby whined, but she was already walking toward the stairs. I helped her with her pajamas, and she sat on the sink as we brushed our teeth. She asked me to braid her hair before bed, and it ended up in a loose braid that was already falling apart. I'm not tired. She yawned and climbed into her bed. I settled beside her and picked up a book from her nightstand. Good, because we still have to read 2 more chapters, I said as I opened the book to the dog-eared page. I'd read Alice in Wonderland to her nearly 100 times by now, but Abby never wanted me to read anything else. She has to meet the caterpillar. Abby squealed and fluffed her pillow. Okay, she said as she relaxed. Read the book, Daddy. I read until Abby was snoring louder than most 3-year-olds, and then spent a moment watching her breathe. She'd repeated a few of the lines as I spoke, and we had a conversation about whether or not the Cheshire Cat was a good guy or a bad guy. Abby refused to believe he was anything but an innocent kitty, and I felt she was too young to explain what an unreliable narrator was. My mind was full of Everly's words. She wasn't wrong in a sense, that bringing children into a world full of divorce and broken families was hard. But with Abby sleeping so peacefully beside me, her tiny hands clutching the worn pages of her favorite book, I knew without a doubt that I wouldn't change a thing. This little girl had changed my life with her pure love and childish innocence. And no matter how much of a struggle the past few years had been, I would do it all over again. Maybe Everly was like me, afraid of the responsibility and potential for failure. But maybe, like me, a child would change her mind. Maybe it was time for Everly to learn about Abby. Chapter 14, Everly. Can we watch it again? Belle asked, and Lacey and I both groaned as we hit the play button on our TV. She thanked us and settled back on the couch for our third showing of Frozen. Lacey kept the lucky girl home from kindergarten to spend time with us, coincidentally at the same time that Belle found the dusty Blu-ray of the movie buried deep within the coffee table's drawer. Can't really blame her, I admitted as Lacey and I finished our mimosas. I have a soft spot for movies about sisters hating each other. Lacey grinned and asked if I wanted a refill, which I stubbornly refused. So, you have a big date on Saturday? Lacey teased me. I had mentioned it briefly after she'd asked me to see a movie with her and Belle Saturday night, and stressed that it wasn't a big deal. It might not even be romantic, I said. He really didn't seem to like my opinion of children. Lacey shook her head. You don't tell a man that you don't believe in having kids and you're against getting married until at least the 4th date, she said. You haven't even been on one. He's my boss, I argued. I didn't think there were rules on that sort of stuff in a work relationship. This is very obviously not your everyday work relationship. Look how much he's paying you for 4 meals a week. 4 meals that I teach him, I clarified. But yeah, you're right. It feels like there's a catch. The catch is that he's a very handsome man interested in a young, vulnerable woman and is using his looks and wealth to manipulate her into falling in love with him, Lacey said as we both took seats on either side of Belle on the couch. I've read this story a dozen times at my book club. My life is nothing like those books you read, I argued. It's a lot more complicated than that. And he's not manipulating me. I needed a job. He needed a cook. That's it, plain and simple. Why do you have to be like Mom and read more into simple things? Ouch. She narrowed her eyes and glared. Because his chef just so happened to retire or die or whatever you said? Lacey gave me the "Are you serious" look. Lacey, I'm already stressed enough about this date or whatever this is, I said. You're not helping. Okay, I'm sorry. She patted Belle's head as the little girl sang along with the movie. Tell you what, we both have the day off. Let's make a girl's day of it. We'll get our nails done, go shopping, do something with your hair. I rolled my eyes at the last bit. How does that sound? I don't know, Lace, I said. You can't use your bank account as an excuse anymore, she reminded me. That man is paying you way too much for your hair and nails to look like that. Could you be any subtler? I snapped and turned to Belle. What do you think? Do you want to go shopping? Belle paid me little attention as a snowman sang a song about summer on the television. She nodded at least, and that was enough for Lacey. You drive. I'm going to look up new hairstyles on Instagram for you on the way. After finishing the movie, we spent a few hours browsing through stores far too expensive for us, and each bought a few outfits at the department store in the mall. Is this pretty? Belle asked as she slipped her new scarf around her neck in the food court. Belle and I shared a plate of Chinese food while Lacey ate a taco salad. Who are you trying to impress? I teased her. Any cute boys in kindergarten? She blushed, and her mom gasped. Belle, you do not have a crush on a boy, she accused, and I felt bad for the poor girl. Calm down, Lace, I said. But yeah, it's really pretty. It brings out your eyes. Belle offered me a weak smile and tightened the scarf. Thanks, Aunt Everly, she said, and I was reminded of when she used to call me Aunt Evie. I got the wrong size, Lacey complained as she looked through her bag. Could you take Belle to the hair salon downstairs and I'll meet you there? I agreed, and I walked hand in hand with Belle to the salon. The 3 of us had gotten our nails painted, and Belle showed me a pretty powder blue on hers. I love it, I said. Don't tell Mom, but Miles's favorite color is blue, Belle said. Is Miles the boy you like? I asked. Not really. I mean, he's nice and cute, but we barely talk. So you just think he's cute? We waited at the salon until the hairdresser was ready. Well, you can tell me anything. You know that, right? Of course. Belle smiled. I never truly noticed it, but we were always told that Belle looked just like me when I was her age. I felt like I was beginning to see it. Thank you, Aunt Everly, Belle said. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope your date tomorrow is fun. I hope so, too. You're the best kid. Do you know that? I said honestly, and I also had fun. Lacey met us just as I sat in the seat. They sat nearby as the hairdresser did a small trim, despite Lacey's best efforts to convince me to replicate the latest trends on Instagram. Which dress are you going to wear? Lacey asked. Oh, I love the blue one, Belle said. I winked an eye at her. Good thing my favorite color is also blue. Belle blushed, but Lacey didn't notice. I dropped them off at Lacey's house and went inside to help her prepare dinner. I'll stop by on Sunday to let you know how it went, I said once I was done chopping vegetables. Lacey handed me a glass of wine, and I ended up staying to eat dinner as well. Send a picture of how you look in the dress, Belle said. She really liked the blue dress. Of course. I hugged Belle and said my goodbyes. Don't fall in love, Lacey teased, and I rolled my eyes. Not even an option, I said in a loud voice to make sure Belle heard. I want an established career before I fall in love with anyone, even a cat. I thought fondly of the tuxedo cat at the cat cafe. What a keeper. Or a dog, Belle added. She'd been begging her mom for a puppy for nearly 3 years now. Whatever you say, Lacey said to me and closed the door as I left. Don't fall in love, she suggested. I laughed as I even considered it. But then again, what if it was too late? Chapter 15. Maddox. Give me that, Abby ordered as I held a tie against my suit. I handed it to her and she threw it on the floor. Ugly, she declared and ran to my closet to pick out a blue tie. Abby, my suit is gray, I said. This blue doesn't go with it. She frowned and gave me the doe eyes that were always successful in getting their way. I like this blue. I like this blue, she said. Okay, I said, and decided to hide another tie in my pocket. Abby climbed onto the bed and grabbed the open ends of my suit and tried buttoning them. This is hard, she whined and furrowed her brows in concentration. She had insisted on helping me dress, going so far as picking out several combinations of shirts and pants that were completely mismatched. I had convinced her on a gray set, and she'd reluctantly agreed. Can I do this? I asked as she struggled with the first button. She shook her head. I got this. I got this. I got this, she said. I nodded, thankful that I still had at least 3 hours before I was supposed to pick up Everly. You're okay with staying at Uncle Nick's, right? I asked and guided her fingers through the process. This was the most help she would accept, but if I didn't try and nudge her along, I'd be with her all night. Yeah. She smiled, momentarily distracted as she mumbled something about the painting she was working on. I took the opportunity to quickly button at least 3 before she noticed. Hey, she frowned, and I went back to helping her. And you like staying at Uncle Nick's this time? I asked, the guilt eating at me. This was becoming frequent, and I hated not including my little girl. I love it, she answered, and my heart swelled knowing that she was telling the truth. We're lucky to have him, huh? I asked, but she was way too focused on finishing the rest of my buttons. We were lucky indeed. Not many people, especially men, had friends they could trust to babysit their little girl. But Nick was true blue. Okay, how do I look? I asked as I looked into the mirror. This particular suit was a bit more dressed up than I was used to, and I felt ridiculous. But Abby seemed to love it, and her enthusiasm was infectious. "I'm excited," she squealed and jumped off the bed. "Me too, kiddo." "I got this," she said. I nodded, thankful that I still had at least 30 minutes before I was supposed to pick up Everly. I dropped her off at Nick's and was driving toward Everly's home with the help of the navigational app on my phone when I realized I was sweating far more than usual. "Don't be nervous," I told myself. "There's no reason to be nervous." Her place ended up being an apartment just on the outskirts of downtown. It was a decent-sized complex, and I walked up the 3 floors of stairs to her numbered door. I brushed my shoulders and straightened my suit as I stared at her door. I still couldn't forget her words from Thursday night. How adamant she was that she would never have children. Was this fair to her? I had made the decision earlier to tell Everly about Abby at dinner, but my nerves were beginning to get the better of me. I shook my head and reminded myself that I'd been against children as well, and that if a guy like me was capable of changing, maybe she was as well. Everyone deserved a chance, assuming she'd want one. So, first, I needed to make sure that this intense connection I felt was real, and that it was something she felt as well. I gathered the courage to finally knock, but the moment I raised my fist was the moment she swung her door open. "Maddox?" She seemed surprised, as if she wasn't sure I was actually going to show up. It dawned on me that she must have been watching my inward turmoil through a peephole, and I felt my cheeks warm. "Everly," I cleared my throat. "You look—" I looked for the proper words, but my mind failed me. Her dress was a powdery blue that shimmered like diamonds beneath the light, and the top was cut low enough that I was going to have to remind myself to look elsewhere. It was tight from her bosom to her waist and hung in a loose wave that just barely brushed the floor. The lightness of the dress made her green eyes even brighter, and they were rimmed with a faint layer of gray shadow that highlighted the contours of her cheeks. Her beautiful hair was pulled up into a loose bun at the nape of her neck, and on her face was a shy, self-conscious smile that tugged at my heart. "Nice?" She offered a word, and again I cleared my throat. "Beautiful," I said. It wasn't often that I lost the ability to speak. "You look beautiful." "We match." She tilted her head and gestured at my tie, which I realized was the same shade as her dress. "How about that?" I said, thankful that I'd completely forgotten to switch ties in the car. Abby was going to be so happy when she found out she matched our colors. "Are you ready? I'll be a little honest. I wasn't sure where to park because everything was numbered and my car isn't exactly subtle. Stuck out like a sore thumb was a more appropriate description. My palms grew damp as my heart raced. "Of course." She grabbed a clutch and locked her door behind her. "I forgot to tell you that the visitor parking is like 2 miles away from the actual complex. I'm sorry." I followed her down the stairs and held the door open as we exited into the night. She slipped her arms through a thick coat and tied it around her waist. "How was your dinner last night?" she asked as we walked toward my car. I raised an eyebrow and she elaborated. "You said you were going to try to make the salmon, remember?" "Oh," I nodded, remembering our conversation over text. I'd been bored and was desperately wanting to start a conversation with her, so I asked for the recipe for our first meal together, despite having made a complicated pasta dish for Abby, Nick, and me. I attempted it, but I must have overcooked the fish. It didn't come apart as smoothly as yours, and the vegetables were far too salty. "Those are easy mistakes," she said, and then paused as I unlocked my car. I had taken the Julia, and Everly stared in awe. "It's so much prettier up close," she said. A soft chuckle fell from my lips. "Is it ugly from afar?" I asked as I opened the door for her. She slipped inside and I hurried to the driver's seat. "No, not at all. It's just, I don't think I've ever seen something like this." She examined the inside, brushing her fingers against the dark leather seats. "It's incredible." "It's my baby," I admitted. There are less than 100 in the States. You're one of a kind, she murmured. I grinned, asking her to repeat herself, and she shook her head and laughed. You heard me, you arrogant billionaire. Now I'm arrogant, I chuckled. I think I like one of a kind better. She gasped as I turned the ignition and the powerful engine came to life. I couldn't help but notice her thighs pressed tightly together, and I gripped the steering wheel as desire struck me hard. The restaurant was about a 20-minute drive, and despite Everly's attempt at innocent conversation, I knew it was going to be a very difficult 20 minutes. Have you been here before? I asked as the valet took my keys. Everly stood like a crystal statue beside me, staring at the grand staircase leading to a building decorated with diamonds and glittering rubies. Lumiere was known for catering only to the wealthiest of the socialites, and it made sure to look its part. I always felt it was a little too gaudy for this part of downtown. Too much display of wealth could sometimes come off as greedy, but Everly was clearly in awe of the exquisite display. It was hard not to be impressed by its grandeur. No, she said. I always heard there was a wait list for the wait list, and it was booked nearly a year in advance just to get on the first one. I offered her my arm, and she slipped hers within mine as we made our way upwards. Her dress trailed behind her, and she curled into me as the bitter wind slapped at our exposed skin, and the warmth of her beside me felt nice. There is, I said, but they usually leave a spot or two open for investors. It wasn't entirely a lie. The owner of Lumiere had been a close friend until we both became too busy with our restaurants, but I had created his menu for him, and he considered that payment enough. You're an investor here? Everly kept her voice low, and I had to lean toward her. Her perfume was a lovely scent of jasmine and spice. Jesus, Maddox, you keep surprising me. That was the best compliment I'd gotten in a while. Good. I smiled as two doormen opened the front door for us. They nodded at me and offered to take our coats. Thank you, Everly said as one helped her take hers off. I handed mine to the other, and a hostess greeted us with a wide smile. She didn't have to ask my name. Every reservation was at a unique time, and the valet had confirmed my identity already. If you'll follow me to your table. She led us up another set of stairs, this one shimmering with sharp diamond corners that Everly stared at as we followed the hostess. The upper floor was a large oval room with plenty of giant tables in the middle, filled with other wealthy socialites, and more secluded, intimate tables pressed against a floor-to-ceiling window that framed the room. The lighting was dim, and each table was furnished with a single candle and the option to control a light hanging low above it. A waiter was waiting at our table against the window and pushed Everly's seat back as she sat. I held up my hand and sat myself. Wow. Everly breathed deep, her ample breasts heaving as she stared at the view. Lumiere was on the edge of downtown, and the building was high enough to show an incredible picture of the ocean and the distant horizon. The sun was just beginning to set, which painted the waters with a lovely shade of pink, and its ripples seemed to dance in its glory. It's beautiful. I ordered a bottle of wine, and the waiter set off to bring our appetizers. How would you feel about working somewhere like this? I asked. If you wanted, I could put in a word. Oh, no. Everly shook her head. I mean, yeah, it would be wonderful, but I think I'd rather work at a place maybe one step below. Plus, I'm sort of having fun working for you. She smiled, and her cheeks flared with a blush. The words had my chest swelling with pride. You are? I was worried you'd hate it. I know it's not much cooking, and I know, well, I've heard that some chefs go crazy if they don't cook enough, I said. I still cook for myself, like breakfast and lunch, and on the weekends, I cook for my sister and niece, she said. But I think I might have spoiled them. Last time I made steak for my niece, she asked if I had truffle butter with edible gold to go with it. I laughed. How old is your niece? 5, she said. But don't get me wrong, she's not as bratty as a lot of other 5-year-olds. I don't know how my sister managed it, but she's raising an amazing kid. Belle always asks for something she wants and always says thank you. And she's smart, too. Her face seemed to glow with love for the child. She sounds wonderful, I said, and realized this might have been the perfect opportunity to tell her about Abby. I have to give a lot of credit to my sister, but it wasn't easy. Seeing her struggle through life as a single mother is what confirmed my choice. I love Belle more than possibly anything else in life right now. But I couldn't stand her until a little over a year ago, Everly admitted. I closed my mouth, deciding against telling her at that moment. I didn't want to ruin anything. At least not yet. I understand. I nodded. That choice isn't an easy one to make. I'm sorry. I told myself I wasn't going to bring that up again. Everly shook her head and our waiter arrived with our wine. He poured our glasses, and we made a toast to Everly's new position as my chef. Your menu this week was wonderful, I said. I'm looking forward to next week's. I've been working on it, actually. I have a few surprises planned. Oh? I smirked and leaned forward. I rather like surprises. She brushed a stray hair behind her ear, and the small movement instantly turned me on. I shifted in my seat, staring at the curl behind her ear, and her cheeks flushed as she considered my statement. I'll remember that, she said, her voice low and sultry. I nearly sighed. She was flirting with me as well. Before the appetizer round began, our waiter placed a cheese selection platter on the table and introduced each one to us. Small pieces of bread accompanied them, and Everly and I took turns testing each one. You were right, Everly said. This is giving me inspiration for future menus. I'm glad I could help, I said. It's about the most I could do with my poor cooking skills. I sounded silly, and I knew I shouldn't be adding to the lie. But I couldn't help it. Everly seemed to enjoy poking fun at my failures. You're not that bad, she offered, but a slight chuckle gave her modesty away. Our waiter brought our appetizer, the first of 3, and explained to us that the tiny sample-sized meal was Alaskan sablefish with baby bok choy and coconut curry broth. It took less than 2 bites to finish it, and Everly and I shared our appreciation. Every moan of satisfaction from her sweet mouth stirred deep within my blood. We'd finished our first glass of wine by the time the third appetizer was delivered, smoked Rohan duck with Fuji apples and celery root. Why is it so pleasurable? Everly closed her eyes and swallowed the last bite. She tilted her head back and arched her back, and the moan that escaped her lips made me grip the stem of my wine glass tightly. Should food be this pleasurable? You'd be surprised at what food is capable of, I said. Everly opened her eyes and looked at me, and we shared a moment of desire. Her cheeks were flushed with the warmth of wine, and her lips stained with red. I wondered how they would taste. A movement caught the corner of my eye, and I turned to glance at a couple walking toward us. An older woman with dark hair and gray eyes, and a man who looked like me, but had blue eyes and was older. Oh, no, I said, and Everly frowned at my sudden change of mood. What? My parents. I said a brief prayer, and it was answered as they were brought to a different table, but Everly apparently recognized them, and she seemed far more interested than I was. We should bring some chairs, she said, and waved until my mother noticed us. There's plenty of room. Everly, no, I urged, but it was too late. My parents were already ordering the hostess to add chairs to our table, and they greeted us warmly. Maddox, honey. I stood, hugged my mother, and shook my father's hand. You didn't tell me you were eating here tonight. He's clearly on a date, sweetheart, my father said. At least he seemed to be sorry for the interruption. A date? My mom gasped and turned toward Everly. Her short hair was curled perfectly, and she wore a conservative black dress with a strand of pearls on her neck. Yes, Mother, this is Everly. Everly, this is Maxine, my mother, and Daryl, my father. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Everly shook both of their hands. The hostess helped set our table up for 4, and they were brought their appetizers swiftly. How did you two meet? Mother asked. I had our waiter refill my wine quickly. It's a funny story. Everly started, and I realized she was planning on telling my parents that I hired her to teach me how to cook. She was at the Children's Foundation fundraiser, I said. A date with Everly was auctioned off, and there was absolutely no way I was going to have anyone else win that. I shot Everly a quick look without my parents noticing, and she must have recognized the desperation. How romantic. Mother gushed. She was far too giddy for my liking, but it wasn't surprising. She'd always been a hopeless romantic, playing matchmaker to her friends. She'd wanted me to settle down and find a mother for Abby for years now. Oh, that just reminds me of how we met. She glanced at my father and dove into their story. Every time she opened her mouth, I was prepared for her to mention Abby, but it didn't seem as if she was planning on bringing her up. Maybe she understood that children weren't a good conversation for a simple date, and Father didn't seem too invested in anything we had to say. He nodded at the appropriate times and offered enough polite chat to seem respectful. That's a wonderful story, Everly said. It is, isn't it? Perfect to pass on to our grandchildren. I choked on my wine as Everly frowned, but it was at that moment that a miracle happened and our entree was served. The plating was so gorgeous that it somehow distracted Mother long enough to forget the current topic, and I mentioned to her that Everly had a passion for the arts. Oh, what shows have you gone to this year? Mother asked, and Everly blushed as she admitted she hadn't had the time to attend any. I would have liked to see Evita the most, Everly said. Well, we're not only patrons of the theater, but we also have a box reserved for each showing. If you find the time, you must come with us. Just let Maddox know and he'll set it up, Mother said. Everly's jaw nearly dropped. I chuckled. Mother basically set up a future date for me. Everly and Mother bonded over the theater throughout dinner, and by the time the dessert was served, a Peruvian chocolate crunch with a hazelnut mousse, they seemed like best friends. Abby's first show was wicked, Mother said, and I paled. Mother, would you like another refill? I asked as she finished her wine. I'm good, Maddox. She waved me off. Oh, she was so wonderful and well-behaved. Dressed to the nines and barely over a year old she was. Do you still have that dress, Maddox? The one with the pearl set? Everly stared at me. Abby? She mouthed. I have pictures, actually. Mother retrieved her phone from her purse and unlocked it. She opened her gallery and showed Everly as she flipped through nearly 100 photos of Abby. This was just after Maddox first brought her home to us. Mother said, I always thought I couldn't love anyone more than my own son, but at that moment, when I saw those big, beautiful eyes, I knew I was capable of so much more love. I saw the moment Everly realized the importance of Mother's words. Abby, Everly said and glanced at me. Maddox's daughter, of course. She's beautiful. She was nothing but polite to my mother, and her eyes revealed it all to me. I bit my lip and leaned back in my chair. I was screwed. Chapter 16. Everly. She's beautiful, I said, as Maddox's mother showed me the rest of the photos. There was something familiar about her. The little girl really was beautiful, with giant blue eyes and fair hair, and his mother had clearly assumed I already knew of her, so there wasn't much I was capable of other than playing along. The pictures ranged from 1 year to 3 years, and in that short amount of time it was obvious that this little girl had experienced more in life than I ever would. Trips to the Bahamas, vacations in Italy, a weekend getaway in Paris. Maxine spent 10 minutes describing their last visit to Hawaii in detail, how Abby, at 2, had swum in shallow water with a dolphin. I gripped the edge of the table at that one, a 2-year-old playing with dolphins. What a daring adventure. He got lucky with that one, Maxine said and dropped her phone in her purse. She loves seeing musicals as well. You should go together. There's nothing better than watching the reflection of a story in a child's eyes. I smiled politely and nodded, fighting the urge to suggest that watching the play with your own eyes would be better. Maddox looked downright distraught on the opposite end. His face was pale, and he flinched every time his mother opened her mouth. I noticed his father, Darryl, speaking in hushed tones with Maddox as we finished our dessert, which left me to keep Maxine company. Our wine was refilled, and Maxine took the opportunity to replace hers with a cocktail. I followed suit, needing something stronger to silence the constant echo in my head. Maddox had a child. A little girl, just 2 years younger than Belle. I remembered hating Belle at that age, and could only assume that Abby was just as bratty, and worse, high maintenance. It would be nearly impossible not to grow up spoiled in a family like hers. "We have to do this again," Maxine said as she stood from the table. "Thank you for joining us," I said when it became obvious that Maddox wasn't going to thank her. "Oh, of course. It was such a pleasure meeting you." Maxine pulled me into a hug, and Darryl shook my hand. "Call your mother more often," she said as she hugged Maddox. He promised he would call her the next day, and I could only imagine what an earful he'd give her. He shared a very brief goodbye with his father as I smiled and nodded, unsure of what to say or do. They exited first, with us trailing behind. "Your parents are nice," I said as we waited on the valet. Maddox's eyes were still dilated. It was obvious that we both were struggling with words. "Yeah," he swallowed. "They know how to entertain an audience." "I guess that's where you learned it," I offered, and he nodded. The valet was taking a little longer than usual, and the silence between us was beginning to stretch out longer than I liked. "Look, I'm really sorry about what I said," I blurted out. "I had no idea, and I never would have even mentioned children had I known." His car arrived, and he didn't speak until we were pulling out of the restaurant street. "I should apologize," he said at last. "I didn't mean to keep it from you. I didn't want you to think this was anything serious, at least not yet. And I haven't been on a date since Abby came into my life, so I didn't even know how to tell you." I contemplated his words. "Do you have her full time?" I asked. "Yeah, my friend watches her during work hours, but I can take off as much time as I need." We fell into an awkward silence. "She doesn't even look like you," I said. "Thank goodness," he chuckled, and the thick atmosphere lightened up. "But no, she really doesn't. She actually looks more like Nick, my friend." Something dawned on me. "She was at the fundraiser," I said, "with the guy with the long blonde hair." "Nick," Maddox nodded. "That's them." "Is she a handful? I remember when Belle was that age. God, I just wanted to kick her." He laughed. "Abby can be pretty bad. She's a little parrot right now. Repeats everything she hears. I have to keep reminding Nick about that. It's not good when your 3-year-old runs around the grocery store cursing up and down like a sailor." "Belle did that too," I said. "Lacey washed her mouth out with soap, and that stopped it pretty early on." "That actually works?" he asked. "Seems a bit much for a curse word." "Oh, you didn't hear the words Belle repeated," I said. "Lacey loves reading, well, adult erotica, and sometimes reads passages aloud when she thinks Belle's sleeping. I think I learned a few things from the kid." "I guess we all make mistakes," he said as he pulled up to my apartment. "I'll walk you up." We made polite conversation as we climbed the stairs, but Maddox wasn't nearly as affectionate or flirty as he had been earlier. I suppose there was no coming back from my comments, and in all honesty, I couldn't blame him. I thanked him for walking me up and slipped my key into the lock of my door, preparing for the inevitable. He'd let me go. Say he was sorry and wished me the best in my future endeavors. It was odd, I mused. I'd never been fired at the end of a date before. Because that's what this was, right? A date with my employer? I'll see you on Monday, he said after a moment of silence. I blinked, unsure if I heard him correctly. Yeah, of course. Thank you for dinner, I said, and we exchanged a pleasant goodbye. I changed into a more comfortable outfit, but I wasn't ready to call it a night. I glanced out of the window on the other side of my apartment and caught a glimpse of him driving away. Guilt was eating me alive. I had basically told a single father that having children wasn't worth it and that children didn't belong in this world. That, and I condemned divorced couples. Of course he's divorced. I should have figured that an attractive man in his mid to late 30s had been married at least once. I realized then that I didn't know much about Maddox. Maybe he'd been married several times. Abby was only 3 years old, so there was a possibility that he hadn't been single for that long. He also didn't even mention the mother once on the drive home. Was the scar too new? I groaned, feeling like complete shit. He had every right to hate me, and even more to fire me. I knew if I ended the night like this, I would stew over my emotions and pull my hair out. So I slipped on a pair of boots and a coat and drove to Lacey's. Unlike her, I didn't have a copy of her house key, and it took nearly 15 minutes of ringing her phone for her to finally answer the door. "Belle's asleep," she said as she let me in. "Don't lie, you were sleeping too." I gestured at her pajamas and messy hair. She shrugged and yawned. She followed me to the kitchen. "Maybe. What's the matter?" "Oh, Lace." I pulled out a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and finished it in one chug. Lacey's eyebrows raised. "Looks like I'm going to need one too," she said. She took her own long stem from the cabinet and poured herself a glass. "His parents showed up to dinner, and we ended up having a weird double date," I said, and Lacey grimaced. I had no other way to describe it, but disastrous came to mind. "That would ruin the mood for anyone," she said, and I shook my head. "It wasn't bad, but during dessert, his mom started showing me pictures of a 3-year-old girl. His 3-year-old girl, Lacey. A daughter." Lacey gasped and quickly refilled both of our glasses. "He has a daughter?" she repeated. "Are you sure?" "Positive." "We talked about it a little in the car afterward," I said. "Oh, Everly, after everything you said about children." She shook her head and pushed the tall decanter my way. "You can have the bottle." "I was planning on it," I groaned. "He has to hate me." Each word I'd uttered was like a slap across my memory, a twisting knife of guilt in my gut. "I can't believe you didn't know. Was he hiding her the entire week?" she asked, and I tilted my head. "That's a good point," I said. "I couldn't believe he'd hid her for so long. He has full custody, but she wasn't ever there during dinner. Actually, there's not a single sign of a child in his entire mansion." "Everly, it's time you started looking for another job," Lacey said. "This is way too complicated for you." "He hasn't fired me," I said. "I couldn't give up or walk out of my job. It wasn't an option. Besides, I really didn't want to leave Maddox just yet." "But he could at any moment. Really, you need to start applying or try to get your job at St. Padre's back. He's just some guy, Everly. This is your future we're talking about." I finished my glass. "Yeah," I said, pretending to agree. But I wasn't entirely sure if he was just some guy anymore, or if he was something more. I knew in my bones that my feelings were stirred. Chapter 17. Maddox. I woke to an entirely empty house the next morning. It was a lazy morning, and I took my time climbing out of bed and dressing for the day. Previous night played in my mind like a movie. Everly's curves silhouetted in the light, her seductive smile, a teasing, flirty glance between us. And then the bad parts repeated themselves. My parents walking towards us, Everly making room at the table. Everly's face as my mother showed her pictures of Abby. The shock had been apparent. The first moment of confusion as her eyebrows furrowed and she mouthed Abby's name to me, framed like a question. She had played along, leaving such an impression on my mother that she left me countless voicemails and texts telling me to marry Everly as soon as possible. She thought Everly was a suitable mother for Abby. I almost laughed. If only she knew the truth. I hadn't expected Everly to want to come back to work, but she hadn't argued when I mentioned that I would see her on Monday. I still expected a formal text thanking me for the opportunity, but politely stating she'd found another position and couldn't work for me anymore. But the text never arrived. Instead, I could only assume that there was still a part of Everly that was interested. What exactly she was interested in was still a mystery. I walked to Nick's house within the first hour of waking. He welcomed me, heavy bags beneath his eyes that revealed just how late he had stayed up and how early he'd woken up. A new painting waited in the living room, paint still fresh and bright. So he'd gotten bit with some sort of inspiration, which meant he'd stayed up until odd hours watching another slasher film. I could only hope that Abby hadn't watched it as well. "She's still sleeping," Nick said, motioning towards the room where she stayed. "Want me to wake her up?" "Nah, I'll let her sleep in a little longer," I said. Made myself a cup of espresso in his kitchen. "So how was it?" Nick asked, straight to the point. He hadn't been all for the date, but he was still the supportive best friend nonetheless. "Started off perfect," I said. "She was beautiful, we flirted, felt like a date, not like a boss taking his employee out to test meals." "You took her to Lumiere, right?" he said. "You haven't even taken me there." "I'm not dating you," I said pointedly. "You want to take one of your women there, just use my name." He nodded. "I'll let you know when I finally find one I like enough for a second date," he said and nudged my arm. "Go on, it started off good?" "Well, and then halfway through dinner, guess who showed up?" I looked at him. "Let's see." He furrowed his eyebrows in concentration. "The only other people who go to Lumiere who would ruin a date would be..." "Oh, no." He shook his head. "Yep," I said, "my parents. And of course, Everly was more than okay with making room at the table and inviting them over." "Oh, man." Nick shook his head. "What a drag." For a minute there, I thought I was in the clear. Mom loved her, Dad doesn't hold opinions on anything, really, and Everly was getting along with the both of them. And then, after I was starting to breathe again, Mom pulled out her phone. Nick gasped. He knew where it was going. Showed her pictures of Abby, bragged about her beautiful grandchild, even said Everly and Abby should go see a Broadway show together. I sighed, reliving the moment in my head. Nick's eyes bulged, and I finished my espresso as he struggled to speak. "I don't even know what to say," he said. "I mean, I know you were planning on telling her sometime, but that's a real shitty way of finding out." "I know," I agreed. "What did she say?" he asked. "Was she pissed off?" "Not much. My parents left and she apologized for what she said on Thursday. We talked a little about Abby and Everly's niece, who's 2 years older. I said I'd see her on Monday and dropped her off at home." "No first kiss?" Nick asked with a grin. I placed my mug in his sink and rolled my eyes. My eyes widened, remembering the tension and how the air had seemed to go thick with it around us. "It definitely wasn't the time for that," I said. "Damn, that's tough." Nick made his own cup of espresso as Abby walked out of her room. She rubbed her eyes and ran to me, her bare feet slapping against the stone floor. Her hair was a mess, and she still had on her pajamas. "Daddy!" She hugged me, and I asked her how her night was. "Fun. Uncle Nick helped me paint," she said. I'm not done, though. Think you'll finish it this week? Nick asked. She nodded. Good. Then I can sell it at my next gallery, and you can finally start paying me for babysitting you. Daddy pays you. She giggled. Nick gave her a cup of milk and she chugged it. How was the date? She asked. Nick laughed, knowing I couldn't exactly explain what happened to Abby. It was good, I said, not wanting to get her hopes up. She was becoming way too invested in Everly, not to mention curious about my dating life. Thanks for keeping her here for the night, I said to Nick as Abby ran to her room and gathered her things. She came back dressed in mismatched clothes, but thankfully had managed to slip on her own shoes. She hugged Nick goodbye and we hurried off to home. What's for breakfast? Abby asked as we entered the house. She threw her shoes on the floor and I raised my eyebrows. Sorry. She whined as she picked them up and placed them neatly inside the closet next to the front door. How about French toast, egg and mushroom muffins, and home fries? I offered, and Abby perked up. She absolutely loved French toast and was starting to really enjoy the egg and mushroom muffins. I'll even let you deliver some to Uncle Nick when we're done. Okay, she said and removed her own coat. She was at that age where she wanted to do everything herself. Go brush your teeth first and get changed. I'll start with breakfast, I said. But I want to help. She crossed her arms. She was also at the age where she wanted to help me do everything. Teeth brush, clothes changed, now. I ordered, lowering my voice. She instantly responded to what Nick liked to call the dad voice and ran upstairs. I chuckled and started prepping the kitchen. No matter what my mood was from the night before, my little girl always put a smile on my face and warmed my heart. I poured the egg and mushroom mixture in a muffin tin and placed it in the oven, and whipped up a quick French toast batter for several thick slices of old bread that I'd been meaning to turn into breadcrumbs. The potatoes were blanched and diced and waited on an oiled skillet to heat. With everything ready to cook, I took a moment to breathe and leaned against the counter. I couldn't believe what I'd gotten myself into. How could a woman like Everly, with so much potential in her future, ever be interested in a man like me? I had lied to her. Technically was still lying to her about not knowing how to cook. Maybe the one lie was a deal breaker. Maybe she was just waiting to tell me. I had just dropped the potatoes in the skillet and dipped a few pieces of bread into the batter when the doorbell rang. I couldn't find an apron to wipe my hands with. I'll get it, Abby yelled as I heard her tiny feet thump down the stairs. It might be Uncle Nick. It wasn't unusual for Nick to stop by in the mornings looking for some breakfast. It was a good thing I had made extra for that very reason. You're lucky we didn't go out to eat, I called as I heard 2 footsteps enter the house. I found an apron and was wiping my hands when I turned and walked out of the kitchen. You'd starve every morning if I didn't feed you. I would. Everly stood in the entryway of my house, next to Abby. I find that very hard to believe. Everly, I said, letting the apron fall to the floor. Everly. Abby squealed and looked up at the beautiful redhead next to her. She had trouble saying Everly. It came out more as Evan. You're Abby, right? She asked with a tight smile. Yup, Abby said. I glanced between the two of them. It smells good, Everly said and looked toward the kitchen. She wore a white turtleneck and slim-fitting jeans with fur-lined boots. Her hair was loose, thick, wavy strands falling around her shoulders, and I wondered how they would feel between my fingers. Her eyes were still barely smudged with makeup from the previous night, and her cheeks were lit with a small amount of blush. She was beautiful, and there was something about seeing her smiling at Abby that made her seem even lovelier. Daddy cooked breakfast, Abby said. You want some? Everly raised an eyebrow and glanced at me. He did, she asked. Is it safe to eat? I chuckled. I'll get the plates ready. They followed me into the kitchen where Everly casually checked out the breakfast. I knew I was going to have to come up with an excuse, but she seemed more interested in helping me finish the French toast and potatoes than in questioning me about my sudden cooking skills. I pulled out the muffin tin, and her eyebrows had raised slightly as I set 2 egg and mushroom muffins on each plate. "Thank you, Daddy," Abby had said as we sat at the table with full plates. "You're sweet," Everly said as Abby stuffed her face. "My niece is a little older than you." "What's her name?" Abby asked. "Belle," Everly said. "That's a pretty name." Abby swallowed a piece of her muffin. "Well, I think Abby has a really pretty name," Everly offered, and she seemed surprised when she bit into her muffin. I couldn't stop myself from grinning as Everly and Abby spoke. Everly wasn't bad with kids. In fact, she was wonderful. Abby blushed and looked at me with wide blue eyes. "It's not a bad name," I joked. "Daddy," Abby frowned. "Don't listen to him," Everly said. "Dads never know anything." "Does your dad know anything?" Abby asked, and I choked on a potato. "He actually doesn't," she said. "How do you like your breakfast, Abby?" I asked, desperate to change the conversation. "It's good, but Uncle Nick makes cinnamon rolls that I like better." Everly laughed. "She's an honest girl," I muttered. "Abby, those cinnamon rolls are pre-packaged. Anyone could make those," I said. "Then you make them, Daddy," Abby said. Everly smiled at me. "She has a point, Maddox. Prepackaged cinnamon rolls are the best." She flashed me a warm smile. "I don't know if I like the both of you ganging up on me," I said. "It's not fair." "It's not fair," Abby repeated, and I groaned. Everly watched with amusement in her eyes as Abby ate the rest of her breakfast as she repeated my words over and over again. "It's not fair. You're not fair." "Abby," I said, but Abby ignored me. "Do you have a parrot, Everly?" Abby said. "No." She smiled. "Daddy says he has one." Abby said. "I think you're the parrot," Everly said, and Abby tilted her head. "I'm a kid." "I'm a kid," she argued. "A parrot is a bird." "Silly." "Abby, go put your plate in the sink," I said. "But I'm talking to Everly." She whined. "Abby, plate, sink, now." My tone had grown demanding, and Abby pouted as she slid off her chair. "I'll be right back," she said, not wanting to miss a moment with Everly. "I'm sorry," I said when she was out of earshot. "She loves talking to new people, which I'll admit isn't often." "She's cute," Everly said. "Not nearly as awful as Belle was at that age." "You haven't seen her tantrums." I shivered. "You'd be running for the hills." "Do you want to watch a movie?" Abby asked as she returned. "I'll ask Uncle Nick for Chainsaw the 2. "Chainsaw the 2? Everly asked, shooting a sideways glance toward me. "She means Saw 2. I sighed. Nick watches horror movies at night for inspiration when she's supposed to be asleep. She fakes it, of course." Everly laughed. "Maybe next time, Abby," she said. "But let's pick a different movie. That movie is too scary for me." Abby crossed her arms and tried thinking of another movie to watch. "Abby, is your room messy?" I asked as I took Everly's plate and set both of ours in the sink. Abby and Everly followed me into the kitchen. "No." Abby drew the one syllable out. "Abby?" I asked again. "Maybe a little," she admitted with a blank stare. "Do you think you should go clean it? You know you usually keep things clean. Let's not change that, okay? Abby glanced at Everly with worried eyes. She really didn't want to leave her. I'll come back, I promise, Everly said, and it meant more to me than she could have realized. Okay. Abby relented. I'll clean my room, Daddy. I should probably get going, Everly said as Abby ran upstairs. She grabbed her purse from the entryway table and I followed her outside. Is everything okay? I asked. Yeah, I just wanted to apologize again for what I said. She offered a small smile, and I realized then that she felt truly bad. I'm sorry I kept Abby a secret from you, I added. I sort of understand, Everly said. It really isn't an easy thing to tell someone. Especially not someone you like, I said before thinking. Everly blushed, and I stuffed my hands in my pocket. I felt like a silly schoolboy with a silly crush. What was up with the breakfast? She asked, changing the subject. I was ready for this question. Cooking breakfast is a necessity when you have a kid, I said. It's about the only thing I can manage, though. Everly nodded. That makes sense. It wasn't bad at all. You have more talents than you realize, Maddox. My name on her lips did more than she would ever realize. Thanks, I breathed. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, she said with a smile. Last night gave me a new idea to try. I look forward to it, I said honestly. She bit her lip. Good. She turned and walked down toward her parked car in my circular driveway. I wasn't used to seeing her leaving my house in the daylight, and I tried to memorize how bright her hair was beneath the sunlight. I glanced up at the sky. Odd. It wasn't cloudy or rainy. Everly got into her car and drove off. Couldn't wipe the silly grin off my face as Abby met me outside several minutes after Everly was already gone. She's pretty, Daddy, Abby said. And I held her hand and nodded. She is, I said. She really is. Chapter 18, Everly. My phone wouldn't stop ringing, but despite running my arms around my bed, I had no idea where it was. I opened my eyes and glanced at the floor, where my phone was lit with an incoming call from Lacey. Hello. I groaned into it and realized I hadn't pressed accept. Hello. I tried again. I lost my key, Lacey said. Open the door. I rubbed my eyes and slipped on a pair of pajama pants. I rubbed my eyes and slipped on a pair of pajama shorts along with a t-shirt and opened my door, where Lacey and Belle waited. I moved aside to let them in. Maybe losing the key was a sign, I said, and got myself a glass of orange juice. A sign that Belle needs to stop going through my purse looking for lost Shopkins? Lacey offered. Belle smiled sheepishly and apologized. They're just so tiny, she said. That's why I keep buying you carriers for them, I said. I'm guessing you're here for breakfast? Can I put an order in now? Lacey joked. I rolled my eyes and started getting out my pans. Without thinking, I started making my version of an egg and mushroom muffin, and I realized I had all the ingredients for French toast as well. A few minutes later, and I was frying 2 diced potatoes in a skillet. It seemed Maddox was the one giving me inspiration for menus. I'm giving up on men, Lacey said as she leaned against the kitchen counter. I've had 3 awful dates in the past month. 3, Everly. Who has this kind of bad luck? Someone who goes on 3 dates in a month? I don't know, I said. You're the one who always told me I needed to put myself out there. I might have been wrong about that, she said. I might try again next month. How's kindergarten? I asked Belle, desperate to change the subject. It's fine. We're making these weird macaroni drawings. I remember doing that, I said. Your mom tore mine up and ate the raw noodles just to be a butt. I wouldn't trust the memory of a 5-year-old, Lacey added as she scrolled through her phone at the breakfast bar. And yet, you happen to remember the exact age I was when it happened. Belle and I laughed. Lacey rolled her eyes and reminded me that she was the older sister, and therefore always right. You're lucky you're an only child, I said to Belle, or else you'd have to deal with someone like her. She says I'm too much like you, Belle said. She's right. The more Belle had grown, the more she resembled me. I finished up the French toast and pulled the muffin tin out of the oven. So, have you started looking for another job? Lacey asked as we ate breakfast. I hesitated. I didn't want to have this conversation with her again, and I didn't think it would end any better this time. Since 18 hours ago when you first suggested it? No, I said. And like I said last night, I'm not sure if I want to find another job. Everly, don't be like that. The guy purposefully lied to you about having a kid. That's enough reason to quit. If he'll lie about that, what other kinds of things will he lie about? She really isn't that bad, I said. I met her yesterday. She's a good kid. It doesn't matter if she's royalty, Lacey argued. It's the fact that he hid her from you and probably wasn't going to tell you about her until way later if he was going to come clean at all. I really don't think he was planning on hiding her forever, I said. He's not a bad guy. He's just a little nervous to be dating again. He hasn't since he had her, and I can see why it might intimidate someone. I remember you weren't so keen on getting back out there. He's a bad father, Lacey said, and I felt the sudden urge to defend him. Has he told you anything about the baby mama? I realized he hadn't. Well, no, but I figured that might be a hard topic to bring up. What if she died? Then she would be the least of your worries, Lacey said, and I flinched at the dark humor. But if she isn't, you have no idea, and that's not something you want to get involved in. Plus, aren't you against divorcees? The odds that they're divorced are overwhelming at his age. He's not that old, I said. For me, he's not that old. But for you? Lacey spoke as I washed the dishes. I'm just saying this is too complicated, especially since you don't even know the full story yet. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I couldn't argue with that. Lacey wasn't entirely wrong, but I didn't want to give in so easily. I'll see how this next week goes, okay? I offered. If it's awkward, or if I find out he lied about anything else, then I'll quit. No questions. Promise? Lacey asked, and I nodded. Good. Now that we have that over with, I just have to complain for a moment about Kim. She sat at the table and explained in great detail how her coworker was slowly ruining the company. Belle sat quietly at the dinner table and played on a tablet. I tried paying attention to Lacey, but my thoughts continued to run back to Maddox and Abby, and if Belle and Abby would get along. Time for kindergarten, Lacey said and got their things ready. We said goodbye, and I shut the door behind them. I had made the decision to crawl back into bed when my phone rang. I picked it up, assuming Lacey forgot something, and flinched as Mom's voice screeched on the other line. I have been calling you for over a week, Everly Winters. The strict tone in her voice would have a drill sergeant shaking in his boots, and I was surprised she hadn't inserted my middle name as well. Were you ever planning on calling me back? I knew better than to answer that question with a big hell no. I texted you, I offered. It's the same thing to any normal person. It is not, and you know that. Now, what's this? Lacey mentioned about you quitting your job? She asked, and I groaned. Of course Lacey couldn't keep her big mouth shut. You need that job to pay off your loans. Here we go again. I have a new job, Mom, I said. This one is going to help me pay it off faster. Is this job at one of those at-will employers? Because you know what I've always said about those. They're not trustworthy, and you're as replaceable as the next person. Everly, you need to find a nice job at a bank. One with regular work hours and paid time off. You're putting the wrong degree to work, darling. I have all of those benefits, I lied. I wasn't sure if I had pay time off or sick leave. Maybe I should have asked Maddox these questions. Can you double your monthly payments? She asked. Yes, I said, and realized that I could. I can triple them at this point. Oh, thank God, Mom said. Maybe you'll finally put a small dent in them. She was wearing me out, and I'd had enough of her dramatics for one day already. Thanks, Mom, I sighed, wishing I could disappear. It might be the only way to avoid her from future calls. Listen, I have a lot of stuff to do, plus I already knew how important it was to pay the loans. I didn't need to hear it from her every time she called. Just promise you'll actually call me back from now on. There was a sincere plea and genuine concern in her tone, so I agreed. I love you, I said, and hung up. Saints help me, I did love the woman, no matter how much she drove me insane. I promptly returned to bed, where thoughts of my student loans and bills and debts filled my head. In a way, both my mom and Lacey were right. I really needed to focus on money and save up enough to one day start on my dream. But at the same time, I was right about this job helping with exactly that. I did need the money, and I needed it bad. I couldn't afford to start over from scratch, which meant I couldn't afford to mess up what I currently had, which, at the end of the day, meant I couldn't afford to have feelings for Maddox. Everything was a huge mess, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't follow my heart or my head without losing in one way or another. I groaned and pressed my face into my pillow. Lacey was right. I really had no idea what I was getting myself into. Chapter 19. Maddox. After a long morning of checking on 2 locations, I took a moment to breathe in my car. The day was busy, and I hadn't had much time to reflect on more than menu changes and price increases. I picked an album to play on my phone and connected it wirelessly to the new audio system. A rhythmic bass began, followed by a soothing, upbeat tempo that helped me relax. I was excited for Everly to cook dinner, and even more excited that there was a chance we could have an honest conversation about Abby. We hadn't discussed the terms of this weird relationship yet, but I felt as if we both were tiptoeing around that conversation. All I knew was that I liked her, and I thought she liked me, unless I was horribly mistaken. But I couldn't mistake the way she looked at me for anything else. There was a clear desire in her eyes, a flame that I wanted to kindle until it burned brightly between us. Something caught my eye in the rearview mirror, and I looked up to find Jackie storming behind me. She looked upset and had a stack of paperwork in her hands as she stomped on tall heels. I started the engine and peeled out of my spot in record time. Jackie didn't believe in leaving work at work, and she would have thrown the files in the back seat of my car given a chance. I decided to make it up to her later. I drove straight to Nick's house, pulling into his driveway just as he was getting home from a lunch outing with Abby. "How was Chinese?" I asked Abby, who offered me a fortune cookie. I stuffed it into my pocket and followed them inside. "It was good." Her lip curled into a frown. "But they didn't have sushi." "I already told you that's Japanese food. And I promised we'll get sushi tomorrow," Nick said. "Should a 3-year-old be eating sushi?" I asked. "You're the parent." Nick shrugged. "You tell me." I made a mental note to look that up later. "I don't have anything to cook tonight." Nick frowned as he checked his fridge. He walked over to his pantry and his shoulders slumped. "You mind getting Everly to cook up some extra food for us?" I frowned. "Not a chance. I'm paying her to cook for me and Abby and to teach me how to cook, not provide dinner for my frugal best friend next door. Unless you want to chip in and help with the expense." "Yeah, right, I wish," he said. "Never mind then, we'll order pizza instead. We like pizza, right, Abby?" "Pizza!" she yelled, and Nick took it as a confirmation. "Can I have the kind with fruit and ham?" Nick gave me a sour look and turned to Abby. "Not when you're at Uncle Nick's, remember? Save that weird stuff for your dad's house, okay?" "Nervous?" Nick asked as I paced around his living room. Abby turned on the TV and started looking up videos to watch. I watched her, trying to remember if I knew how to open a door when I was 3 years old. My daughter wasn't your usual child, though. She was far more advanced than I'd ever been. "No, yes. I don't know, it's just dinner. Nothing's really changed," I said. "That's bullshit," Nick said and pulled out a couple of beers from the fridge. Abby heard the movement and turned. "Juice?" she said, and Nick handed her a bottled fruit juice. I popped open my bottle and took time enjoying it. Hopefully it would help ease the nerves. "Everything's changed," Nick said. "Do you even know how you feel about her yet? Usually you're far more open to me about this sort of thing. She's got you shaken up?" I didn't tell him that very question had been on my mind for days. "No, I know," I admitted. "Then again, I have no idea. She's special. There's just something about her that makes me excited. Makes me want to know more." "I think you should probably start backing away from this situation," Nick said, "if you ask me. But then again, no one ever does, even though I'm usually right." The response surprised me. "Okay, I'll bite." I sighed. "Why do you think I should back off?" Nick lowered his voice. "You have a kid, man. She doesn't want kids. It's not that hard to add the two together. Simple math." "You're the one who said she might change her mind," I argued. "I know, and she still might, but I think you're a little too emotionally invested in this. You're too close. And if she ends up burning you, it's going to leave a scar. An ugly one. Not just on you, but on her." Nick gestured toward Abby. "This is her first time having her dad date someone. You need to be extra careful for her sake. When you aren't around, it's all she talks about." I watched as Abby picked a video of a singing tomato, as all that sank in. She clapped along and even knew a few words of the song. Nick was right. If I got hurt, so would she. "I'm being careful," I said. "But you should have seen Everly and Abby together yesterday. She was a natural, and they got along so great. Everly may not want children, but I think she could really fall in love with Abby." Nick contemplated my words. "Just don't expect too much from her." "I won't. I'll take it as it comes." I threw my empty bottle in the recycling bin. I still had another hour before Everly arrived, so I took a seat beside Abby and watched awful children's videos with her until it was time to leave. "Is Everly at the house?" Abby asked as I said goodbye to Nick. "She will be soon. I'll save you some dinner." I kissed her cheek and she hugged me. I knew one day I was going to have to explain this to Abby, but surely when she was older, she'd understand. I returned home and did a thorough check on the kitchen and dining room. Everything was immaculate, as always, and I found myself killing time by checking the silverware. A knock on the door startled me, and I dropped 2 forks on the ground. "Calm down," I told myself, and placed them in the sink to be washed later. Why was I so nervous? I brushed my hands off on my pair of comfortable jeans and rushed toward the door as she knocked. Each of my heartbeats was faster than the previous. This woman was going to be the death of me one day. Sweet, slow death. "I'm early, I know," Everly said and pushed past me into my house. She had 2 arms full of grocery bags, and I raised my eyebrows. "I couldn't remember if you had anything I needed, so I decided to just buy everything. Don't worry, you're getting billed for it." "Good to know." I followed her into the kitchen. "What's on the menu for tonight?" "I thought we'd go with veal with mushroom lasagna and sauce Perigord." She began setting the ingredients on the counter. My eyebrows raised. "We're getting a little fancy tonight," I said and glanced through everything. She picked only the highest quality ingredients, and in my head I calculated at least $200 worth of food for what might create 4 servings. Nick was going to eat very well later. "I've shown you the general basics," she said. "Plus, I've had a veal craving all weekend. It's really not that difficult." She knotted an apron around her blouse and pants and ran a few fingers through her hair before tying it up. She seemed happier, more relaxed, as she ran around my kitchen. It dawned on me that she moved as if she's always lived in this kitchen. I stifled a laugh. Cooking veal was certainly not an easy skill, but Everly seemed fairly confident in her ability. "How's your day been?" I asked. She walked to the sink and scrubbed her hands. "Long," she said, but there wasn't a single frown on her face. "Belle got a little sick at kindergarten, and Lacey had me pick her up and stay with her until she got home from work." She pulled a towel from the drawer, and after she dried her hands, she tossed it over her shoulder. "Is she feeling better?" "Well..." Everly took out some seasonings for the veal and started prepping the lasagna. "Between us, Maddox, I suspect a certain boy that Belle has a crush on said something not so kind to her, and she faked being sick to go home." I laughed. "She's only 5, isn't she? She's already crushing on boys?" I wasn't ready for that with Abby. The way she tended to get carried away with things, I couldn't imagine how it would be when those things were boy-related. I cringed. "It's crazy, isn't it? When I was her age, I was playing with trading cards and telling everyone I was part cat," she said. "Why doesn't that surprise me?" I muttered. She grinned and set everything up on the counter. "All kids are weird. Just wait. A few years and yours might end up being part horse." She focused our attention on the food and began telling me what everything was for. I listened closely as she went through the process, seasoning this, washing that, chopping and dicing vegetables. I pretended that I had no idea how to hold a knife, and she placed her hand on top of mine and showed me. Her warmth electrified me, and I leaned into her. She hesitated, her breath hitching as she pulled her hand from mine. "I think I got it," I said, and expertly sliced a tomato as she turned to regain her composure. Her blush was contagious, it seemed. The rest of cooking dinner was similar, and it seemed our bodies were never more than a foot apart. Everly was just as desperate for intimacy as I was, or at least that's what I told myself. By the time our plates were ready to be brought into the dining room, I was flushed with desire and having trouble focusing. "Where's Abby?" she asked as we took our seats. "At my friend Nick's," I said. "He offers a pretty competitive rate for daycare. I was worried I wouldn't be able to learn anything if she was here. She'd be trying to do all the cooking herself, and she'd most likely outshine me as a student. She loves cooking." Everly laughed. Belle went through the same thing. We took our bites at the same time and sighed in pleasure. It was delicious. "This might be the best yet," I said. "Think you could recreate it yourself?" she asked, her teasing tone a clear joke. I laughed, fighting the temptation to tell her that I've created dishes similar to this hundreds of times. "Maybe a few more lessons," I said. "So my mother has not stopped asking about you. Did you really have to be so amazing at dinner and make her fall in love with you?" "Was I supposed to be an awful person and make her hate me?" she asked, because I could have done that, easily. Her soft laughter was refreshing. "I can't imagine anyone hating you," I said. She bit the inside of her cheek and stuffed a bite of lasagna in her mouth. "Thanks, I guess." We finished the rest of our meal with pleasant small talk. I picked up her plate along with mine, and she followed me into the kitchen. "So, I've been meaning to ask, do you just hide all signs of Abby in the house?" Everly glanced around the kitchen. "You don't even have chocolate milk." "Abby's been pretty spoiled when it comes to food," I admitted. "She likes coconut milk mixed with melted semi-sweet chocolate, which would keep at Nick's. As for the rest of the house, well, I have a housekeeper to thank for that." "Could you show me around?" Everly asked. "Like, upstairs? I just want to see how the spoiled daughter of a billionaire lives her life." I smiled and offered her my hand. "I can do that." I pulled her across the living room toward the grand staircase. "How many rooms total do you have?" she asked. 10 or so. "And one kid's room?" "There's only one kid here," I said. We walked into another living area just above the stairs, where 2 desks and a chair hugged the wall and faced a giant television. "Oh my God," Everly whispered. "You have 2 living rooms." "Don't try and keep count," I joked. I showed her Abby's room, which had been decorated for a little princess. My mother did all the decorations, I said, as Everly brushed her fingers against a glittery pink wall. A blue bed with a sheer pink canopy above it was pushed into a corner alcove on a 2-step platform. The walls were lined with real diamond statues, and a giant unicorn stuffed animal lay in the middle of the room. I could have guessed, she muttered, turning in a circle to take it all in. The next stop was my room, and I stayed near the door as she spent her time browsing my things. The master bedroom was a series of 3 connected rooms, the first a sitting area, the second a bathroom suite with a closet the size of my kitchen, and the last a bedroom with a king-size bed. 3 living rooms. She sprawled across a couch in front of a fireplace. 3 that you've seen, I said. She grinned, and I showed her the bathroom next, receiving an expected gasp as she walked inside my closet. I kept my suits neat and organized, and the back wall reserved for the plethora of shoes meant for several different occasions. This is bigger than my apartment. She did another spin when we entered the bedroom. She glanced inside a corner door where my office waited. Your apartment isn't that small. I offered the words to be polite, and she shot me a glare. I leaned against the door leading to the bathroom, waiting for this tour to end. Wait, Everly said as her head popped into my office. It was fairly small and, from what I remembered, only had a single desk and a shelf of pictures. Is this you? I groaned. I didn't exactly have the best time during puberty. No, I tried, but she'd already disappeared into the room. I followed her, shutting the door behind me to keep her from escaping, and raced her to the very unflattering picture of me as a child. You can't hide this, she yelled as she held it up. Oh, Maddox, how unfortunate. Give me that, I ordered and tried grabbing it from her. I was behind her, her small frame between my arms, when she turned and fell into me. My breath hitched, the warmth of her skin pressed so tightly against mine, doing unkind things to me. She dropped the picture as my hand slid to her waist, pressing into her as I've wanted to do since I first saw her. My other hand slid up her back, and her mouth parted slightly as she took a deep breath. Maddox, she whispered, and the only thing I wanted in that one moment was to taste my name on her lips. Chapter 20, Everly. He kissed me, and I thought I was going to melt into a puddle at his feet. His hands roamed my body as if they were starving for me, and I kept a tight grip on his suit as I kissed back. Our tongues met, greedy and hungry, and I sprawled my hands across the thick muscles of his arms. Fingers swept through my hair, pulling at the nape and sending shivers down my spine. I wanted to drink all of this in, soak in the desire that had been plaguing me since I've met him, and let him bathe me in his own passion. His legs started to push me until my ass hit his desk, and without breaking contact, he bent down and lifted me in the air. I sat on the desk and pulled at his tie, forcing it off. Shit, Everly, he said, his voice husky and low. There was such a raw desire in it that it made my thighs squirm, leaving my panties damp. His waist fit in between my legs as he touched me everywhere. I needed him to touch me everywhere. My legs hooked around his hips, and he brought a hand on my thigh. I looked down. We were both still clothed, and it seemed as if he had the same thought at the same time. Come here. His voice was but a whisper in my ear, low and raspy as he led me back to his room. I closed the door to his office behind me and watched as he slipped his suit off and unbuckled his belt. Let me do that, I offered, getting my hands busy to finish it. He unbuttoned my blouse, and his fingers skimmed my skin as he slid it off. His lips pressed against my collarbone, lowering until they were close to my breast. Fingers slid in between my pants and skin, and they pushed them down with such an urgency that my breath hitched. That took longer than I thought, I said, as I stood before him in a bra and panties. He chuckled and pushed me onto the bed. His hands were trembling ever so slightly, and there was something in his expression that came across as hesitation. But it was gone the moment I pulled at his pants, and soon we were both only in our undergarments, nearly naked and hot and desperate for one another. I lay back on the bed and arched my back as he kneeled, pressing light kisses on my stomach and working his way lower. Maddox, I breathed out as his lips came close to my thighs. A tongue slid just beneath my panties, and I gasped. I hadn't been touched there in so long, and fire ripped through me like a boiling wave as my core ached with anticipation. At first, he teased me, running his tongue on the edge of my panties, flicking at the very top of me. Then he grew bolder, pressing his mouth against my entrance and running his tongue against it ever so slightly. I squirmed, my hips gyrating against the bed as his tongue repeated its motions. I slipped the straps of my bra off as one of his hands crawled up my skin and started tracing circles just below my breasts. I unclasped it with one hand and removed it. I caught his eyes as he glanced at my exposed top, and I recognized the hunger within them. His hand cupped my breast, running a finger in a circle around my nipple. I moaned, needing more. His other hand pushed my panties aside, and he started licking me, one fluid motion at first. My hands gripped the bed sheets as I trembled beneath his mouth. His licks became short flicks against my center, and then gradually returned flat against me. He went between the two as my breathing became more rough, more shallow, and hungry with need. I felt the very edge of release as his mouth continued moving between my legs. One hand squeezed my breast while the other held onto my hip, and I warned him that I was close. His tongue worked harder until I was screaming, crying from the sudden release as my orgasm washed over me in waves. He licked me one more time before removing my panties and climbing onto the bed to meet me. "Do you want to taste yourself?" he asked. "It's amazing." I pulled him into a kiss, tasting the sweet mixture of my own juices on his tongue. He pulled away after a moment and admired his view of my naked body. "You're beautiful," he said, and lowered his mouth to my breast. I was still covered in a wave of pleasure, but the sensation of his mouth on my nipple toppled me over. "Take these off." I grabbed the top of his briefs and tugged. I could see his member very well, a solid bulge against his waist, but I needed more of it. "Yes, ma'am," he joked and shrugged them down. I wrapped a hand around it and he flinched, curling into my body. It was thick and long and seemed perfect for my hand. "Everly," he moaned into my ear. "Do you want this?" His hand guided his package toward my entrance, and I spread my legs. I had protection. I was wet. He was thick. We were ready. I told him as much. "Please," I begged. His hips moved against mine. His hard body pressed against soft skin that was covered in a flush from his warmth. He breathed hard next to my ear until his manhood was deep in my juices and deep inside of me. I cried, tilting my head back and clawing his skin as he pushed himself further into me. Once he was as deep as he could go, he stopped, and we both enjoyed the moment of intimacy. "My world stopped the moment I saw you," he said, breathless. His gray eyes were staring down at me, and his 5 o'clock shadow was a light spread across a sharp jaw. "And I knew," he continued, "that very moment I knew I just needed to be inside of you, to know you." He started moving once again, slowly, as he told me his thoughts on our first meeting. The words grew dirty. His thoughts turned to the things he wanted to do to me late at night, and his thrusts grew strong and quick. One hand grabbed my ass and held it tightly as he buried himself deep inside of me, and I felt the moment he came, and I felt each burst afterwards as he twitched inside of me. We spent a moment just breathing when he finished, my head on his shoulder. Lacey was going to kill me, I realized. I had just gone against everything she said. I was in way over my head and absolutely crazy about a man who had lied to me and had a child. I had just let him come inside me. I let him taste me. And then I tasted myself. I could have groaned, but I didn't want him to think I regretted anything. In his arms, on his bed, on top of the wet spots where he had just made love to me, I felt safe. His doorbell rang, and I froze. Shit, he muttered and looked at me. Let's just stay here and ignore them. I curled into his neck. You're not going to hear me complain, I said. Another doorbell. His muscles tensed, realizing it must have been important, and he stood. I realized we were both naked, and we hurried to slip on our clothes. I followed him down the stairs while trying to fix my hair in a pathetic attempt, and nearly bumped into him as he flung open the front door. Maddox. A man stood on the other side with blonde hair and blue eyes, and in his arms was the small body of a 3-year-old girl, her face red with fever and nose covered in snot. She's sick, has a fever, and threw up twice now. Shit, come in, Nick. Maddox ushered them inside. I stood in the corner and watched as Maddox took Abby in his arms. What's her temperature? Over 101 last time I checked. The man, Nick said. He glanced at me and I hugged my body self-consciously. The reality of what we had just done hit me without the security of Maddox's arms. The stupidity of such an act. I couldn't believe I'd had sex with him, especially when his daughter was one house over, puking. Everly, this is Nick, Maddox said, and I grabbed my purse from the counter. Nice to meet you. I'll see you tomorrow, Maddox, I said as I rushed out the door. His hands against my body, lips pressed on mine, inside of me. I forced the thoughts away and pressed a hand over my mouth as I slid behind my steering wheel and dropped my head against the headrest. What had I done? Chapter 21, Maddox. The next morning, after a night of a home doctor visit and staying up with Abby as she turned and twisted each and every way in bed before waking up to puke on the floor, I lay in bed and spent a moment to myself. I glanced at the clock. Nearly 8 in the morning, which meant I had finally put Abby to rest in her bed and fell asleep myself maybe 3 hours prior. My bed felt bigger for some reason, and as my hands ran down the clean sheets, I couldn't help but think about Everly. She'd run off so quickly after Nick and Abby showed up, and I hadn't had time to text or call her once. She'd gotten home and sent me a quick text wishing Abby well, and then our communication had gone dark. Was she regretting what happened after dinner? I checked in on Abby and found her with a slight fever. She was getting better, but I decided to take the day off and take care of her myself. It had been a while since I spent a weekday with her, and a part of me was excited to rewatch Frozen and sing along and make her banana pancakes in a smiley face shape. I left her in bed and started on breakfast in the kitchen. The doorbell rang, and for a split moment I expected to see Everly on the other side. Instead it was Nick. How is she? His face was scrunched up with worry, so he hadn't gotten much sleep either, which didn't surprise me. Better, I said with a yawn. Still sick, though. I took the day off. You're welcome to watch Royal Princess Sisters and a snowman with us all day. Technically, one is a queen, he said, and I think I'll leave before the first showing. Let you go through that torture once and see how you like it. I finished breakfast with him beside me. Sorry we just sort of rushed over, he said. I didn't mean to scare Everly off like that. I think she was just caught off guard, I said, hoping it was true. Seeing a sick kid covered in mucus isn't exactly the way to get someone to like them. Nick laughed and left to get Abby ready for breakfast. My head hurts, she said as we sat in the dining room. I know, baby. Just eat these and then we'll go lie down. I cut her pancakes and fed them to her. You don't feed me like that, Nick complained and made Abby laugh. Uncle Nick, why would Daddy feed you? She asked. Because your uncle is lazy and useless, I said. Abby giggled as we finished our breakfast. Get comfy on the couch, sweetheart. I'll put on your favorite movie. I walked to the table for the remote and then to the player to insert the disc. Are you watching? She asked Nick with her doe eyes. I grinned and watched as he struggled to find his words. Yeah, I am. He relented, and we all took our seats on the couch. Abby watched in silence, which was how we knew she wasn't feeling okay. Nick left after the first showing and promised to check on Abby later. I'm hungry, Daddy, Abby said, and she followed me into the kitchen as I made her chicken noodle soup. Are you mad at me? What? What for? I asked and poured her a bowl. She sat on the kitchen counter and ate. 'Cause I'm sick, and because Emily left. Her little head bowed, and she stared at her hands as she stirred her spoon around her bowl. I'm sorry, Daddy. No, honey, I'm not mad at all. I just want you to be better, okay? I said. She nodded and finished her soup. I just have to make a quick phone call, okay? And then we'll watch TV the rest of the day. I'll be on the couch. She hopped out of her seat and headed for the living room, where her movie was waiting for a replay. After a moment of hesitation, I pulled out my phone and dialed Everly. Hello? She answered on the third ring. Hey, I started. I wanted to apologize for last night. Abby had a fever, and she didn't mean to scare you away like that. Oh, Everly said. No, it's okay. I just didn't want to intrude. Is she okay? Yeah, she's better, but we're not in the clear yet, so I'm going to have to cancel for tonight, and I'll have you come back when she has a clean bill of health. Of course, she said. Just let me know when to come back. Thanks, Everly. I paused, wanting to mention what happened before Nick showed up. I put money in your account for the week, I said instead. Thanks. I have to get going. My mom is on the other line, and if I don't answer, she'll show up at my door in 5 minutes. Her voice faded, and a quiet giggle sounded through the phone. Bye, Maddox. I hope Abby gets better soon. Me too. I hung up the phone and stared a moment, unsure of what to think. So Everly wasn't going to bring up what happened either. I returned to Abby and helped her pick a movie for us to watch. She cuddled against me and I slipped an arm around her. Daddy? She said as she turned toward me. The movie began playing and I tried focusing on both her and the screen. Yeah, honey? I brushed her hair back from her face and kissed her warm forehead. Everly's pretty, she said almost dreamily. I smiled. She is. I nodded my head and agreed. The movie was a new kids' movie that had been released recently, and while I'd never admit this to anyone, I enjoyed watching them. Sometimes I found myself watching them when Abby wasn't even around. Do you like her? Abby asked. She was starting to sound like a broken record, but then I realized she didn't understand dating. Haven't you asked this before? I tried paying attention to the movie. The characters were singing a very catchy song, and this normally would have been Abby's favorite part. Do you? She asked again. Of course, I said. Oh. She grew quiet for a moment. Daddy? Yes. Is Everly my mommy? She asked it so innocently that it took me a moment to realize what she'd said. What? I stammered. No, honey. Why would you think that? Because she would be a good mommy, I think. Her little face turned up to mine, and her eyes widened a bit, as if she wasn't convinced. Are you sure? "She's not your mother," I said. Abby settled back down, and just as I expected, the song captured her attention. But it was useless for me to try and focus on anything else now. All I could do at that moment was pray that Abby wouldn't start asking questions about her real mother. That was the last thing any of us needed. Chapter 22, Everly. I hung up, breathing a sigh of relief as I dropped the phone on the kitchen counter. I had at least a few days before seeing Maddox again, and hopefully in that time I'd be able to sort these horrible feelings out. Why was I getting so comfortable with a man who had a life that I had always been so against? A single father, a mysterious baby mama, and a little girl who doesn't yet realize just how broken her home is. How could I, in good faith, become close to a family like that when I've been so vocal about my opinions? It wasn't fair to anyone. The phone rang again, and I unlocked it, thinking it was Maddox. A familiar number popped up, one that I had deleted from my contacts a little over a week ago. "Hello?" I said. "Everly," Phil said on the other line. I frowned. Why was my old boss calling me? "How have you been?" "I've been good," I said carefully, as if the phone were a landmine I'd just put next to my head. "Can I help you?" "Yes. If you can find the time, I'd like to talk to you face to face. Can you swing by the restaurant today?" His voice wasn't giving anything away, and I searched my mind for reasons he might be calling. Perhaps he regretted letting me leave. I glanced at the clock on the microwave, debating. I didn't have anything to do, and there was no use in pretending that I wasn't at least curious. "Sure, I'm just finishing up some business here, but I can make it before the lunch rush." I shuffled my hands to make it sound like I was doing something. "That works. I'll see you then." Phil hung up. I set my phone on the counter and pressed a hand against my cheek. The only possible explanation was that he was offering my old job back, and it honestly couldn't be better timing. I stopped by a diner on the way to St. Padres and grabbed some brunch, trying to decide what to do if Phil offered a job. It's barely been a few weeks, so his desperation might help me get a bigger raise out of him. Maybe even a promotion. I parked in the awful lot a few blocks down and entered St. Padres through the back. "Everly!" Catalina smiled as I crossed the kitchen. "I've been thinking about you. Phil's tried to replace you twice, but neither lasted more than 2 days. He's desperate, chica." "Good to know," I said, and knocked on Phil's office door. "Come in," he said, and looked up as I entered. "Close the door behind you, Everly." I did as he said, and stood awkwardly in front of his desk. His eyes continued to glance between me and a sheet of paper on his desk, as if he barely had time to give me more than a minute of his attention. "You wanted to talk?" I asked, trying to keep a polite tone in my voice. "Yes." He finally looked at me, keeping his poker face in check. "How's your new position? Is it everything you wanted?" 2 hours a night showing a very handsome man how to cook 4 to 5 days a week would be a tough job to give up. But Lacey's voice spoke in my head, reminding me that my feelings were getting way too complicated and I needed to distance myself. "It's fine," I said. Phil nodded his head. "I wanted to do something nice for you," he said. "I have to admit, you're a star, Everly. A hard worker. A chef who one day is going to do amazing things. And it was my mistake letting you go in the first place." "Thanks." "I want you back, Everly, and so you know how much I appreciate you, I'm offering you co-head chef." He grinned. Co-head chef? It was an entirely made-up position, and I had no idea what terms came with it. "Yeah, you'll be co-head chef, official title and everything." His foot tapped on the wooden floor, waiting for my exit. "Thank you, Phil. I'll have to think about it, though, but I'll get back to you soon." I left and closed the door behind me, nodding a goodbye to Catalina as I returned to my car. I should have clarified what it meant, but it didn't matter. She was right. He really was desperate. Creating a position for me was one thing, but if he was worried about dissension in the ranks of his kitchen before, what would happen when the others found out just how far he'd gone to get me back? Not that I cared, really. I couldn't afford to care about much more than getting my debts paid off. Before going grocery shopping for my own place, I decided to check my bank account on my phone. I logged online, and my phone fell into my lap as the amount of money in my bank account stared at me. My mind blanked for a moment. Where did all that money come from? Then I remembered. Maddox said he was giving me money for the week. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm. Maybe working for Maddox wasn't that bad after 23, all. Maddox. I woke with Abby snoring soundly by my side. I didn't remember her climbing into bed with me. I probably would have carried her back to hers had I been awake. But I welcomed her comfort anyways and checked her temperature with the back of my hand. She wasn't too warm, and her skin had the healthy glow that had been missing for the majority of the week. She stirred, eyes slowly opening as I crawled out of bed. "How are you feeling, kiddo?" I asked and began getting ready for the day. "Better," she said. "You're not sick anymore?" I took her temperature properly this time with a thermometer, and it came back normal. "I'm hungry," she said, and I chuckled. I figured she was going to be hungry after eating nothing but soup for a week. "I'm going to hop in the shower, and then you need a bath," I said, "and then I'll make some muffins for you to take over to Nick's." "Okay, Daddy," she said, and settled back into bed to wait for her turn in the bath. "I'm going to have to stay late at work tonight to make up for the week," I said. "Nick said you're taking your painting in a new direction, though?" "You can't know that," she cried, and I held up my hands and slowly backed away. "I'm sorry, it's a surprise. I should have known. So you're okay with me staying late?" "Yes, Daddy," she said, and settled into bed, muttering how Nick betrayed her sense of trust. I smiled and shook my head as I started the shower. Afterward, we walked hand in hand toward Nick's. He greeted us and gladly accepted the tin of fresh-baked muffins from the crook of my elbow. "I'm perfectly capable of feeding her," he said as he popped one into his mouth. "Yeah, I don't see you complaining, though." "Someone's feeling better, yeah?" Nick picked Abby up and kissed her cheek. "I'm ready for my painting," she said as she glanced in my direction. "That means you have to leave." She pointed at the door in a dramatic gesture. Nick and I laughed. "I'm going to stay later and catch up, if that's okay," I said to Nick. "No problem. She can stay the night if you want," he said. "I'll see what time I get home. Thanks." I kissed Abby's forehead. "Goodbye, sweetie. I'll see you soon." "Bye, Daddy." She waved me off, and I closed the door behind me. I always felt as if I should do more for Nick, after everything he's done for us. After a gruesome 30 minutes sitting in traffic, I finally arrived at my Alaskan Way location, still the newest of my restaurant chain. My employees greeted me with forced enthusiasm, but it was hard to blame them. They had every reason to be nervous around the owner and boss. "Maddox!" Jackie met me in my office. "I didn't know you were coming in today." "I've had too many days off," I said. "Plus, it's a Friday. Missing the middle of the week isn't that big of a deal, but I need to be here on the weekend at least." "Well, I've left you about 10 voicemails about this already, but..." Jackie handed me a folder. I decided against telling her I had deleted every message without listening to it. "What's this?" I flipped it open, staring at a series of numbers that were slowly decreasing as my fingers skimmed through the weeks. And then the past 7 days. "The 2-year excitement for a new restaurant is starting to die," Jackie said. "It's not enough to keep our numbers up, and now they're lower than they were before Alaskan Way opened." "That's alarming," I muttered as I examined the numbers thoroughly. They were decreasing at a much quicker rate than I had expected. We need something new to push those numbers back up. "Do you have anything in mind?" she asked. I ran my hand down my face and shook my head. Nothing right now. Give me a minute. I'll think of something. Jackie left my office and I sat down, brainstorming. A new dish would help the numbers, but it would have to be cheap and exciting. Mr. Moore? I looked up as one of my assistants entered the room. Carla Fisher, one of my oldest employees, stood at the foot of my office. What is it, Carla? I asked. Have you looked over the itinerary for next week's trip? No, I haven't. I paused. Wait, what trip? The Vegas trip, Mr. Maddox, where you have at least 3 meetings every single day for 4 days straight, she said and searched through the stack of folders on my desk. She pulled out a thin red folder and placed it in front of me. I glanced through it, suddenly remembering a faint conversation I had with Jackie about Vegas and meetings. Shit. Of course, the meetings, I said, and shoved the file into my take-home bag. I'll look over it again. Thank you, Carla. The Vegas meeting couldn't have come at a worse time, really, but maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Maybe I could use both this and a new dish to get my numbers up. 24, Everly. I didn't remember the last time I'd had such an unproductive weekend. I had watched Belle for a few hours a day while Lacey had her alone time, and had attempted a few new recipes that all turned out either too salty, too garlicky, or just plain disgusting. It wasn't my fault, though. Belle had suggested a few of the ingredients herself. I was attempting to plan out a week that was looking to be just as uneventful as the weekend when my phone rang. I glanced at the screen as I answered it. Hey, Maddox, I said in a voice that I prayed sounded confident and not at all awkward. Hi, Everly, how are you? He asked. I looked down at my pajamas and at the kitchen covered in pots stained with grease and leftover food. I'm fine, I said, just getting over a busy weekend. How's Abby? She's much better. That's actually why I'm calling. I think we're good to continue the lessons tonight, he said. I'll send over the allowance for the week and you can go ahead and pick up the ingredients on your way here. Sound good? Yeah, I'll see you tonight. I'm happy that Abby is feeling better. Perfect. I'll see you soon, Everly. He hung up. It was almost alarming how perfectly casual he had sounded, as if we hadn't shared a single experience together. Maybe maintaining a professional relationship was for the best. If he could act normal, then so could I. I sat at the dining table and created a menu for the week, deciding which ingredients I would get today and which ones I would save for the following days. I was just finishing up Thursdays when my doorbell rang. I frowned and opened it, surprised to see Lacey and Belle waiting patiently on the other side. Did you lose your key again? I joked. But Lacey's unamused eye roll meant that she did lose the key, and she wasn't very happy about it. I had to help this one with a project for pre-K, Lacey said. Why would kindergartners know anything about the evolution of dinosaurs? Don't they save that stuff for elementary? Nothing with starting them young, I said, and started on breakfast. Think you could watch Belle for an hour tonight? I had to help this one with a project for pre-K, Lacey said. Why would kindergartners know anything about the evolution of dinosaurs? Don't they save that stuff for elementary? Nothing wrong with starting them young, I said, and started on breakfast. Think you could watch Belle for an hour tonight? Lacey asked. There's a book club that I've been wanting to join, and I thought they meant on the weekends, but apparently there's a few Mondays thrown into the mix. I actually have work tonight, I said, and started frying the potatoes. Lacey gasped. You got a new job? At Maddox's, I said. He just called and said Abby was feeling better, so we're continuing our lessons tonight. Lacey shook her head. What? You've been very hesitant to even bring him up this past week, she said. I thought he fired you or something. Well, not exactly. I whipped up some scrambled eggs and threw a cookie pan full of brown sugar-dusted bacon in the oven. What exactly does that mean? Lacey asked. So nothing happened? Not exactly, I repeated. I really don't want to talk about it. Everly, Lacey said. You can tell me. I glanced at Belle. She was sitting on the couch watching the TV and seemingly not interested in listening to our conversation. Lacey noticed what I was staring at and frowned. What happened? We had sex, I said quickly and focused on the potatoes. Lacey asked me to repeat myself, and I did, but in a slightly quieter voice. Everly Winters, you did not. Lacey's voice was loud enough for my neighbors to hear. Is it that surprising? I argued. Well, I mean, he's your boss. She widened her eyes and stared through me. What happened, though? Was his kid home? She clutched her chest as if the thought was appalling. Of course she wasn't home. I gave her a nudge. She stays at a friend's house who's his neighbor. And I don't know, we had just finished dinner and I wanted to see the rest of his house. There's literally no evidence of a kid there, and one thing led to another, and then we were in his bedroom. On his bed? Lacey added, and I rolled my eyes. Yes, on his bed, I said. But afterward, his neighbor stopped by with Abby. She was sick, she looked like she was about to puke, and I ran off. Like my head was on fire. I could have kicked myself. You ran off after sleeping with him? Lacey asked, and I nodded, feeling bad enough without her repeating it. And he didn't fire you? He's not like that, I said. I don't think he was upset. Obviously, he was more concerned with Abby, and he stopped our nightly lessons because she was sick. Have you guys talked about what you did yet? She asked, and I shook my head. Why not? He's been busy, I said. And I'm not sure how to bring that up. Oh, hi, Maddox. How's Abby? And oh, by the way, how was the sex we just had before your daughter came over puking, yeah? You and I both know it doesn't have to be that awkward, Lacey said. But Everly, how could you? You slept with your boss. A boss from a job that's not in the least bit stable. You do realize what this looks like, right? What if he expects this to be a nightly thing? He's not like that, I argued. And even if it was a nightly thing, I'm still doing my job. What would it matter? It matters because it's wildly inappropriate. She had lowered her voice to a whisper, as if saying the words aloud would be blasphemous. And irresponsible. Everly, this is probably the most irresponsible thing you could have done. Sleeping with your boss in his home while his daughter is literally next door? You need to shut this down and find another job. I hadn't told her about the offer to go back to my previous job yet, and I decided to keep it from her. I released a breath of frustration. I don't need you to lecture me. She sounded as if our mother was in the room and talking to me. She scoffed, which only solidified my thoughts. I'm just concerned. She turned and started prepping the table for our breakfast, taking out the dinnerware and forks. Thankfully, it didn't seem like Belle heard any of our conversation, and throughout breakfast I asked her everything she knew about dinosaurs, which was more than I'd ever learned at her age. Lacey continued to frown and shake her head, even as we said goodbye and I left for the grocery store to shop for the week. I wasn't upset with her, though. She was just looking out for me, and I couldn't exactly disagree with how complicated the whole situation was. I sent her a quick text thanking her for listening and for her advice, but that I would ultimately decide about what to do about Maddox myself. I leaned against the headrest and contemplated my own words. What was I going to do about Maddox? I spent hours shopping at several different markets, looking for the highest quality ingredients. One of the markets was on the pier, and I spent nearly an hour enjoying the ocean breeze and imagining the menu of my own restaurant. One of the newer spots on the pier had a line of people waiting just to get their name on the list, and I made a mental note to check it out one day. It had the perfect location, but I always wondered if all-you-can-eat's menu was as perfect as it claimed to be. It was almost comical, the name that was chosen for the 4-star restaurant. Almost a joke of sorts, until you walked in and the atmosphere swept you away. I arrived to Maddox's on time, and he greeted me with a warm smile. Is Abby here? I glanced around him into the house to see signs of his 3-year-old. He shook his head, taking a few of the bags from my arms as he stepped aside to let me pass. She's at Nick's. I nodded, remembering the friend who had stood in the doorway with a sick little girl in his arms, and a blush as he realized how unkempt Maddox and I had been. The memory made me blush, and I followed Maddox to the kitchen, expecting an uncomfortable and awkward silence. I placed the reusable bags on the counter and unpacked them. Maddox opened the fridge to help. What's on the menu for tonight? Sea bass. I held up the paper-wrapped package. There was a fresh cart on the pier, and I was thinking of a pickled cucumber relish, and stringed potatoes on the side. He narrowed his eyes and stared up to the ceiling as he seemed to consider it, as if he were the chef and me the student. That sounds wonderful. I've eaten sea bass plenty of times, so you'll have to try hard to impress me. A slow, sly smile spread across his lips, and I found myself relaxing at the sight of it. At least he hadn't lost his ability to tease me. I waved a finger at him. You'll have to impress me by actually cooking this time. I gave him a sideways glance and turned back to the counter. Don't think you can get away with watching over my shoulder and the occasional comment about the smell. I suppose I am paying you to teach me. He walked to the counter beside me and we began prepping. He made conversation easily, and I was surprised at how normal and comfortable I felt around him. He was good at making things less awkward, but throughout cooking dinner I couldn't help but give his muscles a second glance. His fingers as they stirred a pot of soup, his grin as he bit his bottom lip, his forearms as he washed potatoes and spiralized them. Every small movement made me remember our night together, how strong he was, how good I had felt under his touch. A soft heat spread through my arms and into my core, as if it drained directly from my brain to its intended target. I shook my head. I needed to stop thinking those things. Instead, I glanced toward him again, noticing his shirt was tight, and his pants had just enough slack to create a slight outline where his thick bulge had been. I groaned, confident at this rate I was going to burn something. Hopefully not myself. Ginger sea bass with sautéed scallops, pickled cucumber relish, and stringed potatoes. Maddox pointed to each item, naming it as we plated the meal. Not bad. He seemed pleased as he nodded his head and regarded our accomplishment. Not bad? You just made a $200 meal. I gave him a soft nudge with my elbow, and then we took our plates to the dining room, where he insisted on pulling out my chair. Maddox dug into his first, and I smirked as his eyes lit up. This is fantastic, Everly. He closed his eyes, and his shoulders slumped as he slowly chewed. Really, I don't think I've ever had fish taste so good. I think I already mentioned that I'm sort of a pro when it comes to seafood, I said. It's probably the only thing I've ever been confident about. That took a bit of a sad turn. He popped another bite into his mouth and swallowed. But I can assure you that you're a pro at just about everything we've cooked. Although, your desserts could probably use some work. We've only made, 2 desserts, I argued, and he chuckled. Oh, you're joking. He released a soft chuckle. Of course I am. You're a naturally talented chef. His compliment made my shoulders square, but I tucked my chin to not seem as proud as he made me feel. I don't think it was natural, but thank you. I had never given a sincerer thank you in my life, but that's what he did to me. He made me feel wonderful, in more ways than one. Just as we were finishing our meal, Maddox retreated into a room tucked into the corner of the dining room. I tried peering inside, but it was long and dark, and the breeze that brushed gently across my arms, which had come from that direction, was much cooler. He soon returned with a bottle of wine and poured each of us a glass. That's where you hide them. I swirled the wine in my glass and noted the rich color. I was beginning to think there was some sort of secret basement. Nothing secret about this, he said, and took a sip. I hesitated. Drinking with your boss during dinner wasn't exactly a responsible thing to do, or appropriate. It was a thought that my sister had planted in my mind, and I wanted to give her a swift kick in the behind for making me second-guess everything. Maddox seemed to recognize my hesitation. I'm sorry about before. For what? I asked, and then realized he meant our night together. Oh, it's okay. I'd never had anyone apologize to me about having sex with me. I wasn't sure whether to be offended or not, but one look at Maddox put me at ease. He was being sincere. His soft gray eyes were a comfort. No, it's not. I don't want you to think that I expect anything more than a cooking lesson from you. I've been worried all week that you might have taken it the wrong way. He pulled his glass to his lips and took a hearty swig, and his eyes stayed locked on mine the entire time. I don't think that at all. I wouldn't admit that the thought hadn't crossed my mind. I never felt like anything more was expected from me. I wanted to do it. Oh, thank God. His shoulders slumped as he sighed. That's a relief. You have no idea how worried I've been this week. I'm sorry. I reached over and placed my hand on his. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Cause trouble? He stifled a laugh. I just usually don't overanalyze so much, but for some reason with you, it's all I can do. I blinked, startled at the confession. I hadn't thought that he might be having the same feelings as me. The growing uncertainty about his reaction subsided at that moment. There's something else I wanted to ask. He paused a moment while I finished my glass. He grabbed the bottle and offered more, but the effects of the wine were beginning to make my head feel a little woozy, and I politely refused another glass. Yes? My eyes widened with curiosity. He leaned forward to close the distance between us. Have you ever been to Vegas? I shook my head. Lacey's been with her ex, but she didn't really have many good things to say about it. She'd called it a den of sin and a waste of good money, but I didn't think I needed to go into all that with him. I wasn't sure what had happened to her while she was there, but I had an idea it was the first time she'd come to terms with her ex's wandering eyes and grabby hands. Because after that, things had changed in their relationship. Maddox chuckled. Vegas can be a hit or miss. He looked as if he'd experienced the latter a few times. Well, I have a few important meetings coming up next week, and I was hoping you'd join me. The offer came as a shock. He wanted me to go away with him? In Vegas? I leaned forward and took his wineglass in my hand. He laughed and nodded. I took a much larger than normal sip and contemplated it. I don't know if that's a good idea, Maddox. I placed the glass on the table and fingered the rim. I understand, and it's absolutely your decision. Usually I just have either Abby or Nick with me, but Abby will be at my parents' and Nick has an art gallery showing, so I guess I'm just being selfish and don't really want to go alone. I wondered if the offer was conditional. Do I get my own room? My brow rose, waiting for the answer. Of course. He nodded and chuckled. Anything you want. My sister's voice was still loud in my head, reminding me how inappropriate and irresponsible it would be. I thought of a million reasons to say no, and yet I'm not entirely surprised as I answered, okay. I couldn't believe I was agreeing, but there was no chance I was missing the opportunity. I get my own room and spending money, and we eat at one of the buffets in the casinos because I've always heard about those, and I'll go. Maddox smiled, his cheeks widening more than I've seen, as he nodded. Deal, he said, rising from the table and taking my empty plate. I followed him to the kitchen, and as we cleaned up dinner, he told me countless stories about his experiences in Vegas. He'd seen so many things and done so much in his life that I felt like I had a lot of catching up to do. I nodded, half listening and half having a mental breakdown in my mind. I was afraid he'd be able to hear the inner battle my thoughts were screaming so loud, but he gave me a warm smile and tossed me a dish rag. Care to help me clean up? He turned toward the sink and turned on the water. The idea of him washing dishes brought a smile to my face. I wouldn't miss this for anything. I stood beside him next to the dishwasher, which was worth more than my rent, as he went a little heavy on the dish liquid. Then Maddox's arm brushed against mine as he wiped our plates clean, his warmth spreading over me like a blanket. I shuddered as a pulse of need burned deep in my core. What on earth had I agreed to? Chapter 25, Maddox. Everly had made amazing dinners throughout the rest of the week, and our conversation continued to grow more natural and endearing to me as the days passed. She always made sure to ask about Abby, and Abby made sure to ask constantly about Everly. The past 4 days had felt like a dream as we planned our Vegas trip and cooked together. Well, as she taught me how to cook. According to her, I was picking it up a lot quicker than she had expected, and last night I had the mashed potatoes without a single comment from her. I continued my ruse, and she continued to believe that I wasn't a renowned chef. Really, all it would have taken was a single Google session and she would have found the truth. A fact that was always in the back of my mind as we spent time together. What would I do when she finally learned the truth? I lounged in bed a little longer than usual on Thursday morning, making a mental checklist for the weekend. Abby squirmed beside me, her tiny body radiating a heat that I wouldn't trade for the world. I hadn't fallen asleep with her in the bed. She must have snuck in again throughout the night. She had always been a master at that, since her tiny footsteps were no more disturbing than butterfly wings. "I had a dream, Daddy," she said as she woke. A hearty yawn stretched her mouth, and she rubbed her eyes. "What about?" I asked. "I don't remember." She shrugged her tiny shoulders and giggled. "I just remember liking it." "You're still okay with me leaving this weekend, right?" I asked. She must have been tired of constantly reassuring me. "You're okay with staying at Grandma and Grandpa's?" "Yes, Daddy. Grandpa makes me pancakes, and Grandma takes me shopping." Her eyes widened with excitement. I chuckled. Of course she was more than okay with staying with them for the weekend. "Is Evie going?" I nodded. "Yeah, she's helping me. You're okay with that, right?" Abby sighed and met my eyes before averting them with more attitude than necessary. Clearly, she was tired of all these questions. "All right, I get it. I'll start with breakfast. You get ready to go to Nick's." Abby dressed herself as I made pancakes. I added a little cinnamon and brown sugar into the mix and topped them with a blend of cream cheese and powdered sugar. I was at least going to make sure my pancakes were better than my dad's. "Is your painting almost done?" I asked. Nick had been giving me small updates through the week. Apparently, it was something Abby was really passionate about. Her head went up and down as she scooped another spoonful. "Almost," she said in between bites of pancakes. "But you can't see it yet." She narrowed a gaze at me that had threat written all over it. I raised my hands to surrender. "I know." I turned away to get my own plate ready. "When can I see it?" "When it's done," she said with another long, dramatic sigh. "You're going to love it." "I know I will." I turned and gave her a smile over my shoulder. "Maybe you can show it to me when I get back." Abby tilted her head as I joined her at the table. "Maybe," she said. "All right, time to get to Uncle Nick's," I said, and threw the dishes into the sink. Abby got her shoes on and we left. Nick was in the middle of a new painting when we arrived. I sat on his couch as Abby watched him finish the corner of his painting. It was a colorful field of flowers, with bleeding roses that created a border. It was somewhat depressing, but of course Abby only saw the flowers and instantly fell in love. "Uncle Nick, I'm going to finish my painting soon," Abby said. "It's almost done," he agreed and patted my shoulder. "It's a real work of art." "I believe it," I said, and kissed Abby goodbye. "I have a long day at work today, sweetie. There's a lot to plan for the weekend, and I might not pick you up until late." "That's okay," she said. "Take your time." I chuckled. Abby surely didn't know what that meant. "I need to check in with the hotel sometime today," I said to Nick as I got ready to leave. "I added Everly's room last minute. I need to make sure it's another suite or else she'll be stuck on the bottom floor with the drunk bastards who go to Vegas for the women and the drinks." "You don't think she'd like that?" Nick asked. I raised my eyebrow at his condescending tone. "I didn't mean it like that," he sighed. "And don't get all defensive over her. You don't think you're maybe getting a little too close to her?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "You barely know her, and already you're paying for an entire weekend in Vegas?" he said. "Because I have meetings there and you were busy. I didn't want to go alone," I argued. "Jackie could have gone with you," he said. "I think I'd rather go alone than have her company." I leveled my stare to his. "Plus, one of us needs to stay for the restaurants. We both can't have a Vegas weekend." "It's a business weekend," Nick said. "Remember that." "What are you trying to get at?" I asked. "Just spit it out." "Just that you need to do what's best for both you and Abby, not just yourself," he said. I nodded and we said goodbye. Nick was just being a good friend. I could acknowledge that. He also didn't know Everly as much as I did, and he didn't understand how either of us felt. But more than anything, I knew that Everly wouldn't do anything to hurt me or Abby. To think otherwise was ridiculous. But I could understand how he would be protective of us, though. It was his nature, and I know he considered us family. She was worth it, and I knew in my heart that what we could potentially have was worth it, too. Chapter 26, Everly. My suitcase wouldn't close all the way. I sat on it again and tried to zip it shut. But there was too big of a lump in the middle that was keeping me from getting it zipped. I groaned and opened it for the 100th time, trying to decide if I was bringing too many clothes or if my suitcase was just too small. I had no idea how to pack for a weekend in Vegas. Did I bring only business clothes? Or should I bring a dress in case we go to a show? It was cold in Seattle, with nights that felt like a freezer. But what was the temperature in Vegas like? I had always assumed it was hot. It was a desert after all. But after a quick Google search, I had learned that the temperature changed often. I had blouses, sweaters, shorts, leggings, and several dresses stuffed into the suitcase, along with shoes of all styles and more makeup than I would ever need. Why was I so anxious for this trip? What was I expecting to happen? I had added a piece of lingerie that I hadn't worn in years to the pile very suddenly, and I picked up the soft satin and second-guessed myself. It probably didn't fit anyways, and even if it did, what was I wearing it for? I had already arranged my own room. Lacey and Belle arrived as I was repacking the suitcase. I'd learned that you could roll things up, but hesitated on certain items. The last thing I needed was my clothes to be a mess. My sister walked in and looked around as if trying to find clues. To what? I wasn't sure. "When do you leave?" Lacey asked. She still wasn't entirely okay with the trip, but that was to be expected from an older sister. I went to the bedroom and brought out my very overstuffed suitcase to continue my battle of zipping it shut. "Tomorrow," I said. "We get back late Sunday." "And you're already packed?" Lacey raised an eyebrow at my bulky luggage. "Maybe this guy is good for you after all. I've never seen you so responsible." I rolled my eyes and struggled with the zipper, having no luck. "You're channeling our mother again. I just want to make sure I have everything ready," I said. "We're leaving tomorrow morning, and I don't want to leave anything to chance." "You're nervous," Lacey said. "Why are you so nervous? You said yourself this was a business trip." She regarded me with a smirk, as if she could see right through me. I sighed, my shoulders slumping in defeat. "It is. But I don't know, Lace. The money is good. Like, so good. I've never been paid this much in my life, and I don't think I'll ever be paid this much. But things are starting to get complicated, and I'm not sure what this is anymore." "What do you mean?" Lacey asked. Belle entertained herself with the TV in the living room as Lacey took a seat on my bed. "I'm starting to like him. Really like him. I didn't think I'd get feelings for this guy, but our dinners are starting to feel like dates. It feels like we're dating, but we're not, and I don't know what we are." I guess that's what bothered me most of all, not knowing what we were and where it would lead. Did it have the potential to be a normal, healthy relationship? What did that even mean anymore? Most relationships are dysfunctional in some way or another. "At least you seem to be cautious about this, which makes me feel much better about the situation," Lacey said. "And you should be cautious. Everly, our family has a pretty bad track record with relationships already, and the fact that he's your boss makes the odds even worse. This weird relationship you have is already way unbalanced." "In more ways than one." "I know, that's why I'm nervous," I said. "But there's something special about him. It's hard to explain it, but I just know he's special with every ounce of my soul." "I said the exact same thing once," Lacey said. I frowned. She was right. I do remember her saying that her ex-husband was special. And look how that ended. "I know. I'm starting to think that maybe every guy is different. I can't spend the rest of my life judging every man based on your failed relationship." The words sounded much harsher than I meant them, but it was true. If I lived my life afraid to give every man a chance based on my sister's past mistakes, I'd die a spinster. "And what about his kid? You were dead set against them." Lacey glanced in Belle's direction. Though I'd be lying if I said I've not been praying that you'd change your mind. Kids are wonderful. I don't know. I haven't hung out with Abby that much, to be honest. I pictured the sweet little girl in my mind. Her bright eyes were full of wonder, and her behavior was far above average for most kids her age, from what little I had seen. I don't know. This is all so confusing. I closed the suitcase with Lacey's help. What about your old job at St. Padre's? She asked. You can get that back, right? I think, I said, holding my tongue. I'm fairly certain you can. So when this doomed relationship fails, I glared at her and she held up her hands. I'm sorry. If it fails, you have a backup job. You won't be totally screwed. Thanks, I said. Lacey shrugged and walked over to join Belle on the couch. If only Lacey was more supportive. But she'd been nothing if not vocal about her opposition to Maddox. I wondered if she was right. Would I be totally screwed if this relationship failed? Maybe. But I knew in my heart I'd be forever regretful if I didn't at the very least give it a try. My phone began ringing and Belle retrieved it from the kitchen and handed it to me. Thanks. I patted her head and answered the phone. Everly, hello, Maddox said on the other line. His voice brought a smile to my face. Oh, hi, Maddox. I was just getting ready for the weekend, I said, and caught Lacey glaring at me from the corner of my eye. I retreated to my room and closed the door behind me. What's up? I walked over and lowered myself to the bed. I just had some time in between work here, so I figured I'd call you. I'm starting to get a little impatient with this day. I'm beyond excited to spend some time with you away from the stress of work in my kitchen. Me too. I said honestly, it'll be fun. At least when you're not in your meetings. Speaking of those, he paused and I heard him typing away on his computer. He must have been extremely busy to be working while talking on the phone. I put some of your spending cash in your account along with next week's payment. In advance, if you will, so that you can have some fun on your own while I'm in my meetings. His generosity was overwhelming, and a girl could certainly get used to it. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that, I said, flabbergasted. How much money did I have? I wasn't particularly fond of gambling. What was I going to spend it all on? I'd have to check my account status and get my balance so I'd know what kind of budget I'd be looking at. Well, I figured you'd want to spend some time at the top restaurants in the area, and they don't come cheap. He let out a long breath. Plus, there's several shows this weekend that I thought you might be interested in. I'm hoping we can see some together, but these meetings tend to overstay their welcome at times. This way, I won't be worried about your boredom. Something tells me it's very hard to be bored in Las Vegas, I said. He chuckled lightly and I closed my eyes. How is it possible to miss someone's laugh so much? A woman's voice spoke in the background, sounding angry and demanding Maddox's attention. He muttered the name Jackie and something about being inconsiderate and apologized to me on the phone. I should get back to work, he said. I'll pick you up around 8 tomorrow. I'll be ready, I said, and we both hung up at the same time. It felt as if we had just agreed on a date. I was still smiling at my phone when Lacey opened my door. That's a stupid smirk on your face, she said. Belle looked over from behind Lacey's waist and smiled. I haven't seen it there in a long time, and I'm afraid I already know what it means. Are you in love? Belle asked. I blushed and slipped my phone into my pocket. No, Belle, I said. It's a bit too soon for that. Did your mom tell you to ask that? Belle shook her head. I can't help it if my kid calls it as she sees it, Lacey said. Maybe you shouldn't act so love-struck if you wanted to keep it a secret. There's no secret. I groaned and lifted myself from the bed. And teasing me isn't going to do anything. Everly, Lacey said in a serious tone. Just promise me you'll be careful. Of course, I said. I wanted to tell her that there was no reason to worry about my feelings. Maddox was a good person who wouldn't hurt me. But even in my head, I couldn't tell if I was trying to convince her or myself. Chapter 26, Everly. My suitcase wouldn't close all the way. I sat on it again and tried to zip it shut, but there was too big of a lump in the middle that was keeping me from getting it zipped. I groaned and opened it for the 100th time, trying to decide if I was bringing too many clothes or if my suitcase was just too small. I had no idea how to pack for a weekend in Vegas. Did I bring only business clothes? Or should I bring a dress in case we go to a show? It was cold in Seattle, with nights that felt like a freezer. But what was the temperature in Vegas like? I had always assumed it was hot. It was a desert after all. But after a quick Google search, I had learned that the temperature changed often. I had blouses, sweaters, shorts, leggings, and several dresses stuffed into the suitcase, along with shoes of all styles and more makeup than I would ever need. Why was I so anxious for this trip? What was I expecting to happen? I had added a piece of lingerie that I hadn't worn in years to the pile, very suddenly, and I picked up the soft satin and second-guessed myself. It probably didn't fit anyways, and even if it did, what was I wearing it for? I had already arranged my own room. Lacey and Belle arrived as I was repacking the suitcase. I'd learned that you could roll things up, but hesitated on certain items. The last thing I needed was my clothes to be a mess. My sister walked in and looked around as if trying to find clues. To what? I wasn't sure. "When do you leave?" Lacey asked. She still wasn't entirely okay with the trip, but that was to be expected from an older sister. I went to the bedroom and brought out my very overstuffed suitcase to continue my battle of zipping it shut. "Tomorrow," I said. "We get back late Sunday." "And you're already packed?" Lacey raised an eyebrow at my bulky luggage. "Maybe this guy is good for you after all. I've never seen you so responsible." I rolled my eyes and struggled with the zipper, having no luck. "You're channeling our mother again. I just want to make sure I have everything ready," I said. "We're leaving tomorrow morning, and I don't want to leave anything to chance." "You're nervous," Lacey said. "Why are you so nervous? You said yourself this was a business trip." She regarded me with a smirk, as if she could see right through me. I sighed, my shoulders slumping in defeat. "It is. But I don't know, Lace. The money is good. Like, so good. I've never been paid this much in my life, and I don't think I'll ever be paid this much. But things are starting to get complicated, and I'm not sure what this is anymore." "What do you mean?" Lacey asked. Belle entertained herself with the TV in the living room as Lacey took a seat on my bed. "I'm starting to like him. Really like him. I didn't think I'd get feelings for this guy, but our dinners are starting to feel like dates. It feels like we're dating, but we're not, and I don't know what we are." I guess that's what bothered me most of all, not knowing what we were and where it would lead. Did it have the potential to be a normal, healthy relationship? What did that even mean anymore? Most relationships are dysfunctional in some way or another. "At least you seem to be cautious about this, which makes me feel much better about the situation," Lacey said. "And you should be cautious. Everly, our family has a pretty bad track record with relationships already, and the fact that he's your boss makes the odds even worse. This weird relationship you have is already way unbalanced." "In more ways than one." "I know, that's why I'm nervous," I said. "But there's something special about him. It's hard to explain it, but I just know he's special with every ounce of my soul." "I said the exact same thing once," Lacey said. I frowned. She was right. I do remember her saying that her ex-husband was special. And look how that ended. "I know. I'm starting to think that maybe every guy is different. I can't spend the rest of my life judging every man based on your failed relationship." The words sounded much harsher than I meant them, but it was true. If I lived my life afraid to give every man a chance based on my sister's past mistakes, I'd die a spinster. "And what about his kid? You were dead set against them." Lacey glanced in Belle's direction. "Though I'd be lying if I said I've not been praying that you'd change your mind. Kids are wonderful." "I don't know. I haven't hung out with Abby that much, to be honest." I pictured the sweet little girl in my mind. Her bright eyes were full of wonder, and her behavior was far above average for most kids her age, from what little I had seen. I don't know. This is all so confusing. I closed the suitcase with Lacey's help. What about your old job at St. Padre's? She asked. You can get that back, right? I think, I said, holding my tongue. I'm fairly certain you can. So when this doomed relationship fails, I glared at her and she held up her hands. I'm sorry. If it fails, you have a backup job. You won't be totally screwed. Thanks, I said. Lacey shrugged and walked over to join Belle on the couch. If only Lacey was more supportive. But she'd been nothing if not vocal about her opposition to Maddox. I wondered if she was right. Would I be totally screwed if this relationship failed? Maybe. But I knew in my heart I'd be forever regretful if I didn't at the very least give it a try. My phone began ringing and Belle retrieved it from the kitchen and handed it to me. Thanks. I patted her head and answered the phone. Everly, hello, Maddox said on the other line. His voice brought a smile to my face. Oh, hi, Maddox. I was just getting ready for the weekend, I said, and caught Lacey glaring at me from the corner of my eye. I retreated to my room and closed the door behind me. What's up? I walked over and lowered myself to the bed. I just had some time in between work here, so I figured I'd call you. I'm starting to get a little impatient with this day. I'm beyond excited to spend some time with you away from the stress of work in my kitchen. Me too, I said honestly. It'll be fun, at least when you're not in your meetings. Speaking of those, he paused and I heard him typing away on his computer. He must have been extremely busy to be working while talking on the phone. I put some of your spending cash in your account along with next week's payment, in advance if you will, so that you can have some fun on your own while I'm in my meetings. His generosity was overwhelming, and a girl could certainly get used to it. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that, I said, flabbergasted. How much money did I have? I wasn't particularly fond of gambling. What was I going to spend it all on? I'd have to check my account status and get my balance so I'd know what kind of budget I'd be looking at. Well, I figured you'd want to spend some time at the top restaurants in the area, and they don't come cheap. He let out a long breath. Plus, there's several shows this weekend that I thought you might be interested in. I'm hoping we can see some together, but these meetings tend to overstay their welcome at times. This way, I won't be worried about your boredom. Something tells me it's very hard to be bored in Las Vegas, I said. He chuckled lightly and I closed my eyes. How is it possible to miss someone's laugh so much? A woman's voice spoke in the background, sounding angry and demanding Maddox's attention. He muttered the name Jackie and something about being inconsiderate and apologized to me on the phone. I should get back to work, he said. I'll pick you up around 8 tomorrow. I'll be ready, I said, and we both hung up at the same time. It felt as if we had just agreed on a date. I was still smiling at my phone when Lacey opened my door. That's a stupid smirk on your face, she said. Belle looked over from behind Lacey's waist and smiled. I haven't seen it there in a long time, and I'm afraid I already know what it means. Are you in love? Belle asked. I blushed and slipped my phone into my pocket. No, Belle, I said. It's a bit too soon for that. Did your mom tell you to ask that? Belle shook her head. I can't help it if my kid calls it as she sees it, Lacey said. Maybe you shouldn't act so love-struck if you wanted to keep it a secret. There's no secret. I groaned and lifted myself from the bed. And teasing me isn't going to do anything. Everly, Lacey said in a serious tone. Just promise me you'll be careful. Of course, I said. I wanted to tell her that there was no reason to worry about my feelings. Maddox was a good person who wouldn't hurt me. But even in my head, I couldn't tell if I was trying to convince her or myself. Chapter 28. Everly. His glass of bourbon spilled onto the floor as I kissed him. I pulled away and tried cleaning it, but he shook his head and held my waist close to his. Don't, he said. I unbuttoned the rest of his shirt and slipped it off of his strong arms. His hands slid up and down my naked body, pressing hard against my skin as our lips played with one another. "It'll stain," I said, and bit his bottom lip. He gasped and flipped me around roughly, my back pressed against his chest. "Good." He growled in my ear and kissed my neck. I couldn't contain my breathing. It was rough and shallow as he slipped a hand between my thighs. His other hand cupped my breasts and massaged them, twisting the nipples until I was squirming in his arms. He pushed me until we were in the bedroom, and he shoved his suitcases onto the floor. Clothes spilled out, fancy and expensive suits. I reached toward them, but he grabbed the tie that hung in between my breasts and forced me onto the bed. "The only thing I've wanted all day was to taste you," he said. I was leaning on my elbows, staring down as he crawled toward my body. "You have no idea how badly I wanted that." "That's the only thing you wanted?" I teased. His hand pushed against my chest until I was lying down, his head in between my thighs. "You, naked, sprawled on my bed, is the only thing I can think of." He trailed his hot mouth down my thigh, planting tiny kisses as he went, and then his mouth neared the juncture of my parted thighs and his tongue darted out, flattening against me. I gasped and dug my fingers into the bed. He tasted me like he'd been dying of thirst, sucking and licking and flicking his tongue on my most sensitive parts. I cried loudly, the euphoria washing over me in waves of pleasure. He didn't slow down. In fact, he seemed as if he was only gaining speed. But the moment my hips started to thrash and I was close to my release, he stopped abruptly and stood from the bed. "Turn around," he ordered. I hesitated for a split second, and Maddox growled. He slipped his hand beneath my waist and forcefully turned me onto my stomach. "That's better." The more he commanded and took charge, the wetter I became. His hand cupped my sex, and it seemed even he could tell how much he was affecting me. He pulled my hips toward him while keeping my head pressed low against the bed. "Tell me, were you fantasizing about this as well?" he asked, a low, guttural sound in my ear. "Every single night," I said. "I thought about being in bed with you every single night." "Before we first made love?" "Yes," I whispered. I felt his thick rod press against my ass. He was hard and thick, and I began squirming just thinking about him inside of me. "This is what you want, right?" he asked. I nodded, and a swift hand slapped my ass and squeezed it. He took control, squeezing my hips as he plunged deep inside of me. He didn't take his time. He wasn't slow, comforting, loving this time. His rhythmic motions were fast and hard. I pushed my head into the bed and cried as wave after wave of pleasure hit my body. This wasn't making love. This was a raw, deep need that Maddox was exploring with me. We both needed to feel powerful, in control. And as he found his power, I found my release again and again in a never-ending cycle of pleasure. His strong arms flexed as he twisted my body toward him, and he picked me up from beneath my thighs. I straddled him, grinding my sex against his, and he pushed my body against the wall as he entered me again. He carried me to the entertainment room, where he shoved the bottles of wine and bourbon off the front bar and sat me on it, all the while still inside of me. He moved us to every spot in the hotel, making sure that nothing was left out, until we ended at the window overlooking the neon signs of Las Vegas. He held me tightly and moaned loud in my ear, and I felt his stiff member twitch inside of me. My head turned to the side, my gaze spreading over streets full of tourists and street shows as Maddox released his energy and passion into me. His hips buckled, pressing me even more against the glass, and his hands clenched tightly, one on my neck, the other on my ass. He finished, but he didn't let me go. I panted hard against his chest as we took a moment to stare at the beautiful scene just outside our room. His lips nibbled on my earlobe almost absent-mindedly. until he finally sat me down. "Are you okay?" he asked, his eyes full of concern. I laughed. I couldn't help it. We were still covered in sweat and our juices. There was a bruise forming on my ass, and I probably was going to have wet dreams of Maddox grabbing my hips and pushing himself inside of me with such force. And yet he was concerned about my well-being? "I'm perfect," I said. "Maybe a little sore." He chuckled and we cleaned ourselves up. He poured us a glass of wine from one of the few bottles that remained. And we stood in front of the window watching the street shows. "We can go see them tomorrow night, if you'd like," Maddox suggested. "Unless you're curious to see how my socks would look on your naked body." I laughed. Maybe I'll save that for breakfast. He seemed to find trouble with his next words. "Would you like to stay the night in my room?" "Are you sure?" I looked at him, searching his eyes for uncertainty. "You're paying for it, and I wouldn't want it to be wasted." He smirked and gave me a condescending look. "Oh, that's right. You don't get the bill." "Then sure, I'd like that." We got ready for bed together, and I ended up in his arms. My head rested on his chest, his arms tight around me, as if we were made to fit, a perfect match. "You know what?" I said, my voice hoarse and low from exhaustion. "What?" The vibration of his voice melted into my back with his warm breath. "I'm happy I found you," I said. In the morning I would blame the confession on all the wine and endorphins. Maddox tightened his hold on me. "And I'm happy I won that bid," he said. I laughed. I thought of how nervous I was for the auction, how I thought I'd end up with some nasty old man who would try to take advantage. This was much different, considering I was lying next to the winning bidder now. "Was it worth the 20,000? I asked. "Every cent and then some," he said. I listened to his soft breathing and the sounds of the city around us as he drifted to sleep, and I joined him shortly after, content in his arms and never wanting it to end. Chapter 29, Maddox. I was still waiting patiently in a stiff chair nearly 30 minutes past the scheduled end for the last meeting of the day. We'd gone over the numbers and figures of my chain of restaurants, and I had just introduced the new dish that would be served in all the restaurants in just a few months' time. They seemed to enjoy the idea, and more so, loved how cheap it would be. I checked my watch for the millionth time. Everly was waiting at the room to be picked up for dinner, and I had sent her a quick text 20 minutes ago apologizing for the delay. I wasn't worried that she'd be angry, but I was sure there was at least a million other things she'd rather be doing than waiting in a hotel room. The meeting finally ended, and I shook hands with several of my investors. "Congratulations," they took turns saying. "This new dish is going to be a hit." I smiled politely and told each of them that a fantastic chef gave me the idea and that all the congrats should go toward her. The meeting was set in a part of the hotel on the other side of the casino, at least a 15-minute walk. I made sure my pace was quick and hurried past the casino floor with hundreds of slot machines and bars tucked away in the corners. Beautiful women dressed in very minimal clothing attempted to greet me, but I politely waved them off and focused on my thoughts. Everly and I had enjoyed the morning in bed together. I had run my fingers down her naked body for what felt like hours, admiring her soft skin and sharp curves, and she had enjoyed teasing me until I reached my limit and took her from behind as she tried brushing her teeth. The morning was perfect, sensual, and I couldn't imagine spending another morning without her at this point. I reached the room 45 minutes later than planned. "There you are," Everly said as she lounged on the chair. She didn't look upset, merely bored. "These meetings never go as planned," I said. "I'm sorry I made you wait." "It's okay." She turned off the television. "The local news here is just as entertaining as a murder flick." I laughed. "That's awful." She was dressed in a tight black dress that hugged her thighs and knees and plunged deep down her chest, with her red hair tied up in a messy bun with loose strands framing her face. I was already wearing a formal business suit in tones of gray and black, and together we looked as if we owned the casino itself. "Where's this dinner at?" she asked as she checked her phone. She had complained earlier about her sister nonstop messaging her since we arrived in Las Vegas. "At a casino across the street," I said. "SW Steakhouse." Everly gasped. "No." She threw her phone back in her purse and checked her makeup in a compact mirror. "It's impossible to get in there. It's booked solid for months, if not a year. Plus, that water show, I've dreamt of eating there." "It's a good thing I'm friends with the chef, then," I said and held the door open for her. "But we should get going. The reservation was for 20 minutes ago, and I don't want to push our luck too much." She nearly ran out the door and looked back at me as she hurried down the hall. "Then get going, Maddox," she yelled. I laughed and followed her through the casino. As we hit the busy Las Vegas street, I slowed her down by grabbing her hand and gently pulling her beside me. "Our table isn't going anywhere," I said. Everly's eyes were wide as she took in the several hundred tourists scurrying around us. Giant buildings, all themed differently, lined the street, and just getting to the sidewalk was almost like walking through its own miniature downtown. Everly was distracted by the shops full of expensive, decorative items, and she was tempted by the small bars that offered cocktails to go. I reminded her that the restaurant would have plenty of drinks for us, and we made our way across the street over a bridge. "It feels amazing," she said, and tipped her head toward the sky. The sun was beginning to set, and shadows were forming on the streets, but there was still a warmth to the Las Vegas air that helped the small goosebumps on Everly's shoulders. I brushed my fingertips over them, and she shuddered. "You should have brought a wrap," I said. "The casinos are always air-conditioned and 15 degrees colder than it is outside." "I'll be fine," she said. "Anything is better than Seattle weather." We entered the Wynn through the front, passing by several tourist shops before finding the casino floor. Everly slipped $10 into a slot machine and quickly lost it all. "Can't win 'em every time," I said. She huffed and followed me as we circled around the casino floor toward the back of the building. We pushed through several groups of drunks with cigarettes dangling in their fingers. Everly scrunched up her nose. "It's weird being surrounded by smoke," she whispered close to me. A man sitting at a poker table slid his eyes over her body, and I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her into my arms. "You get used to it," I murmured and moved us away from the leering stranger. The entrance of the restaurant was nestled away in a corner, nearly hidden unless you knew where to look for it. I introduced myself to the hostess just as she was about to turn us away, and a sudden pink blush flushed across her cheeks. "Oh, of course, Mr. Moore, if you'll follow me to your table." She nodded in Everly's direction and entered the restaurant. We followed her, passing by a room of people dressed in the richest of fashion, and tables of clean white linen, topped with bottles of top-shelf alcohol and $500 steaks. The hostess led us into a half-circular room that didn't have as many tables. Ours was against a low glass wall that opened into a beautiful view of a water garden. The light breeze from thick green trees welcomed us as we took our seats, and Everly placed her hand against the glass wall. "You got us a table right at the water show," she breathed, staring at the view. "Why am I not surprised?" "It's the best table in the whole restaurant," I said. "You were right before, in a way, that this place is booked for months. But this table is the only table that's booked for years at a time." "When did you reserve it?" she asked. I smiled. 3 days ago." She laughed. "Stop bragging," she teased. A waiter stopped by and topped our glasses with water and took our order for drinks. We both ordered wine, and our glasses were filled within the minute. "Everyone loved your new dish. Everyone loved your new dish," I said as she examined the menu. Her eyebrows shot up as she glanced at the prices. I had forgotten that this steakhouse even showed their pricing publicly. "Oh, really?" She stammered and set the menu down. "Maddox, this place is way too expensive." I grinned. "Don't worry. It's worth every penny." "Let me guess." She tilted her head. "You don't even see the check?" I shrugged. "You're impossible." She laughed and glanced at the menu again. "I'm happy that they liked the idea, though. Are you going with it for sure?" "Of course," I said. and I was hoping you could create the recipe and make the sample dish." Everly's jaw dropped, and she looked at me with those bright green eyes. "Are you saying I could set a platter that's going to be served in all of your 4-star restaurants?" she asked. The wine was already spreading a pink haze over her cheeks, and she was smiling a lot more than usual. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Our waiter arrived to take our dinner order, and I allowed Everly to go first. Unsurprisingly, she picked the cheapest item on the menu, a peppercorn shrimp scampi. I chuckled lightly as my turn arrived. "The shrimp scampi will be on the side for us," I said, and Everly opened her mouth to intervene. "We'll have 2 4-ounce Wagyu Kobe from the Hyogo Prefecture, if you still have it. Tenderloin," I said, and the waiter nodded. "Let's add the Hudson Valley foie gras while we're at it as well." He left, and Everly pressed the back of her hand against her cheek. "Maddox, that's like $600 worth of steak," she said. "I don't think I've ever eaten more than 100. "You can't eat at a steakhouse and not eat the steak," I said. "Plus, in order to be a great chef, you have to experience it all. How do you expect to prepare $300 steaks if you've never eaten them?" "Well, I never really expected to get that high up in the chain," she admitted. "A seaside diner that serves fresh fish is about as far as I'll probably get." "I had that attitude once," I said, "for a semester in college. And then something just snapped, and I realized that I wouldn't be happy unless I owned an entire chain of restaurants. And now here I am." I gestured around us. The water show just over the fence beside our table was beginning to start. A stunning choreographed and complex display of water jets that danced and spiraled in the air to a soft and uplifting tempo. Everly watched it as lights from the show reflected off her face. I couldn't tear my eyes away from her, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to. I drank her in like a warm brandy, and I didn't think I'd ever get enough of her taste. "Here you are," she muttered as the show approached its finale. Our wine was refilled, a bread basket arrived, and a plate of steaming shrimp scampi helped set off the bitterness of the bourbon that had been delivered to me. "You didn't order that," Everly said as I sipped it. "No, but I usually do," I said, and instructed our server to send my appreciation to the kitchen. Everly shook her head and ripped off a piece of bread. She spread a smooth layer of truffle butter over it and popped it in her mouth. Her shoulders slumped as she closed her eyes. "Even the bread and butter are amazing," she said. She quickly repeated the routine and had another bite. "Wait until you get to the steak," I said. It arrived shortly afterward, and Everly dove into hers. The cut was perfect, with a juicy pink strip and charred sides, and she made inappropriate moans as she chewed. I tightened the hold on my knife as Everly bit the bottom of her lip. I wondered how long it would take to return to the hotel room. Our dessert was a sample platter, 2 cheesecakes, 3 truffles, and a chocolate bar. We each tried the cheesecakes and a truffle and ordered the rest to be sent to our room. "They'll do that?" Everly asked. "Even though it's at a different casino?" "Of course they will," I said. We finished our meal, and she slipped her hand into mine as we made our way through the Wynn. "There's a pirate show, isn't there?" she asked. "I've always wanted to see it." "It's still there," I said, "but it's changed quite a bit. It used to be for children, but several years ago it turned into half-naked women battling other, even more naked women." "And that's a street show?" she asked, surprised. I nodded. "Well, I still want to see it. Oh, and I remember reading about a volcano and another water show on the Strip. And what else is there?" She touched the tip of her finger to her chin. I took her hand as I led her toward the street. "We have plenty of time to do everything," I said. "Let's start with that pirate ship." After several street shows, we found ourselves outside a casino themed like a castle. Everly had wanted to cross the street toward the street performers, but I had convinced her there was something to be seen in the castle. "It's Abby's favorite part of Las Vegas," I said. Everly pursed her lips and stared at the front of the casino. A clock chimed, and 2 doors opened as an evil queen walked out and stared at the pedestrians on the ground. Her animatronic face turned and scowled at everyone before returning to the castle. Everly's eyes lit up, and she asked if we could stay for the next one. It's every minute, I said. Why not? You're going to have me spoiled. She leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to my lips. It was quick and appreciative, but it made my desire stir deep inside. We watched it several more times before walking across the street to watch two groups in a dance-off. I was well aware that Everly and I were the best dressed out of the crowd, and I made sure that my wallet was deep in my pocket and that Everly's purse was in her hand. I'd been robbed one too many times in the city of sin. We retired to our room after a night of drinking, walking, and gambling. Everly was complaining about her feet, but there was a smile on her face regardless as she stared out the window. I realized then that we weren't even sure what her room looked like. She had me unzip her dress, and she shivered as my fingers brushed against her skin. I kissed her neck and held her close. But for a moment, that was all I did. It wasn't that I didn't desire her. I wanted nothing more than to taste her and be inside of her. But at that moment, all I wanted was to hold her. This attraction wasn't just physical anymore. It was an intimate affection that I had been looking for nearly all my life. And it seemed as if I had found it with Everly. Chapter 30. Everly. Maddox was more affectionate as we returned to Seattle. He caressed my cheek as I took a light nap beside him in the private plane, and he held my hand throughout the entire journey. He always made sure I was taken care of, fed and happy with a blush from wine. I returned his affection, of course. His gray eyes closed, and his thin lips parted to release a soft moan of pleasure as I took care of him in the empty cabin of the jet. Things had heated up unexpectedly, and we decided to take care of the situation. His strong arms held me as the turbulence helped rock my body against his. Before the plane began its descent, we finished together. "I'll see you at the usual time tomorrow," he asked as he parked in front of my apartment complex. He looked almost worried, as if he wasn't sure I'd be coming back to him. "Same time," I said. "I'll have to come up with a recipe tonight, though, and I'll pick up the ingredients on the way." "Maybe add some dessert this time," he suggested. "I would love to learn how to make dessert." "I'll think of something." I flashed him a warm smile before leaning in to kiss him goodbye. My apartment felt smaller as I entered it alone, and the silence was almost overbearing. Maddox and I had shared plenty of silent moments together, and I was surprised to realize that I missed it. After a weekend of pleasure, I missed Maddox more than anything, and the intimate time with him was better than all that Vegas had to offer. I considered calling Lacey and gushing about the weekend, but it was already late, and she was most likely asleep. Then I contemplated if I should wake her anyway, considering all the times her and Belle had woken me. I decided against it, and exchanged a few messages with Maddox as I got ready for bed, just thanking him for the weekend and brainstorming meal ideas with him. Conversation was easy with him, and I'd never met anyone I had such a strong connection with, especially over food. Not anyone I was romantically involved with, anyway. I fell asleep with my phone in my hand, the screen on Maddox's contact image. I woke far earlier than usual, at least an hour before Lacey and Belle would usually arrive, and I decided to head to their house for breakfast instead. I whipped up a batch of muffins and a platter of bacon and made 3 giant omelets before leaving my apartment. I called Lacey in the car, and she was awake and alert as I arrived. "You're up early," she said and let me inside. "Did you even sleep?" Of course I slept. Belle walked out of her room and rubbed her eyes. She was in her long blue nightgown with her hair tied up in a messy ponytail that she'd forgotten to take out. "Belle, come help me clear off the table and set up breakfast." I stopped her and pulled the tie free, and then she continued on her way. "This is a parallel universe," Lacey said as Belle and I made the table. "I just couldn't sleep in any longer," I said. My phone chimed and I unlocked it to find a text from Maddox wishing me a good morning. I couldn't wipe the stupid grin off my face. "Who's making you blush?" Belle said. I rolled my eyes and sliced into my omelet, but Lacey wasn't planning on letting the question go. "Maddox?" she asked with one thin eyebrow raised. "Maybe," I said. Oh, who am I kidding? It's Maddox. It's just a good morning text. Lacey laughed as Belle looked at me with a confused look. A good morning text? I haven't gotten one of those since college, Lacey said with a dopey grin. So I guess you guys had a good weekend? I looked away for a moment in consideration. Amazing, I said at last. The smile plastered on my face should have been proof enough. There were stars in my eyes for him that wouldn't fade. It was amazing, Lace. He's amazing. What did you guys do? Lacey asked. I opened my mouth and then realized there was still a 5-year-old at the table. Belle, would you mind getting me the orange juice? I asked. Belle nodded and left. I made sure she was out of hearing range before I continued. We had sex on every single piece of furniture in the hotel suite, I said. Lacey choked on a piece of bacon and gasped. And then had the most romantic dinner, gambled a bit, and walked around the strip. Did you know that pirate show that Mom always talked about is basically a strip show? Lacey shook her head. Go back to that first part. You had sex the entire weekend? I blushed and looked away. Everly, you spent an entire weekend in Las Vegas making love with the richest guy you've ever met? I shrugged. And the most handsome, I said. Did you use protection? She whispered as Belle returned with my orange juice. Thanks, sweetie, I said and nodded in Lacey's direction. Her shoulders slumped with relief. Minutes later, we finished up breakfast, and Belle helped put the dishes in the sink. She stood next to me, tall for her age, and dried the dishes as I washed them. You and Maddox are dating now? Belle asked. I momentarily wondered how much she heard. I'm not sure, I admitted. I hope you are, 'cause then you'll have a kid soon, and then I'll have someone to play with. She looked at me with her wide green eyes, the same as mine, and an innocent smile. The cup I held in my hand dropped and shattered in the sink as her words entered my head. Belle gasped, and I held out an arm and made sure she was all right. Sorry, sweetie. I wasn't paying attention, I said, and kissed her forehead. Lacey stopped by to check what was going on, and I apologized and carefully picked up the shattered glass. You okay? Lacey asked, and I nodded. But I wasn't. Not really. I hadn't even considered the idea of having a child. Not once. As I spent the most magical weekend with Maddox. But it seemed as if we were slowly becoming serious. So why wouldn't I have a kid? He and his daughter were a package deal. Belle wanted someone to play with, and if Maddox and I were going to be together, then she would have Abby. And then what? Did Maddox want more children? Would I be forced to live the life I never wanted? Or maybe he wouldn't want another child, and then I'd have the opportunity stripped away. I wasn't sure what I wanted, but I was certain it was too fast to decide if I'd have children of my own. We have to leave for kindergarten, Lacey said. I shook my head and forced the thought out of my mind. There was no reason to worry about it. At least not yet. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Have fun, Belle. I said goodbye to them both and headed to my car. I needed to go to the grocery store for tonight's ingredients. But for some reason, I wasn't able to think about anything other than Maddox and his kid. I decided to keep dinner simple and purchased top-quality ingredients for lasagna and picked up the more complex ingredients for a lava cake. Maddox hadn't specified what type of dessert he wanted, and I knew we could never go wrong with chocolate and cake. I arrived at his house a little early. He answered the door with a wide smile and twinkling eyes. It seemed as if he'd been looking forward to tonight as well. You look incredible, he said as he relieved me of my haul. I followed him into the kitchen where he placed the groceries on the counter. I glanced at him sideways and pursed my lips. I'm wearing the same thing I always do, I said. Exactly. He grinned wide, showing off his pearly whites. There was a 5 o'clock shadow spreading across his chin. I assumed it had been a day or two since he'd last shaved, and he wore a loose navy blue sweater with khaki pants. He looked more casual, but in a fancy, let's go to a golf outing in the middle of Florida way. I wanted to tell him he looked good as well, but I couldn't stop thinking about Belle's words and the immediate effect they had on me. "Thanks," I said and rubbed my elbow. "So we're making lasagna tonight." I set all the ingredients out on the table, and he took his time looking through them. "You know how to cook this already, don't you?" I asked. He smiled sheepishly and nodded, spreading his hands over the freshly cut hair on his head. "I'm quite the expert on lasagna," he admitted. "But I'm excited to see your method." "My method is pretty simple," I said. "I always felt like the simplest lasagna tasted the best." "I've never considered that." He moved behind me and placed his hands at my side. I stiffened, Belle's voice a nagging entity in my head, and moved away from his grasp in the guise of prepping the oven. He didn't seem to notice unless he was pretending. "And for dessert?" he asked as he peered inside the paper bag. "White chocolate cake with a hazelnut chocolate liquid inside?" I said. "I've made it before. It's not easy getting the different chocolates to mesh well, but when it does, it's worth it." "I believe it," he said. We started crushing the tomatoes and making the dough for the pasta. "Is there anything you haven't lied about?" I asked with a teasing tone in my voice as he created the pasta without a single flaw. Maddox hesitated. "I promise this is it," he said. "I just wanted an excuse to spend time with a pretty girl. Sue me." I faced him. "So, what is this now? You're paying me more than a lot of chefs make in their lifetime to be your cooking buddy?" He stared at me, an intense look that made me part my lips and take deep breaths. He had such a way to make me feel naked in front of him, especially as his eyes trailed down my face and across my body. "I'm not sure," he admitted. My cheek twitched. So neither of us knew what we were doing anymore. I turned away and busied myself with the task at hand, and an hour and a half later, the lasagna was ready to plate. "My mother said she had a box reserved for the next Broadway show," Maddox said as I plated our food. "I can't remember what show it is, but she specifically invited you. In fact, she made a point to tell me that I wasn't invited unless you agreed to come with." He smiled as he shrugged in a "what are you going to do" sort of way. I smiled softly. I knew exactly what Broadway show it was, and it would take a truly crazy person to decline. But seeing shows at the theater with a man and his family felt like such a step that I wasn't ready to take. "I'll think about it," I said. "Let me know when and what time later." Maddox nodded, but there's something off about his expression. He might have felt the tension between us, or the fact that I had a 5-year-old's voice in my head all night. Or maybe the lasagna just wasn't up to par. Once again, he pulled up my chair and we sat at the dining table. He took the seat beside me on the end, and I watched as he took a bite. He closed his lips around his fork and closed his eyes. I loved the way he savored every dish and felt a certain sense of pride that he enjoyed it as much as I did. Not only the results, but the process of getting it from the grocer to the gut, as Phil used to say. "Oh," his eyebrows rose. "This is amazing." He took an even bigger bite as I laughed. "Are you honestly surprised?" I asked. He opened his mouth to reply, but the doorbell interrupted him. He wiped his mouth with his napkin and rose from the table. "I'll be right back," he said on his way out. Moments later, Nick's voice entered the room, followed by a little girl's excited speech. "She finished her painting," Nick was saying as I pushed my plate away from me and met them in the living room. Nick stood in the doorway, his hands shoved into the pockets of his jeans and a button-up shirt that was covered in fresh paint. Maddox was kneeling in front of Abby, who held a thin sheet of paper nearly 2 feet long. "She wanted to show you both." Abby showed Maddox first, but she stared at me with such a bright smile and hopeful eyes that reminded me of Belle and the years I spent annoyed by her. "This is beautiful," Maddox said as he examined it. I stood just far enough that I couldn't see the painting, but I could see the moment Maddox's expression fell and his eyes darted toward mine. "Oh, no." He tried hiding the painting, but Abby tore it from his hands and held it for me to see. "I painted this." she exclaimed and stood proud as ever. In the center of the painting was a house similar to Maddox's, and in front were 3 stick figures. A short one in the middle, with curly blonde hair and baby blue eyes, holding the hand of the tallest figure, a near bald head and gray eyes. But the short figure was also holding the hand of another figure, average in height, with bright green eyes and red hair. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at, even as Maddox said my name and held Abby's shoulder in his hand. The picture was of us, Maddox, Abby, and me. We were a family. I was Abby's mother. I hope you are, because then you'll have a kid soon, and then I'll have someone to play with. Belle's innocent voice and Abby's sweet gesture was enough to make my world spin off its axis and go unbalanced. Nausea washed over me, and I ignored both Abby's frown and Nick's worried eyes as I rushed out of the house. It was all too much, too soon, and I had to get away from them both. "Everly!" Maddox called after me. I turned to find him in the driveway. "I have to go," I said, holding up a hand to stop him from coming any closer. Then I turned and left before he could follow me. Chapter 31, Maddox. Everly ran out of the house, and I hesitated in the doorway. She said she had to leave, but the pure terror in her expression made me worry for her drive home. I decided I'd call her in 20 minutes, and hopefully she'd give me a chance to explain. I understood completely why she left and why the painting freaked her out, but I still didn't know what else to do or say. If she wanted to be with me, this was the only package I could present. "I'm sorry, man," Nick said. "I didn't know she was going to react like that." "You didn't think she'd be a little freaked out that a child wants her to be her mom?" I whispered. Abby was staring out the door, where Everly had run. Nick held up his hand. "Don't be mad at me. You keep Everly all to yourself. How are we supposed to know what she's thinking?" Nick said, and I couldn't help but agree with him. "You're right," I said. "I'm sorry." "She hates it," Abby said, and looked at the both of us with fresh tears in her eyes. I shook my head and tried soothing her, but she started crying even more. "It's ugly. Everly hated it." She ran toward the stairs, and Nick and I both watched as she stormed up to the second floor. I flinched as she slammed her door shut. "Shit!" I cursed. There were 2 upset women in my life, and I had no idea how to make either of them happy. I'd never felt so helpless. "Maybe this was for the best," Nick suggested. I looked at him, not sure I wanted to hear the rest of his opinions. "Abby wants a mother. It's not fair to anyone in this situation to be with someone who doesn't want that. It's not fair to Everly." I raked my fingers through my hair and took a deep, calming breath. "She just needs time to think," I said. "Finding out that way would be a bit much for anyone." Nick got ready to leave, and he paused for a moment. "Are you convincing me or yourself?" he asked, and then without another word he left, closing the door a little too hard behind him. I sighed, frustrated and lost, without a single idea of what to do. Of course, I'd check on Abby first, but then what? What was going to solve this problem? I knew that this was going to happen one day, that I would have to have a serious talk with Everly and her expectations for the future. She didn't want children, and I was fine with that. Abby was more than enough for me, but I wasn't sure if she would be a deal breaker for Everly. At the end of the day, if it didn't work between us, then I would gladly stand beside Abby and promise that nothing would ever come close to the love I have for her. We could make a life without a mother, or possibly try again one day. I groaned. I didn't realize this was going to be so difficult. I knocked softly on Abby's door, listening to the sniffles on the other side. "Go away," she yelled. I tapped again and opened it. "I said go away." Abby ducked under the covers as I entered her room. I tried soothing her by rubbing her back through the blankets, but she huffed and shoved my hand away. "Am I ruining your sense of trust?" I asked, hoping to get a chuckle out of her. "Betraying," she corrected me. "Now go away. I don't want to talk to anyone ever again." She hated my ugly painting. "Abby," I sat on the edge of the bed. "No one hates your painting." A tuft of blonde hair popped out from beneath the comforter. "Emily hates it. She ran away." "Did she tell you that she hated it?" I asked. Abby squirmed on the bed, and finally her head popped out. Her blue eyes were covered in a thick layer of tears, and they slid down her face as she sniffed and wiped her arm beneath her nose. "No," she admitted. "She didn't say she liked it." "So if Everly didn't tell you to your face that she hated it, why do you think that?" I asked. "Because it's ugly," Abby said. "Did you know that Everly was feeling really sick all night?" I asked. Abby shook her head. "She's sick?" "Yes, she is, and she thought she was going to throw up and didn't want to ruin your beautiful picture. She might not even have seen the picture, to be honest. Would you rather she throw up on your painting?" I asked, trying to find the straightest and most innocent lie to help Abby feel better. "No." She shook her head. "I don't want her to be sick on the painting." "Good," I said. "So how about we let Everly get better and then try showing it to her again in the future?" I suggested. I would find a way to deal with Everly before then. Abby nodded. "So it's not ugly?" she asked. "It's beautiful," I said, and offered her my hand. "Come on, follow me." Abby slipped her tiny, clammy hand in mine and followed me down the stairs. I picked up her painting that she'd thrown onto the ground and led her into the kitchen, stopping in front of the fridge. "This painting is so beautiful, I'm going to put it right here on the fridge," I said, "so everyone can see it. It's a very special painting to me, sweetheart." Abby giggled and wiped off the rest of her tears. I picked her up and held her in my arms as we both admired the painting. The 3 stick figures had giant smiles on their faces, and the sun was shining brightly high above them. There were 2 cars parked on the side of the house. One a sports car, and the other a van. Everly's stick figure was wearing black pants and a white button-up shirt. I smirked, the typical outfit for a chef, and I was wearing my usual gray business suit. We looked like a happy family, and I had to admit I liked how it was making me feel. If only I could get Everly to come around. My heart was cleft in 2, thinking there may be no way to move forward with her. "I'll show her again," Abby said. "Do you think she'll like it?" I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to crush Abby's hopes of having a mother. "I hope so," I said honestly. "I really hope so." Abby fell asleep on the couch moments later, and I took the opportunity to clean the kitchen. I scooped the lasagna into a container and set it in the fridge. I would reheat it for me and Abby later when she woke. Until then, I decided to attempt the lava cake myself and started chopping the blocks of chocolate. It had been a while since I'd made a lava cake, and I had to look up some of the crucial steps. I wish I could have watched Everly make it, how her thin fingers moved around my kitchen as if she owned it. The sweet smell of her hair, always still dampened from what I presumed to be a shower before she arrived, mingling in with the scent of hazelnut and cake batter. She would glance at me with those bright green eyes that curved just slightly at the edge and smirk, asking if I was brave enough to mimic her actions. I called her, the 3rd time within the hour, but she didn't answer. I didn't want to annoy her, but I wanted to know that she was home safe. I sent a text and finished making the lava cake. Abby woke just as I was placing it into the oven, and I reheated the lasagna for us. Abby approached the table with curious eyes. "Have we made this?" she asked. As I pulled her chair back, she climbed into it and her tiny feet dangled. I lowered myself beside her and smiled. She did, I said, and then she got sick, so she couldn't finish it. It's better than yours. Abby grinned. I chuckled and took a bite. I savored the taste for a moment. I guess it is, I said, shoveling in another bite. It didn't take long to finish my plate, and Abby had eaten her fill before asking if we could watch a movie together. I started it and served up a delicious lava cake. The movie was possibly a little too scary for Abby's sake, but she braved it like a champ. I hadn't realized the show would have so much violence and turned it off early. Uncle Nick isn't still letting you watch his movies, is he? I asked as I glanced at my phone. Still no response. Maybe. She yawned in my arms. They're not scary. It's all make-believe. That's a yes, I murmured. Stop watching horror movies with Uncle Nick. No wonder you're getting nightmares every night. They're bad dreams, Abby said. Not nightmares. That's the same thing, I said. She finished the last bites of her cake, and then I carried her upstairs. We got ready for bed together, brushing our teeth as she sat on the bathroom counter. Is Evoy feeling better now? Abby asked. I laughed and checked my watch. It hasn't even been 5 hours, I said. You have to give her at least a day. I just want to show her my painting, Abby said and finished brushing her teeth. She'll see it soon enough, I said. I only hoped that she wouldn't run away again. I helped Abby change into her pajamas and kissed her forehead as she crawled into her bed. I smoothed out her covers for her, tucking her in tight around her arms the way she liked it. What do you want for breakfast? I asked. Abby closed her eyes in concentration. Peanut butter coconut French toast, she said. Did you just pick 3 random ingredients? I asked. I've never made that before. Abby smiled up at me. I want you to make it for Evoy. I nodded and brought the bed sheets up to her shoulders. We'll see if Everly is feeling better. If not, I'll make it just for you, okay? She nodded and closed her eyes. I returned to my room and sat on the edge of the bed with my phone in my hand. Everly hadn't answered my text, and my worry was growing with each passing moment. I called her one last time and left a voicemail. Hey, Everly, I started. I wanted to make sure you were home safe and apologize for tonight. If you want to discuss it, I'm available whenever you are. I made the lava cake, and it was delicious. And your lasagna reheats well. I hesitated, the pregnant pause becoming more awkward as the seconds passed. Thank you for dinner and dessert, and again, I'm so sorry about earlier. I hope you're safe at home. Good night. I hung up and set my phone on the dresser. What was I supposed to do now? I checked the text message I'd sent and realized Everly had at least read it. I was relieved knowing that she was just ignoring me. The door opened and I looked over to see Abby standing in her pajamas holding a stuffed animal. Scared? I asked. She nodded. Can I sleep with you, Daddy? She trembled, and I decided no more horror movies for her ever. I scooted over and made room for her at the edge of the bed. Come here, sweetie, I said. She crawled beneath the comforter and rested against me. I'm not scared, she said as a tree branch thumped against the window. She squealed and pulled the blanket over her head. Of course you're not, I said. They're just bad dreams. That's all. We lay in silence for a while, and just as I was about to drift off into sleep, her voice startled me awake. Did my mommy run away? She asked. I blinked. It took me a moment to realize she was asking about her actual mother, Chelsea, and not Everly. I kept myself from groaning, just what this night needed. A conversation about that gold digger. Did she run away like Everly? Abby, your mom did leave, I said. I was always careful about how I spoke about Chelsea. Abby didn't need to know the whole truth. Not just yet, at least. But it had nothing to do with you. She loved you very much. She left because she didn't like me. Abby turned around so that she was facing me. My mommy didn't like you? She didn't, I said. Then she's not my mommy, Abby decided. I bit the inside of my cheek. You don't have to say that, honey, I said. Abby squished my hand between her hands. But I love you, Daddy. And if my mommy didn't like you, then she's stupid. Anyone who doesn't like you is stupid. I chuckled and moved her hands onto the bed. Thanks, baby. That means a lot. And it did, I realized as Abby fell asleep. At least I'd always have Abby, a daughter who didn't seem to give her biological mom a second thought and would love me unconditionally. It made me feel so much better. But as I glanced at my phone on the table, I realized that despite what Abby said, I was still going to have to fix things with Everly. I only hoped she would let me. Chapter 32, Everly. I woke up wanting to fall back to sleep forever. I couldn't even force myself to get out of bed if I wanted to. The constant thoughts of what now kept me in a severe case of self-doubt until I convinced myself that as long as I stayed in this bed, nothing bad would happen and I wouldn't have to make any decisions. So I covered my head with a pillow, turned off my phone, and tried to stop thinking about gray eyes and a charming smile. It was useless, of course. And all thoughts of Maddox eventually turned to thoughts of Abby and that painting. But thinking about Maddox affected me in more than one way. His touches, caresses, his voice as he moaned into my ear from behind. It had only been little over a day since I last felt him inside of me, and there was a hole that needed to be filled. My body desired his in such a way that I've never experienced, and I wasn't even sure if it was healthy. I've never felt like this before. Was I supposed to touch myself while thinking only of him? Was it okay to imagine his lips as they ran down my body? His tongue as it slipped in between my thighs? I squirmed in bed as my hands slowly moved toward my breasts. I stopped myself. This was crazy. I've ignored the man for 12 hours and now I was fantasizing about him? What was wrong with me? Someone knocked on my front door and I curled deeper into my bed. There was approximately 0% chance that I would be leaving this bed. The door opened and closed, and I groaned as Belle and Lacey entered my apartment. They spoke loudly with one another, clearly not realizing that I was currently sulking in the corner of my bed. My bedroom door opened. "Oh, Everly," Lacey said when she saw the distressed state my room was in. I'd had plenty to drink the night before, and no doubt she saw the empty bottles of liquor on my kitchen counter as she walked in. In my drunken stupor, I had accidentally knocked over 2 shelves in my room, and I hadn't planned on cleaning them up until all of my angst was out of my system. I peeked one eye out of the covers and looked at the fallen shelves with potted plants and soil littering the ground. Maybe waiting to clean had been a mistake. Everly, what happened? Belle slipped beneath the covers and placed her head on the other side of my pillow. I made room as Lacey slid in on the other side. And soon I was surrounded by sisterly love that was already beginning to make me feel better. I turned to face Lacey. "Before you left for kindergarten yesterday, Belle said I might have a kid that she can play with," I said. Lacey understood immediately, but gestured behind me. I realized my mistake. "You didn't do anything wrong, Belle," I said quickly. "Your words just made me think a lot, okay? You didn't say anything bad." "I'm sorry." Belle still apologized, and I felt as if someone chipped my heart. I never once wanted Belle to blame herself. "I was just excited." "I know, sweetie. I just hadn't thought of it before until you mentioned it, and it made me think a lot," I said. "And then?" Lacey asked. I turned back toward her. "Well, I went over to make dinner. Maddox's friend came over with Abby, and she showed me a painting of me, Maddox, and her as a happy family. I was her mom in the picture, Lace. She couldn't have made it any more obvious. What Belle said, and then the painting, it was just too much. I covered my face with my hands and closed my eyes. I couldn't take it anymore. I just ran off. Abby is just a child, Lacey said. She didn't mean anything by that, you know? When Belle was her age, she was constantly asking about her father, and if she would ever have one. It's just something kids of single parents do. Even though they've only met the person a few times, I don't know anything about Abby, and she doesn't know anything about me, and already she wants me to fill the most important role in her life? That can't be normal, I said. Lacey shook her head. All she knows is that she loves her dad, and her dad seems to really like you, so of course she's going to love you, Lacey said, and I frowned. Why are you defending the situation for Maddox? I asked, and then shook my head. Never mind. I know why. You've always wanted me to change my mind and have kids, so I would know what it was like for you. Lacey rolled her eyes. Sure, it would be nice to have my own niece and someone to grow up with Belle, but Everly, really? I'm on your side, no matter what. But this is the first time I've ever seen you so distraught over something that can be fixed through honest communication. Not to mention, this is the first time I've ever seen you even interested in a man. For a while there, I wasn't even sure if there would ever be a man in your life. I considered her words. Really? Yes, really. You're acting like a damn teenager. And I know you're afraid to do anything because of the shit luck our family has had with men, but you're not doomed to follow our path, Everly. Not every relationship fails. Some are meant to be. And the ones that are meant to be can seem harder than others because they're the most worth it. Don't be sad, Belle said behind me. You like him, and he likes you. I blinked away tears as Lacey and Belle left the bed. Their words meant more to me than they could imagine, but it didn't make the situation better. I already knew all of that anyway, and it hadn't helped me yet. I'll make breakfast, I said. I forced myself to my feet and headed into the kitchen to start some omelet muffins. I served them up shortly after, and we ate them while watching the news and listening to Belle's current preschool project. I wondered if Abby was ever enrolled in any type of school and if Maddox had to put up with the same things. After another hour of idle chatter, we said our goodbyes, and they left me alone again to drown myself in my sorrows. I didn't feel comfortable talking to Maddox just yet, and I was positive that the lack of communication was enough for me to lose my job. I had the rest of the day to do anything I wanted. Maybe go job hunting again, or call Phil. I picked up my phone with the intent to call Phil and was surprised when it began ringing in my hand. Maddox's name and number on the screen, calling me. My thumb floated above the answer button. Was he calling to apologize? Should I apologize? I wasn't ready to hear his voice, so I hit decline. Still, I decided to maybe consider my options for the day and call Phil tomorrow. For some reason, it didn't seem right talking to him about another job before I had a chance, or the courage, to talk to Maddox. Chapter 33, Maddox. 3 full days of zero contact with Everly, and I was going crazy. If she would just answer her phone or send a simple text, I'd feel better. Maybe I just missed her voice and her laugh. The last 3 days of work had felt like 3 years. Jackie was up my ass constantly about the new dish, how they needed promotional pictures and an official name and ingredient list. I told her I was almost done with it and reminded her that I was her boss, not the other way around. But she'd given me a pensive look and walked away. I apologized to her afterward for my words, saying that it was a bad week and I appreciated everything she did for the restaurants. She said thanks and reminded me to get the ingredient list to her by the end of the week. I had wanted to create the dish alongside Everly, but it didn't seem as if that was going to happen anymore, and I ended up making the dish by myself. We were officially launching it later in the day, and I was sad that Everly wasn't there to see it. I wasn't sure what was happening between us at all. She hadn't cooked dinner for 3 nights, and it didn't seem like she was going to visit Friday night either. I wondered if she'd taken up another job, and if she did, how much of a pay cut she'd taken just to avoid seeing me. The notion of that really stung. I got ready for the day long after waking and checked in on Abby. She was sleeping soundly in her room, a sight that I wasn't quite used to. I quietly walked to the kitchen and started breakfast, and soon the house was filled with the warm scent of cinnamon and apple waffles and sausages. Abby came downstairs at the exact time I expected her, as soon as I was done setting breakfast on the table. "Smells good, Daddy," she mumbled and sat at the head of the table. I pushed her chair forward so she could reach her plate. "Thanks, baby," I said, taking my seat. I unfolded a napkin and placed it in front of her, then lay one across my lap. I cut my waffles and dragged a forkful through the cinnamon and applesauce before stuffing the large bite into my mouth. Abby glanced at me. "Are you feeling better?" she asked. She realized earlier in the week that I wasn't in a good mood, but I couldn't tell her that Everly had ghosted me, so I told her I was sick. Still, a part of me felt that Abby knew there was something wrong. I just didn't want to talk about it with her. "A little, yeah," I said. "I'll be okay, though, don't worry. I just have a busy couple of weeks at the restaurants, and there's talk of another possible location for a new restaurant. I just haven't had the chance to think about it." Abby nodded as if she understood every word. It was one of the many reasons why I adored her. "Is Everly better?" Abby asked. I sat my fork on the plate and absent-mindedly stabbed the sausages with a knife. "A little," I said. I hated lying to her, but this wasn't an appropriate topic for a toddler. The minutes stretched out in silence as we ate, and she soon pushed her plate forward. A half-eaten waffle laid lowly on the plate. "Are you finished?" I asked. Abby stuffed one more piece of waffle in her mouth before nodding. "Go get dressed and brush your teeth so we can go to Uncle Nick's, okay?" "Okay, Daddy," she said and hopped off the chair. She left toward the stairs and 15 minutes later returned with a minty smile and a summer blue dress that made her eyes pop much brighter. I patted her head and gave her a Ziploc bag of waffles and sausages. "Your Uncle Nick would starve without us," I said, and she giggled. We arrived at Nick's shortly afterward. Abby threw the bag of waffles in his arms and retreated to the living room, where a new empty canvas waited. She wanted to start a new one immediately, Nick said as we watched her pick out her colors. "She wants to give this one to Everly." Nick's tone didn't hide his distaste for Everly or what happened. "Have you talked to her since then?" I shook my head. "She hasn't answered her phone once, and she isn't texting me. I think I really screwed this one up." Nick shoved his hands in his pockets. "I don't know what to say, man. I mean, you didn't screw anything up. It was bound to happen. Abby asked me the other week what moms and daughters do." "She did? Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. It seemed like an innocent question. I don't know. I figured she was just curious. Nick's expression was enough to know that he wanted more than anything to say he told me so. But it seemed like he was trying to take the high road. "I don't know what to do." I rubbed a hand over my head. "I'm thinking maybe I should just leave her be." Just saying the words stabbed a knife through my heart. I didn't know how I was going to get over her. "How much does she mean to you?" Nick asked. I raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "I mean, does she really mean this much to you?" I watched as Abby dipped her finger into paint and traced lines on the paper. Her eyebrows were furrowed in concentration. Nick had said her new painting was for Everly, and I wished more than anything Everly would be around for her to give it to her. Not just that, but I wished Everly would just answer the damn phone. "Does it matter?" I asked. "However I feel about her, it doesn't change what happened or what she wants. Maybe this is too much for her." "You'll never know unless you try," Nick said. "Listen, if she really means that much to you, then you need to go try to get her back. Talk to her, explain that Abby's 3 for Christ's sake, and the 3-year-olds don't understand what they're doing. Tell her you're not just looking for a baby mama. You're looking for your soulmate." "You're damn poetic today," I said. Nick chuckled and shook his head. "I'll think about it, but I don't know if she'll even want to see me." "Just try, man." Nick said. See what happens. You'll regret it if you don't. I said goodbye to Nick and Abby and then walked out to my car. My phone chimed and I unlocked it to see Jackie calling me. I groaned, opening the car door, and then threw it onto the passenger seat. Of course, Everly wasn't calling me. She hadn't so far, and I was certain she didn't want to see me either. I was a fool for hoping otherwise. I arrived at Alaskan Way not long after and entered through the front. Bright, cheerful smiles greeted me as I walked through the restaurant. I made my rounds from table to table and introduced myself to the guest, forcing a smile on my face each time I saw someone eating our newest dish. You couldn't have ordered a better entree, I said to one in particular. We just launched it today. What do you think? I asked another. It's delicious, they answered. I've never had anything like it. Great, thanks for coming. I patted their shoulder and moved on to the next table. This was usually my favorite part, greeting guests and introducing myself as the restaurant's owner. Every now and then I'd find a table or two to comp or a couple to send an extra special dessert to. But today I just wasn't feeling it. Maddox. James, an older chef who'd been working for me for years now, perked up as I entered the kitchen. Bright white walls with silver appliances lined the floor, and at least 24 cooks rushed from section to section as they prepared meals and plated entrees. Hey, Jim, how's the day going? I asked. He shook my hand and gestured at the 5 plates of our new dish waiting to be sent out to the floor. It's a hit, Maddox. Everyone loves it. He clapped his hand on my shoulder. Congratulations on the new dish, another cook said from behind us. I thanked her politely and said my goodbyes to Jim. Everywhere I went, I received compliments on the sea bass. But I found myself going through the motions until I finally arrived at my office. I was grateful for all the kind words, of course, but I just couldn't keep Everly out of my head. My phone was on the highest volume and it still hadn't gone off. I was hopeful that she'd call and suggest a new meal for tonight, but the longer the day stretched, the worse the odds became. I sat down at my desk and worked on some files to kill the time and attempted to forget about Everly, but it was useless. She was on my mind as if she'd been surgically implanted, and there was no hope for a reversal. Only time could heal me now unless I gave in and went to her. After a few hours of mindless work, I did another round on the floor and shook hands with guests. The sea bass was an even bigger hit with the dinner crowd than it had been with the lunch rush, and already I knew our numbers were going to skyrocket. I thanked a man and his wife as they declared the entree their new favorite from my restaurant, but in my head I was just wishing that Everly could hear how much everyone loved her creation. She deserved all the credit, not me. I returned to my office and sat. My feet and legs were sore from walking around for hours, and I pulled out another folder and tried paying attention to the contracts that Jackie had been begging me to sign for weeks. The words blurred until they made little sense, and I tried to focus. Getting any decent amount of work done was proving to be a problem. Mr. Moore? Clarissa, one of my assistants, stood at the doorway. Yes. I glanced at her and back at the file. I needed to get something done before leaving for the day. You have a visitor, she said. I perked up, part of me hoping and believing it was Everly. Oh, who? I asked. He said he used to work with you? She moved over and another man came into focus. You don't have to introduce me, he said. I recognized him instantly. Phil, my old friend, and Everly's old boss. I waved off Clarissa and invited Phil into my office. You can shut the door behind you if you want, I said. Oh, I'm not staying that long, Phil said. I was just in the neighborhood and wanted to see how you were doing. I haven't been to this one since you opened. I remembered seeing Phil at Alaskan Way's opening party, a beer in each hand and women curved in his arms. A night to remember, I smirked. I'm doing fine. We just launched a new dish today, so numbers should be up for a while. What about you? I asked. How's St. Padres? He tugged at his collar. Damn place is sucking the life out of me, he said. So nothing's changed, I said with a smirk. Phil chuckled, and I realized he'd had one too many glasses of wine as he stumbled over his words. I had a little fun this week at least. Managed to snatch one of my old cooks back from wherever the hell she thought she was going, he said, and plopped into the seat across from my desk. I leaned forward. Oh? "And who's this cook?" I asked. "The redhead from the auction. I'm sorry you ever had to go on a date with her. Anyway, she's not bad in the kitchen. She quit a while ago saying she had something better lined up. But the other week I offered her the bullshit title of co-head chef and the dumb broad took my offer up the other day. Can you believe it? I don't even have to pay her as much as I was paying her before because the co-chef job's a starting position with a starting wage. She barely even questioned it. She must have been desperate." Phil boasted and wiped his brow. I realized I was squeezing my pen tightly in my fist as he went on about Everly. "You have a way with words," I said through clenched teeth. I forced myself to take deep, calm breaths, or else I was going to push Phil and dunk his face into a fryer. "Well, all's good now. I don't have to worry about hiring anyone else." Phil stood. "I'm done for the day. You should take it easy, you know? Your blood pressure looks like it might be through the roof." We spoke for a few more minutes, shooting the shit until the conversation grew awkward. He left without a goodbye, and I was oddly thankful for it. So I was right. Everly did find another job, and it was at our old restaurant. I'd always known Phil to be an asshole and never liked him for it, but hearing him speak about Everly that way made such a fury and anger boil inside of me that I hadn't known I was capable of. I wanted to grab him by his cheap collar and throw him against the wall, but I realized I had a better plan. If I couldn't convince Everly to give me and Abby a chance, the least I could do was help her realize she deserved more than St. Padres. Chapter 34, Everly. It had been 3 days since I called Phil and took up his offer of co-chef, and I still wasn't sure if I'd make the right decision or not. Phil had seemed far too eager as we spoke on the phone, and we agreed on starting my position the following Monday. I woke on my first day with an upset stomach that made me question even more if I had made a mistake. But it was too late. I lay in bed and thought about Maddox, as always. I swore that I heard his voice in my sleep, that I felt his hands roam my body as they slipped off my panties and touched me. It had only been a week, and yet I missed him. I missed our conversations, sharing our dreams and passions and telling stories about our loved ones. He had awoken something in me, a desire to partner with someone else. I'd gone through my whole life as a loner, always refusing to work in groups of two, but I loved cooking with Maddox, and I loved how he made me feel. I was growing more and more frustrated as well. I touched myself often, but nothing ever compared to his touch. I slipped a finger inside of me and tried pretending it was his finger, but it was useless. Maddox was intoxicating. There was no substitute. I slipped out of bed after realizing there was no point in moping around any longer and brushed my teeth. A quick shower and 20 minutes of makeup later, I was in my kitchen debating on what to make for breakfast. Lacey had left a text saying they would be over around 7:30, which gave me 20 minutes to decide on a meal. I wasn't feeling up to making the usual egg and bacon combination, and I scoured my pantries for ideas. Lacey and Belle arrived early for breakfast, and I decided to make something special for the occasion. Homemade nutmeg cinnamon rolls with butterscotch cream cheese and fresh strawberry scones half dipped in chocolate was an easy and yet complicated creation, and I savored every second of the process. I made a side of bacon just in case they didn't turn out well, though. "There's nothing nutritious about any of this," Lacey said as she eyed the kitchen counter. My apartment had the richest scent of chocolate and cinnamon, and I picked up a scone and bit into it. Crumbs fell from my lips onto the floor, but I couldn't bring myself to clean them. I couldn't bring myself to do anything other than cook. "That's the point." I smiled as Belle picked up a cinnamon roll and tore a piece into her mouth. "What do you think?" "So good," she said between bites. "The scones are my favorite." "Good. I made 3 whole batches, so you and your mom can take them home," I said. "Well, aren't you in a cooking mood?" Lacey noted. I ignored her, but she was right. It had been a week since I last cooked dinner for Maddox, and within that week I had resorted to quick and simple dinners for one. I missed cooking fancy meals and was somewhat excited to get back into a professional kitchen. "I guess," I said. "Everly, you always go cooking crazy when you're anxious or depressed," Lacey folded her arms across her chest and met my eyes. So which one is it now? I frowned. I don't know what you mean. I realized I was staring inside the fridge, trying to find ingredients for chocolate chip and almond butter cookies. I closed it before Lacey could realize what I was doing. When you failed your first college, our house was full of Cuban sandwiches and fried bananas for weeks, she said. And when your first boyfriend dumped you, you made miniature chicken pot pies and we had to give them away to our neighbors because they wouldn't fit in the fridge. I'm just happy that I got my job back, I lied. Your made-up job? Lacey asked. I nearly forgot. I had told her that co-chefs didn't exist. I know it's a bullshit title, but you never know. This could be my step to being the head chef. Just another year or so and I'll have that chef hat, I said. You realize you said those exact words every day when you were working there? Lacey pointed out. I shrugged and started cleaning up the kitchen. But if you're happy, then I'm happy. Lacey smiled at me, but it was obvious to even the 5-year-old in the room that it was fake and forced. I knew Lacey wasn't happy for me, but I didn't have any other choices. I needed a job, and I'd ghosted Maddox way too long to even assume that I still had one there. That was another mistake that Lacey made sure I didn't forget. We'll drop these off at home on our way to kindergarten, Lacey said as Belle bagged up the leftovers. Don't want any other 5-year-olds to get an allergic reaction. Thank you for the cinnamon rolls and scones, Aunt Everly, Belle said politely. Lacey held a hand over her heart and smiled as her daughter proved herself to be the little polite version of all of us. You're welcome, I said and hugged her. I couldn't believe there was a time that I'd disliked Belle's presence. Call me when you're off work, Lacey said, and I agreed. I'm sure you'll have plenty to bitch about. Who knows, I said. It might not be that bad. I hoped it wouldn't be any different than before, but imagined that was wishful thinking. Lacey rolled her eyes as she closed the door behind her. I couldn't blame her for being wary about me going back to St. Padre's, but I was being serious. I had dedicated years to that restaurant, and maybe it was going to start paying off. Maybe things were going to start going my way for once in my life. A couple blocks away from the actual restaurant with tight parking spaces that seemed nearly impossible to not hit anyone when parking in them, but in a weird way, I almost felt at home. Maybe the weeks spent with Maddox were nothing more than a silly dream. Maybe Maddox himself was little more than a dream as well. I clutched my purse to my body and battled through the thick Seattle wind, and I hurried down the blocks toward St. Padre's. The kitchen still had a few hours before officially opening, and I wanted to make sure I was there early enough to discuss the details of my position before fully embracing it. Catalina caught my arm as I entered the kitchen, and she hugged me tightly. Chica, I didn't think I'd see you again, she said. Her smile was contagious, and I found myself sharing a giggle as I approached. There was a rumor you'd fallen in love with some rich playboy and gotten married. Someone even mentioned they thought you were pregnant. I choked on my words. No. I shook my head and clutched my chest. Not married. And definitely not pregnant. Aw, so there's not even a rich playboy? She asked. I wondered if Maddox would even be considered a playboy. Sorry, but no, I said. Catalina pouted a little. Well, a girl can dream, right? I spent a bit of time in the kitchen familiarizing myself with everything again. Thankfully, nothing was different, and there were no new cooks in the kitchen, so falling into my old routine should be a piece of cake. It was a bit odd that Phil hadn't found a replacement for me, almost as if he knew I would eventually return. I shook my head. What did it matter anyways? The kitchen opened shortly afterward, and as co-chef, I had the lovely job of making sure everything was prepped and ready for the head chef, when his shift started just an hour before the dinner crowd. I had hoped that meant I was in charge during lunch, but I quickly learned that our head chef had left several notes telling me in explicit detail what I was to do until he arrived. I obeyed the notes and busied myself with meaningless tasks that anyone could have done. Scrubbing potatoes, counting the loaves of bread, baking the bread, making sure that the mushrooms were ready for sautéing, then double-checking the mushrooms were ready. The restaurant filled up quickly, and it wasn't long until I was standing over the plating table, making sure that every plate was neat and up to standards. Everly! Phil rounded the corner and nearly screamed my name. I jumped and followed him into his office, brushing my dirty hands on my white apron. What's the matter? I asked. worried that there had been a mistake on my return. I had been doing everything as told, and at the very least expected Phil to pretend to be happy at my arrival. "There's a discrepancy with the loaves," he said, and showed me a piece of paper that listed how many loaves we should have opened with versus how many we had. All of our bread was baked fresh within the morning for lunch, but every now and then a cook will save one or two overnight to help the lunch rush. They heated up just as well as a fresh-baked loaf, and it was a practice that was common in many top restaurants. "Did anyone save a loaf from last night?" I asked. Phil sat at his desk and opened a thick folder. "How am I supposed to know that?" he said. "Sounds like a problem for our co-chef." "I wasn't even here last night," I said. "I don't know who was on the roster." "So find out," he said, and dismissed me. I closed the door to his office behind me and took a deep breath. These were the type of complaints I had expected, but still, it was a bit discouraging to receive them within hours of my first day. I shook my head and forced myself to stop worrying. I'd stick it out, put up with Phil and his complaints until I get that head chef hat, and then I'll have more of a presence in the kitchen. I hurried down the hall toward the kitchen. The lunch rush would be over soon. The kitchen door opened just as I was reaching for it, and I nearly ran straight into the hard chest of a man. "I'm sorry," I said, and straightened. Maddox stared at me, his eyes wide from our impact as well. "Oh, Maddox." My pulse quickened at the sight of him. "Everly," he said. We stood in awkward silence until a cook rushed from the door around us. I realized that I was at work and that I was still on the clock. "I'm at work," I said. My hands played with the fabric of my apron, and Maddox's eyes followed the movement. "I noticed." He sighed and placed his hands on my arms just below my shoulders. "Listen, I need to talk to you." His gray eyes were dark in the dim lighting of the hall, and his 5 o'clock shadow was starting to grow. There were bags under his eyes and frown lines around his lips. Still, he was handsome as ever in a gray business suit, and I forced my thoughts to stay innocent as he stared at me. "Can it wait until after my shift?" I asked. He shook his head. "I waited long enough to talk to you. I don't think I could wait another second." He had a desperation in his voice that I'd never heard before. "Despite everything that's happened between us, the one true thing has always been that you're an amazing chef and you deserve your own restaurant. My feelings for you haven't clouded my judgment, and I struggle to think of a single meal that you've made that hasn't wowed me." "Thanks, I think. But really, Maddox, if I don't get back to work right now, I'll get in trouble." "Abby just wants a mother," he said. My hands clenched around my apron as I stared at him with an open mouth. "She doesn't know what having a mother really means. All she knows is that other kids have a mom, and I think she just wants to say that she has one too. She didn't mean to freak you out, and I didn't either. You're incredible, Everly, truly. And you deserve better than this shit job with a shit title that you and I both know is fake." I stumbled backward. "Wait, how did you know about that?" Phil's door opened and his head popped out. I gasped, realizing the walls are paper thin and that Phil most likely heard every word Maddox just said. "What the hell are you trying to do, Maddox?" Phil growled. My head was beginning to spin. Did they know each other? I had assumed they met once at the auction, but I didn't think any more of that. "Get out of here before I kick your ass." "Don't embarrass yourself, Phil," Maddox said. "You're treating Everly like this because you know she won't stand up for herself if you keep dangling the head chef's hat over her head. Well, I'm not going to let you treat her like this anymore. She deserves better." "Maddox?" I tried interrupting them, but Phil had pushed past me. "She likes where she is. In a year or two, she'll be at the top. That's what she deserves, working hard to get where she wants to go. Right, Everly?" Phil asked, though he didn't once look at me. "Let her decide, then." Maddox met my eyes. "Everly, do you want to stay here and working for this selfish asshole, or do you want to join me as lead chef for my all-you-can-eat restaurants ideas team?" "What?" I wasn't sure who screamed it, me or Phil, but in that very moment, I knew what the right decision was. I untied my apron. "Thank you for the opportunity, Phil," I said. He turned to stare as I let my apron fall onto the floor. "You're going to regret this," Phil warned, but I was already walking away with Maddox. "Everly, you walk out that door and you're never welcome back here at St. Padres ever again." I was shaking, and my heart was beating quickly, but with Maddox beside me, I realized I had the courage to leave St. Padres behind me and walk out the door without looking back. Chapter 35, Maddox. I followed her out to her car, just in case Phil decided he wanted to scream at her outside as well. "Thank you," Everly said. "Did you really mean what you said, though?" "What part?" I asked. "You being incredible or the job offer?" Everly smiled. "The job offer," she said. "Of course I meant it. I wouldn't let you make such a dramatic exit without having a backup plan," I said. "If you really want it, the job is yours." She leaned against her car and sighed. "It feels like a dream," she admitted. "Everything about you feels like a dream." "Is that a good thing?" I asked. She nodded. "At least I think so." She opened her door and slid behind the steering wheel. "I need to get out of these clothes." "Have dinner with me." I leaned forward. "Just this once. I'll never ask again, I promise." "Where at?" she asked. "My house. We can cook together, anything you want," I said. Everly smiled, as if I were promising something she'd been longing for. "I'll meet you at your house," she said. My shoulders slumped with relief. "Just give me an hour or so." "I'll be waiting," I said, and watched as she drove away. I couldn't imagine how this day could get any better. I'd gotten Everly back into my life, given her an actual position in my company, and now was planning on having a legitimate dinner with her. I knew we had a serious conversation to discuss, but just seeing her wide smile was enough for now. I retraced my steps back to my car and dialed Nick. "Abby's fine, man," he said as he answered. "You don't have to keep calling." "Everly's coming over for dinner," I said. "Do you mind keeping Abby over a little longer?" "Oh, damn. Of course not. She can spend the night if you want," he said. "Is everything good?" "I don't know yet," I admitted. "Maybe. I think so. I hope so. We'll see. But she doesn't seem angry or upset." I leaned against my headrest. "She actually seems as relieved as I am." "Good," Nick said. I could hear the smile in his voice. "I'm happy for you. I hope everything turns out all right." "Thanks," I said. "Oh, and if you let Abby watch another one of your slasher films, I'm going to break into your window with a chainsaw this time. My poor girl can't even sleep in her own bed because of your shitty horror movies." "You try watching Frozen 3 times every weeknight," he said. "You'll soon be begging for the horror movies." "Stick with the princesses and snowmen," I said, and thanked him for watching her. I arrived home after a grueling 30 minutes of sitting in traffic. I spent 15 minutes dusting and cleaning and making sure the house wasn't a mess as I eagerly awaited the doorbell to ring. I hadn't had the house cleaner over in a while, and for a few days, Abby had been the only one in the house who had the energy to dust. She'd broken 2 lamps and knocked over a crystal figure before I had convinced her to stop cleaning, and the house had suffered since then. I barely had enough time to pour wine into the decanter before Everly rang the doorbell. I answered the door with a cheesy grin on my face. "Wow," I said. Her cheeks reddened with a blush, and she lowered her chin and looked up at me. I stepped aside, and she entered my house. Her dress was little more than a black slip, and it brought out the red in her hair and green in her eyes like never before. The dress framed her ass perfectly. I shook my head. We weren't at that stage yet. First, we had to try to get through dinner without anyone running away screaming. "You look amazing," I said. "Thanks. I wasn't really sure if this was too dressed up, but then I realized that you're always dressed up to the nines, so I thought I'd come in as a 7. She said and shook her head. "God, that joke was awful." "I can't disagree." I turned and led her to the kitchen. "What's for dinner?" she asked. I opened my fridge and started retrieving various items until we both settled on a classic meatloaf. Simple enough, I said. We can make some chocolate-covered strawberries while the meatloaf's in the oven. That way they can chill while we eat dinner. Dinner and dessert? Everly asked. I'm pretty sure I only agreed to one. I smiled. So you're saying no to chocolate and strawberries? As if it's even possible to say no to such a thing, she said. We started prepping the meatloaf, falling into a comfortable routine of chopping and dicing. I formed the loaf with my bare hands as Everly chopped the strawberries into a rose. 50 minutes, I said as I set the timer on the oven. I turned to find Everly already dipping the strawberries into a pot of melted chocolate. The very tip of her bottom lip was covered in chocolate, and I brushed a finger over it slowly. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me. I moved to wipe my finger on a towel, but Everly grabbed my hand and slipped my finger in between her lips, slowly running her tongue around the chocolate and swallowing. I moaned, my thoughts preoccupied by my finger in between her lips. Are you going to make me do the rest on my own? She asked with a raised eyebrow. What? She gestured at the rest of the naked strawberries and the melted chocolate. Oh, of course not. I took a deep breath and picked up a strawberry. She was killing me, and with that smirk on her face, she knew it. We finished the strawberries and made small talk until the meatloaf was finished. I sat our plates at the dinner table and pulled out her chair. She offered me a warm smile as she lowered herself into the chair and scooted forward. I took the seat beside her, and my nerves were put a bit on edge, remembering the last time we'd sat at this table together. I'm sorry, she said abruptly, about everything. I didn't realize it until recently, but I overreacted. I didn't mean to freak out when Abby showed me the painting. I was just scared. I feel horrible, and I hope it didn't hurt her feelings. I understand, I said. I was worried that she was growing too attached to you, but I didn't knock it off when I should have. She obviously has mom issues. I think she was just excited at the idea of having a mom. She clearly doesn't know how awful of a mom I'd be, Everly joked, or else she wouldn't be so excited. I think you'd be wonderful, I whispered. Everly glanced at me with wide eyes. I don't mean anything by that, of course. I didn't know my father, she admitted. I know his name, what his favorite band was, who his favorite sports teams were, but I didn't know him. Still, I never once wanted a father growing up because my mom was always in between husbands. I made the decision early on that I was better off without a dad, and from there decided that I was also better off not getting married and having kids. I spent the majority of Belle's life loathing her, but only because she reminded me of myself. And then when I saw Abby's painting, it made me remember all the times that Lacey begged Mom to find us a dad. And Lacey's disappointment every time our new dad left. I didn't know, I said. I'm sorry. I can't imagine how awful that must have felt. I hated to think of her as a child, hurting and having to face such things and make such strong declarations because of other people's actions. That's just the thing. Everly leaned forward. It must have been just as awful for you. I was only thinking of myself and how I felt, that I never once imagined what you or Abby were going through. I've been selfish this past week. And what about children? I asked, hesitant to bring up the topic. I know you were against having your own. I'll admit the thought absolutely terrifies me, she said. And I don't think I would do a good job. I really don't. But for some strange reason, having you beside me makes things less scary. I find this courage that I didn't know existed when I'm around you. And it makes me realize that I'm capable a lot more than I previously thought. We finished the meatloaf as she fell into momentary silence. It's not as terrifying a thought, knowing that I'll have your hand to hold. Is that silly? She asked. I shook my head. Not at all, Everly. I don't want to force you into absolutely anything, but I want you to know that I'll always hold your hand when you need it. And I'll be there to give you a little nudge when you don't." She smiled at me, a true and honest smile, and we carried our plates to the kitchen. She opened the freezer and placed 2 chocolate-covered strawberries on the kitchen counter. I opened my mouth to ask her what she wanted to happen between the 2 of us, but a bright painting caught the corner of my eye. I realized Abby's painting was still on the fridge and in direct eyesight of Everly. "Oh!" I grabbed the top counters of the painting and placed it on the counter. She stood beside me and placed a hand on mine. "It's okay," she said, and picked up the painting. She examined it for a moment before pinning it back on the fridge. "I'm sorry I acted that way over this. It's beautiful," she said. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I can put it away for the night." "I'm positive. I love it," she said. "Leave it up." I couldn't wait to tell Abby that she thought it was beautiful and hoped that Everly would have the chance to tell her instead. I made sure the magnets were thick enough to hold it and turned toward Everly. "Thank you," I said, my voice but a whisper. She stood on her tiptoes as her arms went around my neck, and then she closed her eyes and kissed me. It was a simple kiss at first, just a soft brush against my lips, but I felt the moment her body reacted to mine, and she deepened it. My hand cupped the back of her neck as the other ran its fingers through her hair, messing up the loose bun at the top of her head. She moaned into me and pulled me closer. Our tongues danced with each other's, and I felt a wave of desire wash over me as I pushed her against the kitchen counter. My aching hunger for her grew, and she leaned her head backward as my hands roamed her body. I slipped my hands beneath her thighs and lifted her onto the counter, but she shook her head. "Not here," she said in between kisses. Her hand grabbed my tie and pulled me toward the stairs. I followed eagerly, my mind stuck in a haze where all I could see was her. She led me to my room and pushed me onto the bed. She parted her knees and straddled me, continuing our kisses until her hands began to unbutton my shirt. She gave me a hungry stare and then licked her lips before crushing her lips against mine once again. Her hand slipped my shirt over my shoulders until it fell back, and I shrugged my arms free. After pausing to slip off her blouse, she tugged on my zipper as I caressed her breasts, working my way up to the clasp on her bra. She did me a favor and quickly snapped it free, her breasts spilling from the cups and into my hands where I rubbed soft circles against her. Moments later, we were both naked, and I couldn't get enough of the sight of her as she lowered herself against me. Everly leaned toward my hips, but I grabbed her shoulders and gently moved her onto her back. "Let me show you how much I miss you," I said, and trailed kisses toward her thighs. She squirmed beneath my touch as I grew closer. "Let me show you how much you mean to me," I whispered against her skin. Her fingers massaged the top of my head and across my shoulders. She moaned my name, and I wanted to hear more of it. "Let me make you feel how you make me feel," I said, and my head slipped in between her thighs. Chapter 36, Everly. His tongue dipped into my mound as I moaned his name. He tasted me, swallowing my juices and coming back for more. I rolled my head as he found a rhythm and continued, and, in his own words, made me feel how I made him feel. "Maddox." I breathed his name. He seemed to enjoy that, and he crawled up my body and had me repeat his name as I tasted my own sweet juices on his lips. "Say it again." He whispered and pulled my body against his. I felt his thick membrane between my thighs, and I pressed against it, grinding to soothe my own ache as I set his name against his skin. I decided to return the favor and pushed him onto his back. He complied. It seemed that I'd have the power as long as his name was on my lips. I leaned down until his rod was just below my lips. I looked up, and our eyes met. His gray eyes were locked on mine as I opened my mouth and covered his broad tip with my lips. I lingered there a moment, nursing hard to encourage a taste as my tongue teased his slit. Then I slid down, relaxing my throat to take him deeper. His head fell backward as my tongue flicked around the base toward his heavy sack, which I palmed and kneaded, cupping the weight of them as I pulled back, tight-lipping my way to the tip to milk him. His hands clenched the bed sheets as he moaned my name, as a taste of his salt hit my tongue. I understood why he seemed to unravel at the sound of his name, and my ache grew, causing me to quiver. It didn't seem I spent much time taking care of him before his hands slipped beneath my arms and pulled me toward him. "Let me taste you," he said, and kissed me. It was passionate and deep, a kiss not of pleasure or desire, but of something more sincere and caring. One of his hands cupped my breast, and the other my ass as he deepened the kiss. I was already wet before, but I knew I would be covering his body in my juices soon enough. Everything about his movements was slow and deliberate, as if he'd spent plenty of time this past week imagining every little thing he would do to me. I knew I had spent the week with the same thoughts. My hand slid up his chest, feeling the taut muscles beneath his skin and running over the stubble on his chin. His body reacted to mine until he was long and thick, but even then he wouldn't give in to pleasure. Instead, he flipped over, so that I was lying on my back and he was on top. His lips trailed down my chin, past my neck, and across my chest, until he was at my breasts. He took his time licking the edges of each nipple, making my head dizzy with desire, and my thighs soaked in my own liquid. "I wanted this so bad," he said. "I needed you so bad." "Did you think about me late at night?" I asked, a near mimic of our time in Las Vegas. "Did you imagine fucking me like you did over the Strip?" But Maddox shook his head as he took turns sucking on my breasts. His hand cupped my sex as he leaned over me, his lips inches from mine. "I don't want to fuck you," he said. "I want to make love to you." He kissed me, and finally I felt the very tip of him press against my entrance. I moaned, spreading my thighs, and hooked my ankles around him as I begged for more. He was slow, though, and instead of pushing inside of me like he once had, he teased my entrance until it was soaked. "You could slide it inside easily," I said. He answered by pressing it against me harder. I couldn't take any more. I needed him. His hips moved against mine as he entered me, the entirety of his length buried deep within me. We both gasped, but instead of moving in and out as he usually did, he stopped and enjoyed the sensation. The warmth of his body enveloped me. The strength of his muscles flexed as he leaned over me and slowly started to move inside of me. I moved my hips to meet his, my eyes fluttering as his thick rod filled me. He kissed me again and pressed his lips hard against mine as he continued to make love to me. I hadn't ever felt such an intimate connection before, as if we could both feel each other's senses. Pressure began to build low in my belly, a warmth that was slowly spreading across my body toward my head. Maddox was beginning to quicken his pace ever so slightly. His hands cupped my cheek, and our eyes met in a locked gaze as both of our mouths opened in a silent moan full of pure, intense pleasure. I found my release first, and I cried in his hands as my body shuddered beneath his touch. He continued rocking back and forth into me until his release arrived, and I felt a warmth enter my body as he filled me up, one hand sliding up and squeezing the edges of my hair as his hips buckled into mine. He rested, his members still inside of me, as we both struggled to take deep breaths. Finally, after what felt like an hour, he pulled away and collapsed beside me. My hair had fallen in a wild mess around my shoulders, and his fingers slowly played with the tangled strands. I curled up against his body, enjoying the warmth and comfort that he offered, never wanting to be apart from him again. "I almost feel like I should thank you," I said. "That's silly, isn't it?" "Very silly," he said, behind me. A hand slid around my waist. "But you're welcome anyway." We both laughed. "Should we get up At least get dressed, just in case? I couldn't imagine a repeat of our first time together, especially not after everything that had happened. Maddox's stubble brushed against his pillow as he shook his head. "Abby's staying over at Nick's for the night," he said, and tightened his hold around my waist. "And you need to stay right where you are." "I can do that," I said, already fighting to keep my eyes open. "I'll stay right here." I fell asleep in Maddox's arms, his calm breathing a lullaby to my revolving thoughts. Chapter 37, Maddox. Everly was still in my arms when I woke the following morning. She was sleeping still, and I took the opportunity to admire her flawless skin. The light dust of freckles across her cheeks, her thick eyelashes that I was tempted to brush, and even the pink lips that I wanted to kiss every morning for the rest of my life. She was even more beautiful in the early morning, and I wasn't at all surprised in the least by it. There was no doubt in my mind what my feelings were at this point. It was more than a physical or mental attraction. It was more than anything I'd ever felt. Everly completed me, whether she knew it or not, and I was determined not to screw it up. Her face scrunched as she started to wake. "Good morning," I said. She blinked once, then twice, before finally looking at me with eyes that seemed greener in the morning sun. "It's so bright," she said, and held a hand up to her eyes. I had forgotten to close the blinds in the midst of our night together, which was a mistake, as my room faced the sun in the morning. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm used to Abby waking me up before the sun even rises. I forgot how bright this room gets." Everly rubbed her eyes and looked around. I wondered if she was recalling the night before, and as a faint blush mixed with the freckles on her cheeks, I grinned. "Do you need me to remind you of anything?" I asked, and scooted her body closer to mine. It reacted instantly, and I felt her thighs clench as I pressed my hips against hers. "I think there's one or two blank spots in my memory," she said, and I kissed her. She climbed on top of me and pressed down on my shoulders. "You did all the work last night," she said. "So you remember that at least," I teased. She bit her lip and playfully smacked my arm. My hands gripped her waist, and soon the bed was rocking back and forth as Everly took control of the situation. It was heaven inside of her, and I never wanted this time to end. We took a shower afterward and spent a long moment standing beneath the triple heads, pouring steaming water with Everly in my arms. I ran my hands over her soft flesh and kissed her bare shoulders. "Let's go back to bed," she suggested. She pressed her tight ass against my cock, and it stirred, wanting to gain entrance. "It's tempting," I said, "but I should make breakfast. They'd starve if I didn't send some over before noon." "Sounds like my sister," she said. "Sometimes I wonder if she would ever eat if it weren't for me." "What did they do the weekend we were gone?" I wondered. "Lots and lots of takeout?" Everly asked. I agreed. Still, even as we both knew we didn't have the entire day to ourselves, we took our time in the shower, exploring each other's bodies. I couldn't keep my hands off her, and she didn't seem to mind. The hot water eventually turned lukewarm as I pushed her body against the glass door and lifted her beneath her legs. She straddled my hips, and we both moaned as I pushed inside of her once again. We finished and had to take another shower to clean ourselves. Finally, we prepared breakfast together, an assortment of crepes with several delicious fillings, some savory, most sweet. Everly seemed to have a bigger sweet tooth than I expected. We sat at the breakfast table and started eating. "So I guess now it wouldn't be that weird if I took up your mom's offer," she said. "Oh, the Broadway show?" I asked, and she nodded. "She's going to be so happy. She still asks about you. I'll let her know later today. She might be the one person who's actively trying to find Abby a mother." I hesitated. "I mean, not that that's the only reason why she likes you, of course. I think it just helps that Abby likes you. My mom is sort of overprotective of her anyways, especially after what happened." "So I've been meaning to ask," Everly started. I sat my fork down. "What happened with Abby's mother?" I smiled softly. I knew it was a conversation we were bound to have. Still, there was a part of me that was terrified Everly would leave as soon as she found out the truth. Her name was Chelsea, I said, hating the name on my lips. I wish I could say we were stupidly in love and made mistake after mistake until eventually life separated us. But the truth is, it's not a romantic story at all. I glanced at Everly. She was intimately focused on her peanut butter and banana crepe. It was a one-night stand that I can't even remember. We met in the bathroom of a club, and nearly 2 years later met again in front of my house. Only this time she had a picture with her of a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. I could still picture the very moment I saw her, her wide eyes staring up at me with pure adoration. "Abby," Everly whispered, and I nodded. At first, I was worried that she wanted to be a family. I laughed. Can you believe that? I was worried that she wanted a family. But then it was obvious that she just wanted someone to support her and Abby, and at the time I was in the middle of opening Alaskan Way, so I paid her off. A couple million, and in exchange she would never bother me again or force me to spend time with the baby. Of course, at that time I only considered it a baby. Not my baby. Not Abby. I paused and took a bite of my crepe. It was flaky and chewy at the same time, and I wondered how it would taste with a homemade hazelnut chocolate spread. "And then?" Everly gently asked. I realized I'd been daydreaming about the crepe instead of planning the words in my head. "And then, one day, after getting lunch with Nick, I arrived home to find a baby at the foot of my door. And a note saying she couldn't do it anymore. I never heard from her again." Everly's jaw dropped, but she quickly recovered. "What a bitch," she muttered. I laughed and agreed. Of course, I'd called Chelsea plenty of worse names in the previous years. She abandoned Abby, and I'll be honest, I hated Chelsea for the longest time. I hated her for forcing a kid on me, especially one that I never wanted. I didn't have time for kids. I'd sworn them off years ago. But over time, I grew to be thankful that Chelsea left. I can't imagine my life without Abby, and if Chelsea hadn't run off, I'm not sure if I would have manned up and taken responsibility for her, I said. Everly was smiling at me, and I realized I was playing with the tablecloth. A nervous habit, I supposed. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened had Chelsea stayed, actually tried to be a family. If maybe that would have been the best for Abby. Everly stood from her seat and walked toward me. Her hair was still damp from our shower, and she smelled like my shampoo. She sat on my lap and placed my head between her hands. "Maddox, anyone who took the chance to get to know you would be crazy to walk away. If Chelsea left you, then she's stupid," she said, her green eyes as serious as Abby's had been when she said the same words. "Thanks," I said. "So you're not itching to run away then?" She frowned. "What? Why would I do that?" I shrugged. I wasn't sure how you'd feel about learning the truth about Abby's mother. "Honestly, if anything, it makes me feel better. This whole time I was picturing Abby's mom as some rich and famous supermodel who was busy touring the world, but was planning on coming back home one day to complete your family. Knowing she's just a gold-digging bitch makes her less of a threat now." Everly smiled. I chuckled and kissed her. "No one compares to you," I said. "Are you busy this weekend?" She tilted her head. "I don't think so. Why?" "I'm taking Abby on her first trip to an amusement park. I was hoping you'd go." I held my breath and waited for her answer. "Can my sister and niece tag along?" she asked. I nodded. It was a wonderful idea. Abby would love that. She needs kids around her age, I said. "So that's a yes?" "Yeah, we'll go." Everly kissed me on the cheek. "But I don't do Ferris wheels or anything that goes upside down, just a heads up." "Oh, but I thought I gave you the courage to do things you couldn't do before." I teased her. She rolled her eyes and shoved my arm. "Don't be an ass," she said, and kissed me. Chapter 38, Everly. I watched with a grin as Lacey struggled to get Belle in a thick, unfashionable jacket. "Mom, no one else is going to be wearing this," she argued. Lacey groaned in frustration and gave Belle her best mom look. I yawned. It was barely 7 in the morning on a Saturday, and any other Saturday I would have been lost in a deep sleep still. "Belle Winters, get this jacket on right now or you're not going to the amusement park today," she demanded. "Everly isn't wearing a coat," Belle said and pointed at my striped sweater. I shrugged. She wasn't wrong. It wasn't as cold as it usually was this time of the year, and I wanted to savor the weather. "Well, Everly can just catch a cold and die from a fever," Lacey said. "I'm wearing a coat too, see?" She gestured at the ugly brown leather jacket. Apparently, Belle had been self-conscious all week after hearing that she would be spending the day with Maddox and Abby. It was endearing. Belle didn't have many friends, and she was nervous about meeting another child. She almost never acted up, so she must have been even more nervous. "Belle, Abby is probably going to be wearing a thick coat too," I said. Belle looked at me. "Really?" she asked. "Yeah, Maddox is super overprotective, and Abby doesn't like her coat either. But I think if you wore yours, she would feel better about hers." I gave an encouraging shrug. "What do you think?" Belle glanced at the thick coat in her mom's arms. "I'll wear it, but only to make Abby comfortable," she said. "Thank you," Lacey mouthed as she helped Belle slip it on. "Could you put the dishes away? Maddox and Abby will be here soon." "I can do the dishes," I said. "It's my apartment." "Shush," Lacey said as Belle started bringing our breakfast plates to the sink. "This is the best part about kids. You'll learn soon." I rolled my eyes. "She's the best thing that ever happened to me," Lacey said. She was staring as Belle cleaned the dishes. A teardrop appeared in the corner of Lacey's eyes, and she wiped it away. "They're not for everyone, and I've never once judged you for not wanting to have children." She paused and tilted her head to the side. "As long as you were certain and wouldn't grow up regretting your decision, then I would have gladly accepted it." "I know," I said. "I've never had to worry about you judging me, Lace." "So, is it awful of me to be so incredibly happy that you found this family?" She ran a hand through her hair, short and styled as always, and sat at the table. "I feel so selfish because it's not my life that's about to change." I sat across from her and covered her hand with mine. "That's not true," I said. "You're my family, you and Belle, which means that if I'm going to be part of Maddox's family, then you are too. If anything changes, it'll change for all of us." "I think I'm just worried for Belle," Lacey said. "I don't want her to get attached to anyone, not after my failed dating life." "Your dating life isn't a failure," I argued, "and I think it'll be good for Belle and Abby to meet. They might be seeing a lot more of each other in the future." "I just hope she drops this whole diva act soon," Lacey said and glanced at Belle. "She's still a sweet angel 95% of the time, but that 5%. God, if this is a teaser for her teenage years, I might let Maddox adopt her." I laughed. "Well, you and I were pretty awful, and Mom survived." "Barely," Lacey said just as the doorbell rang. Belle fixed her coat as she rushed to answer it. "Hello," she said as Maddox and Abby stood on the other side. I was surprised to find Nick slouching behind them, hands buried in his pockets. Belle's posture was so stiff and formal as she greeted the three of them that I was half expecting her to bow. "Belle?" Abby asked. "I'm Abby." They shook hands, and all of the adults in the room exploded in laughter. "Damn, kids are more polite than us," Nick said as he followed Maddox and Abby into the room. Maddox shot at him a glare, and he apologized. "Sorry, I guess Abby's used to my potty mouth." "Belle's heard quite a few words," Lacey said, and repeated one too many. Lacey was eyeing Nick up and down, her interest evident in her expression. "I'm Nick." He held his hand out to me. "We haven't really officially met." His blonde hair was cut short, similar to Maddox's, and his eyes were blue and as bright as a sunny day. He smiled, and I could practically hear the flutter in Lacey's heart. "Everly," I shook his hand. "This is Lacey, my sister, and her daughter, Belle, is currently showing Abby all of her Shopkins. I realized that the two children were making quite the mess in the middle of my living room, but it was good to see them getting along so well. We might be here a while. Maddox was sitting beside them asking Belle about her various Shopkins. We can leave within the hour, Maddox said. He wore a light blue sweater with white cuffs and dark pants and leather shoes. His gray eyes seemed brighter with the light color of his sweater, and I realized I was having a difficult time not staring at them. He offered me a small wave, and I blushed as I returned it. I really did feel like a high school girl with a high school crush. The lines are going to be long, Lacey mentioned. It's honestly not that cold for once. Good thing Maddox hooked us all up with these VIP front-of-the-line wristbands, Nick said. No lines, no worries. No lines? I asked. You didn't mention that. He shrugged. I'm not one for bragging. You should know this by now, he said. Can we take some of them? Belle asked Lacey and gestured at the various ingredient items on the floor. Maddox had made several recipes, and he and Abby were looking for the Shopkin to complete a chocolate fudge sundae. Yeah, can we? Abby asked, only this time she looked at me. I shared an expression with Lacey, who nodded. Promise you won't lose them? I asked. Abby and Belle both nodded. Okay, then take 2 each, but if you lose them, we're not replacing them. Nick whistled behind me. You really don't know how this whole aunt thing works, do you? He asked. What do you mean? He means that as an uncle or aunt, you're supposed to spoil the kids rotten, Maddox said and walked toward me. I slipped my hand in his, and he squeezed. Nick lets Abby do whatever she wants. She loses a Shopkin. You best believe I'm buying her the entire store, Nick said. That's how a kid grows up spoiled and rotten, Lacey argued. Nick smirked at her. Exactly, and that's the parents' problem, not the uncle's. We should probably head out now, Maddox said. I have a lunch booked at one of the restaurants around 11, and I want to make sure we work up an appetite. Don't tell me you have all of our morning rides planned out, Nick groaned. Of course I do, Maddox said. And the afternoon rides. This way we make sure we get everything done and have time to ride the favorites 2 or 3 times. A man after my own heart, Lacey sighed. Good luck trying to get Everly to plan out anything, much less a vacation. It's more fun when you just go with the flow, I said, but I don't mind a planner either. Nick gestured his thumb towards Maddox. Yeah, we'll try going to Disney with this guy. He schedules our bathroom breaks. Nick teased. Maddox rolled his eyes, but didn't argue against him. You'd learn a thing or two from planning your life, Lacey said to Nick. I haven't planned a thing, and I think my life is pretty damn good, he said. Maddox and I glanced at one another as Lacey and Nick bickered. It seemed as if a small spark was beginning to flame. Are you girls ready? Maddox asked Abby and Belle. There was something about the way he spoke to them that softened my heart. Yes, Daddy, Abby said. They picked out their respective Shopkins, and we left for the amusement park. Nick wasn't joking about the front-of-the-line wristbands. We rode everything we wanted, our favorites twice even, by 2 in the afternoon. Lunch had been a little cozy restaurant nestled in a corner of the park, and I had shared a tuna sandwich with Belle and Cajun mustard fries with Abby. They both had clung to me throughout the day, and I was forced to take turns riding with each of them. Nick and Lacey were usually left to ride together, and Maddox took his turn between sitting next to Abby and Belle. Belle grew quiet every time Maddox neared her, and Lacey and I were beginning to recognize the patterns of a child's crush. She got along great with Abby, at least, and Abby absolutely adored Belle. The few moments Maddox and I spent together were walking hand in hand in between rides until the girls would pull us apart. This might be the biggest tease of them all, Maddox said to me once we were waiting to be led onto a dark ride. What? I asked and leaned into his arms. Nick was showing Belle and Lacey a few of his paintings on his phone, with Abby pointing out the paintings that she had helped with. Your brown sweater, he whispered into my ear. The warmth of his breath did nothing for the goosebumps on my shoulders. It makes your eyes even greener. I frowned. And that's a tease? Your eyes are a trigger for me, he murmured. I've never been more turned on in my life than when you look at me. I shuddered against him as the train arrived. It was a track ride in a dark cavern, and each cart was capable of fitting 2 adults and 1 child. I wanted to be in our own cart, but I had to force myself to behave. Still, Maddox kissed my lips just as it was our turn to enter. We'll continue this conversation later, I said, and entered the cart. Maddox sat beside me, and Abby crawled in between us. It was the first time I truly felt like a family. Hey, Everly, could you put up your hair? Nick asked. I tied it up into a bun and turned behind me to apologize. Belle sat in between Lacey and Nick, and I couldn't help but notice that their knees were touching at the very tip. There was a light blush across Lacey's face and a cheesy smile on Nick's. We're pretty good matchmakers, Maddox said, so he had noticed it as well. Abby slipped her arm in between ours and shuddered. This is scary, she whined. This is the 3rd time we've been on this ride, Maddox said. You can't still be scared of it. Abby, it's like that one movie we watched where the girl gets trapped in the cave, Nick said from behind us. I'm going to murder you, Maddox said as Abby ducked her head into the crook of my elbow. What movie is that? Belle asked. Nothing you have to worry about, Lacey said and glared at Nick. I lowered my head until I was near Abby's ear. It's not scary. You remember what happens here, right? We go fast, and then we go slow, I said. I thought you liked going fast. Abby nodded slowly. You know what's really fun? I asked. Her blue eyes looked at me. Putting your hands up when we go fast. It makes you feel like you're flying. Can you do it with me? I raised my arms into the sky just as the train made its first turn, and Abby giggled as she was pressed up against me. She raised her arms on the second turn, and soon she was laughing the entire way. Maddox was smiling at me as we exited the ride. What? I asked. Nothing. He shook his head. You're just incredible, that's all. We ate dinner at a fancy restaurant in the middle of the park. Lacey was asking Nick about his paintings as Abby and Belle played with their Shopkins on the table, and my hand was firmly in the grasp of Maddox's as we both browsed through the menu together. We could try the shepherd's pie, I suggested. The girls might like it. Everything looks amazing, Lacey sighed. We haven't eaten at a restaurant like this since before Belle was born. What's a shepherd's pie? Belle asked. It's like a pie, but for dogs, Abby explained. Uncle Nick told me that after Daddy made one. He cleared his throat. That's not exactly what I said, but close enough. Our waiter arrived, and Maddox ordered 2 bottles of wine and an assortment of appetizers. Let's get a half serving of each entree, he said as the waiter took our dinner order. He walked off, and Maddox waved off Lacey's thanks. No problem. This way we don't have to worry about what everyone likes. Our food arrived shortly afterward, and I helped Belle and Abby break open their crab legs. I realized Maddox was watching me with a soft smile, and I pulled back and wiped my face self-consciously. There's nothing on your face, he said. I just like seeing you with them. What's for dessert? Nick asked as we finished dinner. He patted his thin stomach and turned to the girls. Come on, you both probably want ice cream, right? They nodded with wide eyes. There's an ice cream parlor across the street, Maddox said. Oh, and they have something else I wanted to get. He paid the check. It was the first time I've ever seen him get handed a bill, and we followed him into the ice cream parlor. Lacey and Belle shared a giant sundae, and Abby and Nick each got their own double scoops of ice cream. This is what I wanted to share with you, Maddox said as he brought a cake to our table. I smiled and dug my spoon into it. A thick layer of melted chocolate oozed out and mixed with the vanilla ice cream base. It's not as good as the lava cake at Tad's, Maddox said. We both took a bite. It might be better, I said. We didn't have much time left before the park was closing. Can Belle and I go on the scary ride? Abby asked. Lacey and I both groaned. I might puke if I ride anything else, I said, and Lacey agreed with me. Nick and I can take them, Maddox offered. I looked at Lacey. That's fine, she said. Just don't run off with my child, or else you'll be the ones getting stuck in a cave." We followed them toward the ride and separated as they went in through the exit. "Nick's a cutie, isn't he?" I asked. Lacey blushed but didn't acknowledge my words. "They're going to be so exhausted," she said. "I'm glad Abby and Belle like each other, though." "Abby's already asking to go over to your house for playdates," I said. "Oh, no, they live in a mansion, don't they? Why would she want to go over to our tiny house?" Lacey yawned. "I'll have to hire a cleaner." "I don't think a 3-year-old is going to care," I said. "Maddox isn't raising her like that, at least. She's pretty down to earth." "The kid of a man who went on a $20,000 date," Lacey said. "But you're right. She's a good child. Maddox is a great dad." I smiled, thinking of how gentle and loving he is with Abby. "He really is," I said. "This might be the 3 glasses of wine talking, but I'm so proud of you, Everly," Lacey said. "What for?" I asked. "For sticking it out and doing what's right for you," she said. "You wanted to run away, remember? But I'm so glad you didn't. Maddox is a great guy, and he's perfect for you. You did the right thing." I agreed with her. Maddox wanted nothing but the best for me, and I could never doubt that. He was patient, loyal, so incredibly kind. He made me feel things that I never thought were possible. And if it weren't for him, I never would have the courage to face my fears. Maddox and Nick appeared from the exit of the ride with Abby and Belle in between them. Maddox was laughing at something Belle said, his gray eyes twinkling like stars in the distance. Lacey was right, I realized, as Abby grabbed Maddox's hand and he squeezed it. They were both right for me. Chapter 39, Maddox. It had been a month of family outings and playdates between our 2 families, and every passing day Everly was slowly starting to merge with my family more and more. It was almost as if she'd always been with us, and I couldn't imagine a life without her in our presence. She was a constant figure in Abby's life, and even took it upon herself to read bedtime stories with Abby and go over her basic numbers in the alphabet. I had told her plenty of times that there was no pressure for her to fill a mother's role, but Everly had assured me that she enjoyed spending time with Abby, and it wasn't a secret that Abby enjoyed it just as much, if not more. The 2 of them were quite a pair. Everly's new position in the restaurant family had started 2 weeks prior, and she was already providing amazing ideas that even Jackie was impressed by. And more importantly, Jackie realized that contacting Everly was a lot easier than talking to me about work. Everything was perfect, and Everly was getting all the experience she would need to one day open up her own restaurant on the pier. It was still her dream, and I was going to make sure it happened for her, even if she insisted on doing it all herself. She'd have to get used to me doing things for her. It gave me more pleasure than I'd ever known, and it was hard to explain how taking care of someone, even if it was just by offering them support, could be so fulfilling. Everly had made me see things so differently. Nothing was about me and Abby alone anymore. Anytime I made decisions, I considered Everly and even sought her opinion. I was finding that we made a good team. The sun was beginning to shine in my eyes, and I finally awoke after a night of tossing and turning. Everly had stayed up in the late hours brainstorming with Jackie and didn't crawl into bed until 2 or 3 in the morning. I felt the warmth from her body beside me and wondered how much longer we could get away with sleeping. "It's no use," her voice whispered, sore and hoarse. "I can't fall asleep." I chuckled and turned toward her. Her hair was longer than it had been, and the red waves rested against her nightgown, spilling over her shoulders and across her pillow. She hadn't completely wiped off her makeup, and there were quite a few smudges of lipstick on her cheeks from my incessant kissing. She was beautiful. I kissed her lips as she softly pressed against mine. A small hand fell on Everly's back as Abby curled up against her. My eyebrows rose. I hadn't realized Abby was in bed with us. Thank God I hadn't tried initiating anything. "She crawled in shortly after I did," Everly said. "Let me guess," I said. "Nightmares?" "Nick and Lacey were watching that one horror movie with the house and mirrors," Everly explained. "Belle and Abby were supposed to be in their room playing, but Abby convinced Belle to sneak out and watch from behind the couch." "Nick would have let them watch, probably," I said. "Damn bastard." Abby groaned as she began to wake. "The beast awakens," Everly whispered. I chuckled as Abby's blue eyes popped open. "Hey, sweetie." I flattened my palm against her back and rubbed her softly. "How are you feeling?" Abby rolled over and looked at Everly and smiled, wrapping an arm around her. She was such a little cuddle bug. "Hungry," she said, and Everly and I both laughed. These days it was always a safe bet that Abby was hungry. "I'll make breakfast," Everly said, "but then we have to get ready, right?" "It starts at 1, I said. Abby leaned on her elbows and looked at me over Everly. "What does?" she asked. "I told you already. Nick has an art show today," I said. Abby gasped, her eyes lighting up as she crawled off the bed. "We have to get ready," she yelled. "Bath first," Everly said, "and then brush your teeth, and then breakfast, and then we'll go." "Okay, Everly," Abby said as I left the bed to start her bath. Abby and I found the kitchen counter full of muffins, scones, waffles, bacon, and scrambled eggs after we finished getting ready. Everly had slipped into a form-fitting green dress that shimmered like emeralds around her body. It was Abby's favorite dress, and I suspected she picked it out on purpose. "Are we feeding the whole town?" I asked and popped a waffle into my mouth. The front door opened and closed, and shortly afterward Lacey and Belle entered the kitchen. "Ah, that explains it." "I wanted to bring over some to Nick before he left," Everly said. "I know how nervous he is, and muffins usually help calm him down." "Oh, I could bring them to him," Lacey offered. Everly and I smirked as Lacey dumped several muffins and waffles into a tin. "How is he?" Her wide eyes were full of genuine concern for my friend. "Nervous as hell," I said. "This is his biggest show yet, with a lot of top names in the crowd." Lacey hurried to the fridge and added a bottle of orange juice to Nick's to-go basket and left. "She'll probably meet us there," I said. Everly tilted her head in confusion. "I think they might want some, alone time before this show starts," I said, trying to keep the topic appropriate. Everly's eyes widened as she understood. The two were enjoying each other's company quite often these days, and I'd never seen Nick happier. I had a feeling he'd want to release a bit of tension before his exhibit. "How many paintings is he putting up?" Belle asked. "I think 15, I said. He might have added 1 or 2. It was hard to keep up with what Nick was doing these days. Our lives had become a whirlwind. But I wouldn't have it any other way. "Can I put mine in it?" Abby asked. "Belle, you can put yours in the next one. Uncle Nick won't mind." "We'll have to ask Uncle Nick about that first," Everly said. We finished up with breakfast and got ready to leave. Everly confirmed with Lacey that she would meet us at the gallery, and I smirked as Everly smacked my shoulder after making an inappropriate joke about them. The gallery itself was in the very middle of downtown, a block away from St. Padres. Everly stared at it as we drove past, but she didn't give it a second glance. I left the Julia with the valet, and we walked up the long set of white marble steps toward the gallery. This was the finest art show Nick had ever been a part of. No doubt his nerves were on edge. I'd seen him a total wreck over much less of a turnout. "People pay for this stuff?" Belle asked as we examined several intricate and odd statues outside of the entrance. "You'd be surprised at what people pay for," Everly said and glanced at me. I smirked, knowing she meant our $20,000 date. "Some things are just priceless," I said, and grabbed Abby's hand before she could rush into the gallery. "I know you're excited to see Uncle Nick, but you have to be patient, okay? There are really important people here, so can you behave?" Abby nodded. "What he said," Everly said to Belle. Belle grabbed Abby's hand and entered the gallery. Everly turned to enter, and I slipped her hand into mine. She paused and looked back at me. "I haven't had a kiss in nearly 2 hours," I said. I pulled her close and kissed her before pushing a stray hand of her gorgeous hair from her face. "We're keeping track now?" She laughed and pulled me into the gallery. "Someone has to," I said. She pressed her bare arms against my gray suit as the air-conditioned room surrounded us. It was stark white, with giant paintings hanging on every wall and a separate area that focused on 15 familiar paintings. Abby and Belle were staring at one of them, their heads tilted as they oohed and awed at the bright colors. "He really is talented," Everly said. "Did you think we were talking out of our asses this whole time?" I joked. She rolled her eyes and squeezed my hand. "There's a bunch of people here." She glanced around the room and even craned her neck to get a better look. "Some really rich-looking people." That's why Nick was freaking out. If just one person buys a painting, it usually starts a chain reaction until they're all sold out. I realized that there were several men and women dressed in clothes richer than mine that were all holding their spots in front of several paintings. No one wants to be the first person in case it's a mistake, so they're all just waiting for one person to make their move. "Why don't you buy one?" Everly asked. "I mean, if it helps sell all of them, would it hurt?" I shook my head. "Nick doesn't want any more favors from me. He wants to do this all on his own." Lacey waved at us from across the room, where a very pale Nick was in the middle of a conversation with a world-renowned collector that I recognized from magazines. Everly waved back, but she didn't let go of my hand. We took the girls to look at all of the paintings, eventually meeting up with Lacey. A platter of champagne-filled flutes circled the floor, and we were on our third by the time the first purchase was made. Nick looked as if he were about to throw up, and I made eye contact with him as the rest of the paintings were snatched up. I left Everly's side for a moment to take a look at the purchase card. Next to each title was the price listed and price sold, and beneath the sold section were 15 amounts, each well over $500,000. I whistled and showed Everly. "Did he expect that?" she asked. "The listing prices were only $500,000, so definitely not," I said. "We found Nick and offered our congratulations." "Which one sold for the highest?" Abby asked. Nick pointed at the one in the corner. "I'll show you," Everly said and took Abby's hand. Belle followed them, and Nick and I were left alone for the moment. "I can't believe it," Nick said. "I know. I didn't think you were ever going to sell one," I teased. Nick shoved my shoulder. "Man, I was talking about you. I can't believe you found a woman like her." He gestured at Everly. "She's a natural with Abby. I almost feel replaced." "No one could ever replace Uncle Nick," I said, giving him a playful nudge. "You know that." "I know," he shrugged. "I'm serious, though, Maddox. She's perfect for you and Abby. You really got lucky with her. I know it wasn't easy, but you completed your family." I watched as Everly kneeled in front of Abby and discussed the painting. She was smiling as Abby spoke to her, as if Abby were her kid just as much as she was mine. "You're right," I said. "But instead of completing our family, Everly expanded it. She belonged with us, and we belonged with her." Epilogue. Everly, 2 years later. I felt a lot lighter when I woke in the morning, despite having Maddox's arm wrapped tightly around me. He was sleeping soundly, as he always did on the weekends, and I couldn't remember the last time he'd woken before me. All You Can Eat had its best numbers in years, and we were opening a specialty fish restaurant on the pier in just a few weeks. That project had been all mine, and I don't think Maddox realized how special of a gift it had been. I ran my finger down his strong arms, skin hard with muscle from working out with me nearly every day. It had taken a while to fall into a routine, but now it was impossible to break. He was constantly looking for ways to make our lives exciting, despite me constantly assuring him that our life was as perfect as it could ever be. But that's what I loved about Maddox. He was always planning and looking toward the future. We complemented one another that way, as I was always reminding him to enjoy the present. I still wasn't sure how I'd manage to find a man like him. I could leave it to luck, but it felt like something deeper. We were meant to be, and he was meant to be mine. I cuddled up against his chest, enjoying the heat radiating from his body that always seemed to be warmer than mine. His body was beginning to react to mine, and I wondered how much longer we had until Abby's eventual interruption. "Daddy! Everly!" Her voice yelled through the door before she flung it open. Maddox's arm tightened around me as Abby jumped onto the bed and pounced on us. I laughed as Maddox groaned in my ear. What perfect timing. "It's time to get up," she said. Her blonde curls were past her shoulders now, and as a 5-year-old, she was talking nonstop. "We need to eat breakfast and then go to the park and then maybe the animal shelter because I heard they do free dog adoptions on weekends and I was thinking that what we needed was a dog." "Oh, is that right?" Maddox said. I smirked as Abby continued planning our day. She had a love for planning things, a trait she definitely took from her father. "A dog?" I asked. "Are you sure you don't want another cat?" Both Abby and Maddox shook their heads. "Nope, one cat is enough," Abby said. "How about no dogs and we get rid of the cat we have?" Maddox suggested. He crawled out of bed and slipped a t-shirt on. "I'll start breakfast." "How do we convince him to get a dog and leave my kitty alone?" Abby asked me as I leaned back against the bed. "How about this?" I said and attacked her with tickles. She giggled and tried squirming out of my grasp, but I held her body against mine. "That's not going to help," she yelled. Maddox crossed the room and watched with a smile as I tickled her. He had a pensive expression, eyebrows drawn up and the side of his smile tilted upwards. But he didn't say any words. Abby and I joined him for breakfast, an omelet full of vegetables with a side of fruit. We've been eating healthy for a little over a year now, but every now and then I've snuck Abby and Nick muffins. "So there's a special event tonight," Maddox said as we ate. "Oh? I didn't know of anything." "Nick's art show had the most purchases of any art show this year. It's been his most successful one to date," Maddox said. "And mine was in it," Abby yelled. "I remember. I was there," I told her and turned to Maddox. "I didn't know it was such a big deal, though." "I guess in the art world it is. So they're having a special dinner at one of the newest upscale restaurants downtown," Maddox said. "He wanted to know if we'll be there for him." "Of course we'll be there," I said. "Should I invite Lacey?" Lacey and Nick had been in a constant will they won't they battle for 2 years. "I already extended the offer," Maddox said. "She said they'll meet us there." "So we can go to the park and the animal shelter and then get ready for this special dinner?" Abby asked. "We can go to the park," Maddox said. Abby groaned and finished her omelet. I snuck out a muffin from one of the pantries and handed it to her behind Maddox's back. We spent the afternoon with a picnic at the park, and I managed to convince Maddox to take us to the animal shelter for 10 minutes. He had planned on staying in the car, but Abby and I begged him to come inside with us. We found a small shepherd mix puppy in the corner of one of the cages, and surprisingly enough, Maddox was the one who fell in love. "We can make him shepherd pies," Abby said. "Oh, please, Daddy." "No puppies," he said, but he eyed the puppy on our way out and asked a worker for an adoption application. "We'll talk about it later," he said to me, and we returned home to get ready for the dinner. I followed Abby into her room and helped her pick out a dress. "What's your favorite one?" Abby asked. I picked a red dress with gold lace and held it against her. "This is perfect," I said. "Now, what about me?" We took her dress and went into my closet, flipping through my way too many dresses. "What about this one?" she asked. It was a tight black dress with a soft brown layer across the chest and half sleeves. "It makes your eyes greener." I remembered what Maddox had once said about my eyes and nodded. We helped each other zip up our dresses, and I clasped a pearl necklace around Abby's neck. I stared a moment at the special child, and my heart warmed that I had her in my life. Even though I'd not wanted children in my life, I'd never trade her for anything in the world. She'd shown me that life didn't always give us what we thought was best, but rather what was best for us. I remembered the words of that silly song my mother had teased me about. Que sera, sera, indeed. Life had shown me what would be, and I was grateful for how it had turned out. "We're going to be late," Maddox called from the living room, pulling me out of my daze. I held Abby's hand as we walked down the stairs. Her shoes had slight wedges to them, and I was teaching her how to walk without an awkward wobble in her step. She was getting the hang of it better than I had at her age. "Wow," Maddox said as he saw us. I self-consciously played with the strands that curled around my ears. "You both look beautiful." "We picked out each other's dresses," Abby said. "We're ready." We all climbed into Maddox's new family car, a sleek black Jaguar, and Abby and I took turns singing as Maddox pulled onto the highway. It wasn't long until I realized we were passing by downtown and heading toward the pier. "I thought you said we were going to be late," I asked. "I just have to check out something first," Maddox said as we pulled into the parking lot for the restaurant's newest location on the pier. This couldn't wait till afterward? He left the car and Abby hopped out. "Should we wait?" "No, it might take a while. Just come in. Apparently they finished the second floor earlier today," Maddox said. I gasped. The second floor of the restaurant was my pride and glory. An upscale fine dining experience on top of a casual fish restaurant with the best views of the ocean in all of Seattle. Forgetting all about Nick's dinner, I gleefully joined Abby and followed Maddox into the restaurant and up the stairs. What I found made me trip over my feet. An empty room with a single table in the middle greeted me, with 3 chairs and a single rose in the middle. The room was lined with beautiful candles that were shaped like giant statues inside metal basins, and the windows were pushed wide open and looked out over giant, powerful waves of a high tide. I realized the door to the kitchen was half opened, and that the kitchen itself was lit with at least a dozen chefs preparing food. "What's going on, Maddox?" I asked. "Is the celebration here?" "No," he said. "There is no celebration. I just wanted the night to ourselves." He gestured at the 3 of us and pulled me toward the window. The fresh sea breeze danced around my hair and covered my skin in faint goosebumps. "Just us?" I asked. "Just us. My family," he said. "Everly..." My whole life I thought I had everything figured out, and each time something unexpected happened, I always had a plan. I planned for everything, but I never planned to fall in love. I blinked away tears. And the moment I saw you at that auction, I knew I was going to fall in love with you. But for the first time ever, I didn't have a plan for that. I didn't know what I was going to do. So for a while, I just let myself fall in love and prayed that you would fall in love with me. We're already a family, you, Abby, and I. And now, I want to make it official." Abby held something behind her back and moved in front of Maddox. She held out a box with a giant golden bow around it and opened it. A diamond ring sat on a bed of flowers. Silver on top of silver, and sparkled beneath the night sky. "Will you marry me, Everly?" Maddox asked. "Or should I say, us?" "Please?" Abby asked. I fell on my knees and pulled her into a hug. "Yes," I said, and kissed Abby's cheek. Tears were on both of our faces as Abby handed me the ring. It slid on perfectly. Maddox grabbed my hand and helped me stand. "Think you could say yes to me as well?" he asked, and I laughed. "Yes," I said again. And he pulled me into a kiss as Abby held my hand. In that moment, I knew what true happiness was.